Greetings, rebel scum around the world. I'm your host, Louis Tucci, here live from the mothership of all things creative in ZBrush, fresh from a harrowing battle with a pack of Jawas in the Sarlacc pit. May the 4th be with you, oh faithful ones. I got Ian Robinson to the right of me. Ian Robinson, say hello.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a very special May the 4th live stream. I'm super excited to be here. I know you're super excited to be here.
I've got the swag. Look at this, first of all.
So many things. We're not even going to talk about this right now.
Not yet.
You're going to want to stay.
But wait, there's more.
Because there's more, for
there's
sure.
So much and so much more. In my lap, we have the goodies. It's May the 4th. It's like Christmas in May here in sunny Los Angeles. And to the left, Paul Gabriel, ladies and gentlemen.
In the Vader room, by the way.
Yes.
It is the Vader room. I should probably do a little of the
boom,
you know, just put it on there, right? This is the Vader room, as you can see. I'm in it right now. We got a wonderful sideshow piece, which was done in ZBrush as well.
Yes, it was.
We got the replicated.
I got in my hands right here the Mandalorian's N1 Starfighter. This is from the vintage collection by Hasbro, which brings me to the first point. This is an amazing collection of wonderful figures and play sets. We've got Jawa's Palace, obviously sitting atop the throne today is Bib Fortuna. Jabba is no longer at this particular point in the trajectory of the narrative. But today we're going to be having some really wonderful conversations and presentations with some incredible artists, ZBrush members of the community. We've got Hasbro lined up. We've got team members from Hasbro going to be going through the making of some of these wonderful collectibles and products. We've got Leonard Yee, who's going to be here, and we're going to kick it off with Sam Williams, costume designer extraordinaire.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, Ian, you're looking at me. You're waiting for something more harrowing, perhaps, but that Jawa node. You know what I mean? I had that battle with them Jawas and the Sarlacc on the way in here.
You came out looking pretty unscathed, I have to say. You were quite impressed. You know, you lost a couple hairs.
I traded some parts of my beard to be here, so I'm pretty happy to be here about it. And I think, what do you think is going to be a standout for you today? What excites you?
Come on. First off, there's way too much, but I'm just super excited to see. Well, I was playing with some of these toys yesterday. It was super awesome. But honestly,
when you say playing, hold on, he was actually on the floor, manipulating the figures.
Pew, 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 pew.
You went straight back to your childhood.
I did, yeah.
Yep, 100%. Very involved, very box framed.
Hey,
let me put this exactly where they did the photo.
This is the way, right? This is the way. So yeah, I'm super excited. Honestly, what I'm really the most excited about is showcasing how ZBrush is used in multiple industries, and how we're able to take our ideas and our creations and bring them to life. And it's all wrapped around the theme Star Wars, which most of us, if not all of us, love.
I think that's a fair assertion. And I just want to say, like, off camera, we have like a ton. Obviously, you can see there's a massive collection of figures and play sets and vehicles happening here, but there's some stuff that's off camera, like the packaging. I've always been a sort of fiend for the packaging. On this one, I was just looking at the back and I was seeing the playset breakdown. You can see two views here. The Mandalorian is looking left, looking right. What would be one that you think is your favorite so far, Paul, of this collection that we have on view here?
What's in your hand? Because I do have the Razor Quest. That was done by Hasbro.
We're not talking about that one.
Well, the Razor Quest is here off camera, but I don't know if I can figure out a way to get it here without destroying everything.
It's massive.
It's massive.
It's pretty big. It's amazing. They did a great job. This is also the next one on my shelf. I think they killed it with this too as well. It's pretty awesome. And the packaging definitely brings me back to my childhood too in the 80s.
Yeah, that's
why
I like
we're going that retro back.
Yeah, that's why I started with that, with the vintage collection. I think it's a real nod to the golden era of figures where the Star Wars are concerned. And the Razor Quest, though, if we can make it happen today, just for scale. I mean, Ian Robinson and I are like over 6 feet tall individually, and together collectively we're over 12 feet tall. With Paul Gabriel, it's almost 20 feet tall. But you can see the package is quite large on this one.
Yeah.
And the Razor Quest package dwarfs this one, so that's something to be held as well. And we're going to be doing some tremendous giveaways. And giving away a ton of stuff. So if you're tuned in, don't go away at all. I mean, stick with us, because tell us some of the things we're going to be giving away.
We'll be sharing in the chat as we go along here a link for you all to go and register for a giveaway. We'll be using the same system. Like if you've joined us for the ZBrush Summit, we'll be using the same system we've done there. So along the way, we'll be sharing that link. You just go register. We'll be giving away some vouchers for our merch store, so you can go get some of the merch that's like what I'm wearing a little bit right now.
Yep.
What I'm wearing right now. There is beanies, guys. There's beanies.
Should be noted, you cannot
have to make a point about the beanie.
I feel like I'm the only one who has the beanie. It's cool, but there are beanies with the ZBrush logo.
We don't even call it that where we come from. It's called a
toque.
Toque, yeah.
Yeah,
But you've got the Japanese shirt on. People are probably going to. I wish maybe you hadn't worn that. It's going to open up Pandora's box of the can of worms.
Well, this is my resume. It just says that I know ZBrush a little bit, and you guys let me sit here, so here we are.
So we got Ian with the Japanese version. I've got the vintage version. I don't know if you can get that one either. And Paul,
no, I'm vintage. I'm the same thing as you.
Yeah, black and white.
Vintage. But there is different colors now.
Yeah.
So on our merch store, you can get different colored ZBrush T-shirts as well. So that's nice to be able to get those. We'll also be giving away a 1-year Maxon 1 subscription.
Hold on, slow it down. That's quite an expensive gift to be giving away. Say it again.
A 1-year Maxon 1.
1 year.
To get you all the products Maxon 1, including ZBrush, Redshift, Cinema 4D, Red Giant. And we'll be giving away, a little bit behind you over there, Yes, the one of the stormtrooper helmets that Louis is pointing out right now.
I just want to say we had a build up in our social media with our teammates here across the ZBrush team here in Hollywood, and we were really having fun with this helmet. It is
A little fun.
It's got a vocal function where you press the button on the side and you can sound like one of these stormtrooper fellows.
I feel like you guys should put up like the blooper edits online.
I think
and
so.
Just to show them how much fun you really had.
We tried to get our office shop dog Enzo, the dog, to wear the helmet, but that didn't go over.
That did not work out.
He was having no part of that. The Vader helmet to my left, really an incredible piece. That is definitely we're not giving that away.
And by the way, no, that's
Paul's personal.
That's my personal.
Paul,
You're not getting
when he's in dev mode, he puts the Vader helmet on. He walks around the office and he just says, "Do it."
I say random things. Okay. No, but I would like to point that out. That was done by David Vennemeyer at Hasbro, and it's 100% ZBrush, the 100%. Entire thing. Yep. Internal, there's amazing work done inside as well. It will fit on your head. It does have the breathing.
It's extremely accurate, is what you're saying. On the inside. I wish we could show them. And you know what? Maybe just Google that.
Maybe we will.
Yeah, we can show them later on.
Maybe we will.
We take it apart. I think it's an incredible testament to how far we've come in the use of it. And like you said, David Vennemeyer and the team from Hasbro, John and Carter, are going to be here going over all of these things. So
Bailey,
and Bailey. It's a real watershed moment to get to have that caliber of team on the broadcast with us. So I think it's really exciting. Ian, you got
100%.
something in mind. What's going on in the chat? Tell us about it.
Just wanted to let you all know that we are seeing the chat live. So if you guys have questions or thoughts while the guests are on, please do not hesitate to pop in a question. We'll be going through them. All of our guests have a lot of stuff they want to showcase today. So we'll try to, if there's something on par that they're explaining that you have questions on, feel free to ask. Again, we'll be monitoring.
And if you're watching this around the globe and into the cosmos, deep into the universe, a lot of times if you have a comment or something, it can really guide our conversation with the artists. So, we're very flexible people. Let us know what you're thinking and what you're feeling. And again, keep it light, keep it friendly. And we're really happy to have you all watching and tuning in around the world. And so I think
and it says they lost their sound. Can we just check sound real quick?
Lost sound.
Okay, yeah, we're back. I'm getting a thumbs up from behind.
Sound is back.
Oh no, I'm just not moving. That's
right.
Right. I'm working on my statue
in the Vader Lounge. It's the Vader room or lounge. We can put it up.
I like lounge better.
The Vader Lounge.
That's just me.
Let's put it in the chat. If you vote for Vader Lounge versus Vader Room, just type in the word lounge or room.
Perfect. Well, we don't want to keep too.
I don't want to keep.
Wait. I do want to do another.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Out. I do want to. Yeah. Behind Louis and Ian are a bunch of images that you've all been posting in our thread. Right. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for this.
Yes.
So there has been even stuff going up now. So these are some more recent ones. So
slow it down a minute. You're scrolling through that like a mile a minute. Like flash.
I'm excited. I'm excited. So really, thank you all for being a part of this. This was one of the fun parts leading up to this stream.
So good.
With seeing all the work that you all have been posting in here and sharing. So we're going to have your images.
You scroll up again for a second.
Behind
look
how
at that
far?
Guy. Go back to the dude with the hat on. I can't remember his name off the top. There's so many people.
This right here.
What's his name again?
Go ahead, chat. Give it to him.
Yeah, give me the goods. I can't remember. I just had that guy in my hand. Cad Bane. I have that hat. I'm embarrassed. I should have worn it.
Look at this. This is a ring that's been done by Nacho. There's just so many really cool. There's stylistic stuff in here. There's this. Also, here's the debate. You can start with
the original Sith, the one and only.
You can start the debate now. Official. Put it in the chat. Is he the Sith or not?
Yeah. Oh, he absolutely is.
You're going with he is.
Absolutely. Look how he manipulates everyone.
Go ahead, Ian Robinson. Tell us why you think.
Everyone to do exactly what he wants to do. He's just the most. Everybody thinks he's the annoying one, so they just ignore him and they tune him out. But secretly, with his mind, his brain,
this is what's going
and
on
his head
Jar
too,
Jar?
he's messing things up.
So it's Jar Jar all along.
All along.
He's working in the background, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
Just don't know. He's like a puppet master.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what a good Sith would do. Absolutely.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, there's some aggressives, but then
Paul Gabriel, how do you feel about this closeted Sithdom that he's participating?
I don't know. I'm
in the drunken cantina already here.
I think I'm more in the debate he's not.
He's not.
He's not part of the Sith. No.
So where do you see him in the lexicon then of the Star Wars universe? He was just a tool to get some young kids to eat.
Well, it's been said he wrote it to be something to attract kids,
Right,
into,
a younger
for sure, into the younger audience when the original 1, 2, and 3 episodes were being released. So, and which I see because we have a colleague that's on
Right.
much younger than us. Okay, I don't want to say my age. I'm super old now, but when she watched it, she said, "I like actually Jar Jar. It did its job." And I've talked to other people too that there are kids that watched that movie at a younger age. Jar Jar was a character that stood out for them.
Maybe that's what makes it so evil, is that someone who you thought was your little friend when you were a child becomes so evil.
So then where are you at with this?
I'm going to go with the fact that it's possible he's one of the highest ranking Siths of all time.
Okay.
And I'm always
All right.
partial to Vader because he did it for the love. And yes, it kind of went wrong. All these revolutions kind of start with noble intentions, but they fall apart.
I feel like this debate is exactly like the Blade Runner debate. Is he a replicant or is he not a replicant?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's
100%.
like, not to say we're geeks, but here we go.
Here we go.
Sci-fi.
We
just
can
talk
talk
about it
all day, of course. Are
Yeah.
you kidding me? Pedro somewhere is smiling. I'm sure that this is happening. We're in this. Where are you at with the
Oh man, we have
Mando?
some. I'm sorry, real quick. We have some
Go.
people here that are loving the fact that you're scrolling through this because they are seeing their sculpts in real time, and
That's
it's really
fantastic.
awesome. And again, just thank you for everyone who participated in this. Zebra Central has been around for a very, very long time. Predates a lot of the current social medias that are out there, and it's just so amazing to see people come together and share the love of their work and also the themes that we pop up. And this is a place that I feel like more and more people are rediscovering for the first time.
I think so,
And
yeah.
a
Good
post
point.
like this was a really great way to bring people together. So don't forget, Zebra Central is definitely a place for you to share work like this because we always are on here celebrating the work you guys are sharing.
Yeah.
So thank you.
As a team, collectively, we're on there all the time looking for
Yeah.
new stuff to feature and new stories. So a lot of times, if you're watching ZBrush Live or something like that, a lot of those people are found by way of the ZBrush Central forum and maybe an interesting post that was made. So keep doing it and keep supporting that forum-based environment. We take a lot of pride and sort of joy in seeing your work, and it has been actually a robust collect. Look at this stuff; he's still going. I mean,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah, there's a
slowly
lot.
coming
It's
bit. I mean,
really
nice.
been awesome. I'm going to continue posting my X-Wing that I'm working on in here too. Might as well keep it
Can
alive.
you scroll down just for a little bit second? This is a really
Which-
interesting. I
this
saw
one?
this morning.
This one here.
No, go down just a little bit
One
more.
more.
I saw this one this morning pop up when I was scrubbing through there, and I was like, oh, like a little bit of OG Star Wars
Yeah.
theme. I like that people are posting stuff like that too, and even the one above it, like just seeing people not being afraid to come on and just post. It's so
Yep.
cool. So it's just
I
the
like
love that we all share. And it's neat.
There's drawings in here too that I think you should check out if you haven't seen them. They're amazing.
I
Yeah.
saw some of those. Yeah, there is that capacity, and a lot of little 3D printed things as well that people were doing.
It's-
Really fascinating
It's
collection.
been fun. I'm
Yeah.
going to keep posting here because I'm a Star Wars geek and I'm enjoying this.
Yeah.
So again, thank you all for posting in here.
Oh.
We definitely want to. What do you say? We get going on bringing in Sam, or are we?
Yeah,
ready
I just
for
want to
that?
just one last thing though. I wanted to ask you. So where you at with the Mando? You're happy with what you've seen so far this season?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
No
thrilled.
spoilers. We're not going to say not one thing. 'Cause someone out there might be waiting to watch the whole thing like a binge, as they call it.
Mhm, mhm,
So we'll just
mhm.
leave that alone.
I'm not done with it, so
I'm certainly not done either.
I'm
Oh,
working.
wow.
Are you? Were you?
Oh yeah, I'm caught up.
Okay, this guy's caught up. Even Ron says
Where are you
caught up.
guys at?
Where you guys? You guys aren't so worse fans.
Sometimes I binge.
I've been working on this show, Ian. Though.
Right. Oh, that's actually a good point. Yeah, some really interesting and innovative things were done. And speaking of interesting and innovative, that brings us a full segue into our first guest. I think innovation is at the core of what he's been doing in the realms of costume design and sort of fabrication as well for live action. And out of London, England, we have broadcasting in with us live into the mothership of all things ZBrush and digital clay related. We have Sam Williams, who's going to be feeding in right now, I believe. And give him the Sam Williams, ladies and gentlemen, by way of the former Queen's Empire of London, England. Wave to the people at home.
Hello.
Here he is. How are you doing out there? I love your ship. You're like got your own mothership. What's happening? Tell us a
I'm
bit
in the
about that
rebel
background
base.
to start with, man.
I'm in the
What's
rebel
going on?
base. It's you don't want to see what's actually behind me, so it's just a nice little bit of crypt.
He's actually in a Spanish brothel in the foothills of Catalunya.
No, that is actually his apartment.
Yeah.
He's really doing it. He's replicating and making it perfect.
He's gone full tilt.
He's going to charge admissions. Might as
Yeah.
well, right?
carrying on the themes here. So listen, it begs noting that you have a long-standing and illustrious bit of work behind you already. I want to thank you on behalf of my colleagues here and teammates and the entire ZBrush community for taking the time. I know you're a bit ahead of us time-wise, as you're sitting there in London on that nice evening, I'm sure. Starting off, you've done work on Edge of Tomorrow, Extinction, Justice League. You're involved in Ready Player One, which is a total step in a different direction based on some of the stuff you've done. And the Batman, which we're not here to talk about the Batman because we could get really crazy.
Don't get Louis going on that one.
Don't get me going on that one. But yeah, I might pinch you. I might pinch you for a second and talk about that for a second, because it's
happy to, man.
Yeah, it's such a monumental franchise. I mean, let's and then also, so of course, Solo and the other Star Wars stuff we're here to talk about. But let's talk a little bit about the origins for you and how do you transition into that? Where's the beginning?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I started out in the film industry as just a regular model maker, just on the bench. I sort of mostly did mold making, which I think has helped later on as I've sort of gone more digital. And my first job digitally was Star Wars. So up until that point, I did a one film, which was Gravity. Then I did Edge of Tomorrow, and I was just a guy just working on the bench. And I sort of, on Edge of Tomorrow, I saw that there was a lot of 3D printing coming through. And I'd sort of done ZBrush in my spare time just for fun. And that's sort of seeing people do 3D prints and stuff coming in. I was like, well, maybe that's something that sculpture could apply to. And I brought my computer into Edge of Tomorrow, but I didn't actually use it to on the job. I just sort of had it there to show the people that I was working for that it was there. And like, this is ZBrush. No one had seen it before. You can do sculpting in it. And like, it was totally different to all the CAD software that people usually used. And then the guy that I worked for, which is a guy called Pierre Bohanna, he got the job on Star Wars as the HOD for costume effects. And he gave me a ring and said, do you want to come work on Star Wars? We've got some ZBrush stuff that might need doing. And so my first job on ZBrush was Star Wars. Dropped me in the deep end. Yeah.
Oh, that's people at home are smashing the like button all day long on this one. Are you kidding me?
Let me compare my first job in ZBrush.
I paid somebody to buy a statue from me. Like, I will sculpt for you. It's some random person.
Ian's offering up body parts and plasma at this point to get a job in ZBrush. This guy's just stumbling in. Let's keep this going, because this is really, we don't get these types of narratives too often from people.
Mm-hmm.
What were your first sort of impressions as you were transitioning into that? I mean, what were some of the things that were driving you? Because I can tell in your tone that you were quite excited. You're still quite excited, even the way that you're sort of dialoguing with us about it.
I mean, it was a proper imposter syndrome sort of scenario, because it was just dropping me into a. So the way that the hierarchy kind of works is you've got the designer, and the hierarchy that I kind of work in is there's designer, and then there's concept artist, and then there's me, and I'm like the transition between the concept phase and the actual making it phase. And so I'd never done anything like that before, and obviously it's Star Wars, which is such a big deal. And I didn't have any professional experience with the computer, so it's just sort of dropped me in and just do your best. Just sort of, it was just, yeah. I was very afraid for the first few weeks that I was just gonna like turn in one day and they just say, "Don't bother." But I struggled through with my meshes, and it was a case of showing drawings up the chain and down the chain, and working with the other concept artists. And so you were in
it sounds like you're describing a fusion-based space where you were working with 2D and 3D at the same time, and that sort of that amalgam process.
So episode 7, the main designer was a guy called Michael Kaplan, and then the chief concept artist was Glyn Dillon. And Glyn Dillon doesn't do 3D; he only does 2D. But he does brilliant 2D. And then I sort of worked very heavily with Glyn, making 3D models for him. And then he would look at them on the screen, and then we'd change them and stuff. And he'd he'd come and sit next to me, and I'd spin the model around on the screen. He'd look at it and he'd say, well, what would it look like if we did this? What would it look like if we did that? Make it bigger, smaller, kind of. And we'd even get down to the minutiae of doing things and stuff. So that's sort of the way that the workflow worked on sort of all of them actually. Glyn was on all of them apart from I think episode 8, and then kind of firing it up. He was designer on Rogue One and Solo with a guy called Dave Crossman, and then it would sort of go up and down the chain of me working with Glyn, the designer, and my HOD, who's Pierre Bahana, making things practical. And it's like the marriage of the practical side of stuff and the concept side of stuff. It's like, oh, it looks cool, but will it work? How are we going to make it, kind of thing?
Right.
And then from me, it would then get either, there were lots of different ways that the stuff was then made. Some of it I made, or it would like use ZBrush to 3D print it and even pattern make and mold make from it. A lot of it was sent to CAD guys. So the CAD guys would do, I think they mostly used SolidWorks. One guy used Rhino, another guy used Fusion. So they take the ZBrush meshes and work in that. But a lot of it was hand built. So I do orthographics and I do slices through the models and stuff, give them to a big team of guys on the bench, and then they'd all make it by hand. So it's like a sort of multidiscipline from me, kind of spreading the stuff out.
That's what it sounded like. The fascinating part that people are probably wondering at home is that you were doing two things. You were handling the initial pressures of coming on to Star Wars, right? I think that's one aspect of it. And then at the same time, it sounds like you were learning how to use ZBrush in that context. The second or the first part is rather quite interesting as well, as coming to terms with the fact that you were on that big sort of franchise. How do you deal with that coming from sort of a less, I guess I don't even know, less profound sort of space, not to diminish or disparage any other productions, but I mean, that's like a big step forward, right?
It was after day one, it's just like any other job. You go in and you do the work and you hope you don't get fired.
I feel like that is such the most relatable sentence I've heard.
Well,
you go to work, first day's good, second day, don't get fired.
Try not to get fired.
And then you're just working not to get fired for the rest of the time.
That's it. That's it.
Hey, how you doing out there? How you going there, mate? I'm pretty good. Try not to get fired over here. Just
I feel like there should be a T-shirt for all CG artists. Like you just have, like the front should be, how's it going? Just in the back, try not to get fired.
Try not to get fired.
Yeah.
Flying low, right?
I don't want to get found out. I hope I don't get fired.
You're a funny guy, man. That's some good stuff.
Can
we digress for 1 second? I want to talk about the Batman. I would be remiss. There's fans at home. Just for half a second.
Do you know what day it is?
Yeah, I know what day it is. He's got a costume. He's got some evil
see
things.
his background.
Come on, no. Listen. So, okay, very briefly, a high point for you working on the Batman, and that's it. I'll leave it because my friends are going to get really upset.
No, we're good.
It's not. It's not may the bat be. It's not may the bat be with you. It's the fourth.
Yeah.
Was that a question? I missed that.
One takeaway, right? Speak to you in Wookiee. Just the one question I have is like one takeaway from the Batman experience, because that's mega.
Oh, the one takeaway.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, so the Batman. What I was working on one costume almost for the duration of the film and doing the best possible job with just one. Because most of the films that I do, I end up doing lots and lots of costumes, and they all get sort of. There's never quite enough time to do all of it. Whereas the Batman, pretty much my sole charge was just doing the Batman from start to finish on the film, and it just meant we could make a really tight, really good costume from start to finish with enough time. Is that?
That's fine. No, that's perfect.
Yeah,
that's great. Okay, well let's move back into the realms of the deep space to make and put a smile on my friends' faces here. Keep it on brand.
Mm-hmm.
May the fourth be with you again. Right.
May the fourth be with you.
The Enfys Nest model off of the ZBC. I want to talk to you a little bit about the procedures there. If people are not familiar with it, it's on ZBC. It's the Enfys Nest model that you sculpted for The Force Awakens, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah. No, that was for.
Actually, no, it's for that's for Solo. I'm sorry,
that's for Solo. Yeah.
There's so many things you've done. It's hard to keep up. It's almost you have to have an encyclopedic knowledge, which I, at this particular junction, would say no way. I do not have that. But let's talk about that piece, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on what brings that to life in so much of ZBrush and your sort of in between 2D and 3D space.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Enfys Nest is quite a good example of the sort of workflow that I was describing before. On Solo, Glyndon and Dave Crossman were the designers, and so this would start with drawings from Glyn, and he'd send them my way, and then I'd work them up. And there were quite a few iterations leading up to this. And so then we'd do a few different versions. He'd look at them, and then we tweak things. I mean, there were loads and loads and loads of different ones, and I've got the final one up here. But then from that, it was then a preparation for 3D print and then molding and casting. And so if you look at the inside of Emphas Nest, this was all done in ZBrush. There was no other software used in this. And so I think by the time I was working on Solo, you guys had introduced live booleans, because that really made everything much, much, much easier. And because a lot of this sort of stuff I was having to do externally, I used a piece of software called Materialize Magics, and I took all my ZBrush stuff in there and then did booleans and then took it out and then hoped it worked and then closed holes and stuff. But the thing that was nice with Emphas Nest was I got to do a really nice amount of texture on it. And so a lot of this, we had a scanner. It was like a Faro arm scanner. And so I had a sheep skull and I think a couple of other skulls, and I scanned them in and I sort of generated alpha maps. And then I could use those to sort of hammer into the texture of Emphas Nest. And then, you know, kind of there's a lot of hand work doing all these little lines on it and stuff. And it was just quite a nice start to finish. And it's one of the ones I'm more proud of from Star Wars is Emphas Nest. I think it was a quite a successful costume. If I do an expose, which is there, you kind of see all the different bits. And so
Yeah,
you can see
it's a nice fusion of like sort of inorganic and organic parts.
Yeah, absolutely. These bits here had a piece of aluminium sort of embedded inside them, so to stop them flapping and stuff. And then they sort of screwed onto the inside of it. And this was made of two separate bits, so front and back, just to help with the molding process. Because if this was a one-er, you'd never get it out the mold.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, can I ask what 3D printers you typically will use before the custom mold process when you're working on pieces like this?
So we outsourced all the 3D printing. I believe it was mostly, I think it was 3D Systems, the company that used it. I couldn't tell you the name of their printers, but it was all SLA resin printing, but like industrial level. But honestly, the sort of the fairly cheap 3D printers you get now, just the sort of Frozens and the Anycubics and stuff, they're just as good. They're not quite dimensionally as good, so you couldn't really trust them quite so much to have two pieces with 0.1 of a millimeter interference fit, but they're sort of good enough. It sort of all changes when it gets.
Do you have in the process of working with Glenn a back and forth where you have insight into the design of the piece, or is it more like you're fabricating it as he's giving you the design sketch? You mentioned that.
It's a little bit of both. So it very much the creative vision is that of the designer, but you know there is opportunity to say, look, this isn't going to work because of this, and so the discussion comes out, and you know I had this idea. What do you think of this kind of thing? And so it's a discussion and a back and forth, but it's realizing the vision for the designer kind of thing.
Yeah, I thought this piece was quite fascinating. If you can attach everything by clicking the expose again, I think, to be honest with you, there's that nod to like Inuit sunglasses. If you look at
man,
you can't get away from that. It's really kind of fascinating, and I think, in so much that I'm aware, it kind of steps that design into that space of giving a nod to sort of other cultures. How much of that was at the root of the design process with yourself and the team?
Oh, throughout all the productions, with the costume department has a little room, and it's called the design room, and all four walls are plastered with different references, different cultural references depending on what they're looking at. Or it's also full of Ralph McQuarrie and John Mollo, like references from all the past, etc., etc. I hope there's photographs of it somewhere because it's a beautiful room, and it obviously changed from film to film. And then every now and then I'd walk in and like one of my little like maquettes would be on the table in the center and stuff, and it was like a little proud moment and stuff. But yeah, the reference from all over, the cultural, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
A lot is the answer to your question.
Yeah, you said you scanned. What did you use for scanning? Did you use photogrammetry? Did you use a white scanner and then bring that in?
So a lot of what we did was based off body scans, and that was all photogrammetry scanned. Again, that was done by external companies. Internally, I built myself a photogrammetry scanner, which was medium successful. We also had a Faro arm, which was quite good. The Faro arm it's like a laser on an arm.
Yeah.
And you kind of wipe the model in front of you, but the one we had was fairly basic. I've got some examples of what that scanned if you'd like to see.
Oh
Yeah, of course. Nice one. Well done.
Great.
Leading the witness, Paul gave it. Well done.
Guys, I've done this before.
You know what I mean?
A couple times.
It's not our first rodeo here, partner.
But it's
I had,
so cool to see all the different technologies that gets used all the time and then brought into ZBrush for finalization.
Yeah, but
Joy.
I think also the good point is, like, you know, you're trying to build stuff from scratch a lot of times, and there's, as you can see, even in productions, they're not building every single thing from scratch necessarily. You might as well go to the well of real life, do a scan, bring it in, and manipulate that inside of ZBrush.
Yeah, there's tremendous poignancy in that. There's stuff out there that's waiting to be sort of absorbed and brought into the digital space, you know? Go ahead and let's see
So
it.
go ahead.
Yeah.
What do you get?
So this was only a little sketch. This was a little model that Glyn, the guy I mentioned before, made of his first go in, and he just made it in plasticine. I think he even made it at home, of Kylo Ren. And so this was the first inception of Kylo Ren, which was him with a little bit of plasticine.
Really?
Well, hang on a second. Wait a minute. Are you saying this is the first iteration of that? Will you give us a zoom, would you, Governor? Look at this
There
guy.
he is.
Right. So this is the first inception of the Kylo Ren.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what
Which
we're
is-
hearing right now? This is not for the record. This is the first. Wow.
Wow.
That's
Bookmark this moment.
Yeah,
Great.
let's get a timestamp on
Let's
this.
get a timestamp on this one.
Timestamp that one off camera with our crew.
11:42.
Yeah.
That is
Not your time. Not your watch time. Street time.
Remember that time they did that?
Who invited Ian?
Was that made that fourth thing? Remember we did
Wow,
that?
that's awesome. Thanks for
Hold
sharing
on,
that.
Sam.
That's
Like,
incredible.
I just want to say that seeing this in this case is a historical moment. Can you just zoom in a little bit for the people at home and the guy sitting here in the middle holding this box? That is something else. And that you took the original sort of plasticine sculpture, scanned it, and brought it
Yeah,
in.
it was about that big, and I mirrored it, and then obviously I sort of worked on top of it, and then we did the back and forth, and so this I wanted to. There's a little. Let's do that. So this was my first prototype of Kylo Ren, and so I was working with Glyn, and he'd done orthographic drawings, or what I thought were orthographic drawings of a front and a side. And so I was overlaying my ZBrush model onto Glyn's drawings, and he was happy, I was happy. Everyone thought it was good, and it looked like Kylo Ren. Everyone was like thumbs up. And then it came to printing this prototype, and we printed it, and it arrived, and I looked at it and I was like, great, it looks like the model. And then I gave it to him, and he was like, what's wrong with it? I was like, what do you mean? What's wrong with it? He was like, it doesn't look right. And there was a bit back and forth, and I learned a really important thing at this moment, that Glyn draws everything with perspective. And I had sculpted it orthographically over his drawings.
Okay.
And so when it arrived in person, it didn't look like what he expected. And there was a little bit of back and forth. And from that moment, whenever I show anything to a designer now, I show it with perspective on, and it makes a big, big difference. And that was a little learning curve, because this is the final one where the front bit actually changed. That ended up getting cut down in the workshop.
Right.
But this is the difference with perspective mode on between the two helmets, because this is what he expected, but this is what he got, and it was just a little. That was just a little sort of thing that everybody learned in the department, that make sure you show him stuff with perspective on, because otherwise it doesn't look right. And
what's your focal? What's the focal setting on that for you in that case? A lot of people would probably that'd be their next question.
So actually, if it's just a helmet sculpt, and if it's I initialize, this won't be initialized in the way that I usually do it, but what I usually do is import a 100mm cube to initialize ZBrush, and that sets the units to millimeters. it sets the export scale to 50, and with that scale, I usually do 85 for a helmet, which seems quite high, but it's just about it's sort of what you would use for a portrait with a photography on a helmet, just the helmet in the scene.
That looks great. Yeah, what do you got in the chat there? Anybody?
Yeah.
No, they're all super excited about it. They feel the pain of not turning on perspective, and then a couple of people are saying 85 focal length, which as somebody
Is that what you were doing? You were throwing up signs.
85. Well, because I was leaning towards my photography knowledge, and 85 is a good portrait lens, which I always use when I'm doing perspective as well. It looks pretty realistic. So
Paul Gabriel's nodding back and forth. He's got a number. He's whispering.
There's so many things we're learning here already in the first 20 minutes.
What have you got to say?
Wait, there is a question
in
coming in for Sam.
Come on, let's have it.
Okay, how many hours do you spend on personal growth with ZBrush?
Not enough.
Are you doing your own personal work after the jobs? Or are you like, okay, I'm done. I need a break. I'm gonna get away.
Again, not enough. One of the reasons I've got this backdrop is we're renovating our house. So at the moment, I do very, very little personal growth. Yeah. But at the time on ZBrush, I was staying late every night in order because I was worried about my level of competence. I was staying after work and carrying on just to keep my hand in and try and get my hours up. But I would, if we weren't renovating the house, I do have a few little personal projects stuff. The sort of coronavirus pandemic time was great for me staying at home because I had loads of time to really practice different stuff. I usually try and do is incorporate one new technique per job. And so like the last job I did, I really got into Substance Painter and applying my ZBrush models into Substance Painter. Yeah. The time before that, I was sort of looking at doing, it was actually Rhinoceros I was doing, and sort of the transition between the two. So I sort of try and make an excuse to incorporate it into the job now. But yeah, back in the day on episode 7, I would say I maybe did about an hour or two a night, just keeping stuff when I was really fresh, because that learning curve, you really want to keep it going at the beginning. It's that's that real ramp up. Like I'd say, because I've sort of been doing it 10 years now, I've sort of it's every now and then you get I'll watch a live stream and like Michael Pavlovich will do a little thing. I'll be like, ooh, I can use that in the next one, and you sort of get these much smaller, really good snippets of information that can really improve the workflow of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
There is something coming through. I think we're going to do some tips and tricks. I got to call this one out. Reckless America was saying, almost as painful as sculpting, forgetting to turn off symmetry when you want it off. There's actually a way.
Oh man,
there's a way you could get around this if you forgot.
You're deep diving into tips and tricks already.
I'm going to muster this one up for you. I'm going to show you maybe a way you can get around. No, we're with Sam. When we're done with Sam, I'll show that. But
no, I want to know now.
All right, well,
all right, you opened it up.
Stick around.
Yeah.
Another question did come. I think that'd be a good one because people. There's a lot of people watching Sam that aren't in production. They're trying to get where you're at, right?
Yeah.
How much time do you get in production to concept one asset like this inside of ZBrush?
It's usually not enough time. I've got quite quick at it now. Like when I can open up some of the later models and think like, as I worked on Star Wars, you guys released more and more tools into ZBrush, which made it easier and easier to do stuff. So Kylo Ren here probably took me, I would say, over a week, maybe 2 weeks. But then if I open, my mouse is messed up. If I open this guy, I would say this took me maybe 3 days, which is this guy. And
wow.
you sort of get little tips and tricks. And also a lot of it is dependent on, as I'm working, I'm making things in a way that sets up ability to make changes. So one of the things that I did with this guy is all these little bits here, you can move them all around. So it really changes the look of things, and it's all set up so that I can quickly make changes if they want to see what it looks like to do something else Like
Right.
it's all made of little components. So spending a little bit of time early on and maybe anticipating what changes production might want to make saves you a lot of time later on when they want to see those changes. So this was probably 2 or 3 days, but it could have easily been 2 or 3 weeks if there'd been lots of changes back and forth kind of thing. But it worked. It's handy to the old workflow of doing a quick Dynamesh and then working from that. As you know, it depends. It also depends who you're working with, because some designers that you can show them a grey model like this and they'll know exactly what they're looking at. Another designer will come in and be like, "Are we getting a grey helmet here? What am I looking at?" And so you sort of need to tailor what you're doing, and when you show a model to someone based on like who they are.
Yeah.
Because like it's great to show someone a Dynamesh model really early on, because you could potentially save yourself 3 or 4 days worth of doing something that they don't want. But you can also set yourself back by showing someone a grey model because they don't quite understand what they're looking at, because it's not, ZBrush isn't a world that they exist in. So so that's why sometimes it's easier to finish something and in my case bung it into Keyshot and do a quick render and show them a quick render, and that actually saves you time because you're getting to a more finished article and they know what they're looking at. So
Yeah, you've got two. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if that answered the question.
I think it does, actually. I was going to say that perfect timing, because it was two teachable moments there. One is that you work in a modular based way, so that there's global changes that can be made, macro changes that can be made in a very easy and expedient fashion. And then the second part is that it kind of depends on who the observer is when it comes to the lead on the production,
Yeah.
right? So
100%.
depending on the audience in that case. Yeah, good stuff.
Have you incorporated Sculptors Pro at all in your workflow since you're really early phase designing?
A lot, especially with scan data. Scan data, it revolutionized working with scan data. It was really useful for that. It's also really, really good for if you've finished something and you've made an STL of it and you've exported it and it's all good, and then they want to make one small change, you can just go back into that file and just quickly change it and add more detail or make a big change and then pop it back. And like the way that it doesn't disrupt the rest of the model. And you guys made it so that you could you could hide part of the model and work on Sculptors Pro on just a tiny little bit. That was brilliant. That really, really saved so much time, because it meant you didn't have to go back and apply all your booleans and all the rest of it. Sculptors Pro is really, I think it's underrated how good it is for working on production stuff.
You know that's a great point. You know what's also underrated is Paul Gabriel's Jedi mind trick that he just pulled. He pulled that question right. I literally was going to ask him that. You're like in the Vader lounge. I don't know how you did that. I was like,
in the Vader lounge. I'm just saying.
Okay. So speaking of being on the hot seat or under the lights, what's the name of the person on the chat there?
For the question, it's
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna butcher it.
Okay, what is it? Let me see.
Really sorry. So we'll just have you go.
Who is it here?
There we go.
Rhiannon Sullivan wants to know. Rhiannon, like the song by Fleetwood Mac, wants to know. Man, I just put Fleetwood Mac out there.
There we go.
Rhiannon Sullivan.
With Louis Tucci.
I'm a musicologist. Rhiannon Sullivan wants to know, from out in the galaxy far away, what is the toughest or hardest project that you've worked on thus far? Thanks, Rhiannon.
Ooh, that's a good question. I haven't.
Your life has been made so easy by ZBrush that there is no difficulty anymore, is what you're really looking to say.
I reckon it would be the Stormtrooper for episode 7, because it was it was my first job, and so I think that was the most difficult thing to do, because it was my first job. It was the hardest thing to do, and it was the thing that didn't have a lot of the tools that I now use and rely on. Like I can open up my old model of that and look at it, and I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I did it using old ZBrush. Didn't even have ZRemesher. I think it was back when there was QRemesh. So I think it was this, and like it's not a brilliant model, but it was enough to sort of stumble through and get to the CAD guys. And but if you zoom in, you can kind of see that the detail is there that exists in my later models. And so I'd say this was the hardest job.
This is the hardest one.
Can
we zoom in on the helmet?
I think this is probably also too, because this is like a stormtrooper is recognizable, right?
Right,
You know,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
reimagining the stormtrooper, but it's a recognizable thing too. I think that adds another complexity.
This is an extremely important point. If you're out there watching or listening, doing something that is, you know, as established as some of this stuff, there's not to mention the fanfare and the love affair that people have with these things. So there's that pressure as well. But it is, you know, really a tough departure to reinvent something. It's almost like a cover song.
Yeah. So I have a question that we're late. I think we're late to this.
This is your question.
Yeah. Which ZBrush brushes do you use the most?
Move.
Move. Say it one more time. We should soundbite it out. Can you say it one more time?
And standard.
Do you use Move Infinite at all?
No, Move Topological. I've got on a hotkey here. Move Infinite. Is that infinite depth?
Yes.
Yeah, infinite depth. So no matter the camera plane or a certain axis, it'll move all of it in one nice unit for you.
Yeah.
Occasionally, I'll crack out old Move Infinite, but usually it's Move. Move Elastic sometimes gets a little crack out as well. I like all the moves.
Cool.
Okay.
Smooth is good. I reckon actually ZModeler is my favorite brush. Does that count as a brush?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's fair. We can debate that all month.
I'm a massive fan of ZModeler. Don't worry about it. I'm in.
Yep.
So you're using ZModeler then for a lot of these projects. Then is what you're saying. Someone's asking about giving some hard surface tips inside of ZBrush. So ZModeler would be it for you. Like go learn that brush and understand.
Go learn that and learn how to properly use dynamic subdivisions. If I go back to this guy, like this guy is all dynamic subd. Like this is what the geometry of that actually is, which looks like trash. But you put dynamic subd on. Oh, 1 second. Put dynamic subd on, and looks like that.
Yeah, it makes a difference. I
have a very, very basic understanding of NURBS modeling, and one thing that's really useful is being able to give NURBS modelers a low subdivision version of your ZBrush model, because they can use this, which again looks like trash. They can use that to then develop NURBS from in the same, because it's Catmull Clark, the way that it does the mesh divide. They can use that, and then they can do all the clever things that they need to do in mold making software and all the rest of it. Maybe Hasbro will talk about that later on, but it's really good to have a good basic knowledge of dynamic subdivision, and then ZModeler on top of that. They sort of go, they go hand in hand. I think you added ZModeler after dynamic subd, but I was quite hostile to dynamic subd when it first got introduced. I couldn't see the point in it, and then all of a sudden, like the penny dropped, and it was really, really good, really, really, really good.
Yeah, I'd recommend for those that want to get into that brush, doing a small project. We got a couple of videos on our YouTube. We did a coffee maker. We did the helmet. We did a medieval helmet.
Yeah, did a tank.
We did a tank.
Yeah.
We did headphones.
Yeah,
like all of those, I think, are great places to start. They're simple, basic, and they're beginning to end projects.
Yep. We're also later today. I'm going to be doing a small how to create a sonic imploder from Battlefront. A little prop. It's not too complicated. So for everyone who's been asking about how to get started in ZModeler, it's going to be after Hasbro. So I'll walk you through that. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Chock full of tips and tricks today with these guys, and myself included. Don't you dare touch that dial. There's one thing that you were saying though, for molding and casting. You were talking about that earlier, and we'll come back to that, to the 3D printing outsourcing. Tell us more about the sort of SLA process and the molding and vacuum casting of these things.
Yeah, I mean that's a big old topic. I mean, what would you like to know particularly? Obviously, you've got to work out draw angles and stuff. Work with the mold makers themselves, and I'm always very keen to bring the people that are gonna, because I come from the bench. I come from making things practically. I'm very, very keen to bring the people who are actually going to be dealing with this stuff in reality over to my computer and show them what I'm working on and say, what do you think of this? And chances are they'll say, I think it's great, but you're going to need to do that to make it possible to make. And so I would always bring the mold makers especially in and show them what I was doing. And we sort of have a few very, very basic rules, which is like, 2.5 millimeters is the minimum thickness that you can go. Anything thinner, and chances are the two edges of the mold will touch together and not work. The guys in the mold shop would cast the components in clear silicon and cut it out, and it would often be a multiple part mold, and then they put it in a vacuum casting machine, and it's a urethane rubber that they cast it in. That takes paint quite well, etc. It's durable, it's flexible. I think you'd be surprised if you held a Stormtrooper helmet from the production how flexible it was. Like they're not very rigid because they do stunts and stuff with them as well. And the stunt helmets were the same as the production helmets. There wasn't a difference between the two.
Wow.
That's cool. I never would have known that.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff. You can literally, like Iron Man, so you could poke a hole through them pretty much with your finger.
Yeah, it's lightweight.
It just goes also to the process, the painters and what they're doing too.
Yeah,
it's just incredible for the product as well that's being used on the set on an actor.
that interaction, because you come from that traditional kind of space with that. What advice would you give to people watching at home about that? Where can they, where should they hone that craft of learning more about that?
I think if you're interested in using ZBrush in the way I do for production and for practical stuff, then as much practice you can get yourself of just making things, even if you make a mess and don't do a good job of it, knowing how things stick together, knowing what kind of interference fit you need between parts, what kind of clearances you need. You learn all this stuff from making mistakes. So as much practical experience you can get in a garage or just in a little corner of your house is my advice. Really, it's just I feel like having a knowledge of how things work practically really helps me to apply that practical thing to the design aspect of what I do with the designers. And it means that there's a lot fewer surprises later down the line where suddenly a compromise has to be made because of time constraints, because it's like, oh crap, we've done all this stuff and now it doesn't work because of this. If you can head that off at the pass and ZBrush a month before it's on set rather than a day before it's on set, suddenly everyone's a lot happier because the thing that on set is the thing that they looked at on the screen to start off with. Was that the question?
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And we're, going back all that way, what got you started in that?
I did a degree. Funnily enough, I did a degree in it. I did a degree in it was theatre design, and so before I worked in the film industry, I worked in sort of entertainment, doing big live events. Did things like opening ceremonies and stuff like that. Mostly sculptural stuff. I wasn't particularly good at like the fabrication side of it. It was more the decoration and it was, what do they call it? Interpretation, I think they called it, but sort of the dressing. I worked in theme parks as well, that kind of thing. And then, so I'm not, my background isn't in the film industry. I sort of started in the film industry about 11, 12 years ago. And then 2 years after that, I started doing ZBrush, and I sort of, with ZBrush, I've sort of carved this niche of I've called myself a concept model maker, and I've sort of, the ZBrush came first, and then I've sort of done visualization stuff to follow it up with Keyshot and all the rest of it. Again, as you guys added functionality to stuff, I sort of just popped it in there and learned it on the job. It's a good way to
That's great.
Pop it in.
Yeah. This is my favorite part of my job, is like asking these questions of people and finding out that they come from all these diverse backgrounds.
Yeah, it's really cool to experience the journey. And actually that leads into a question that we have here in the chat, which is there any advice you can give to somebody who actually wants to try to work on Star Wars IP? Should they just fill their portfolio full of Star Wars stuff, or is there something like that they should do in order to like maybe get a little bit of attention and maybe get an interview working for this IP?
I mean, definitely do Star Wars stuff. Definitely. If that's what interests you and that's what you want to do, the thing that you want to do in order to practice your portfolio is do the thing that you love. So if you love Star Wars, do Star Wars. I think you want to practice different disciplines. You want to maybe do some hard surface stuff and also do more sculpting. But also, if you're not a particularly good sculptor, but you are a good hard surface modeler, concentrate on hard surface modeling. The last thing you want to do is fill your portfolio with a load of stuff that you're not particularly confident or good at doing, and then get a job doing it because that's what you think you should have been concentrating on, when in the background you wanted to have been doing hard surface stuff. So yeah, I mean, do lots of Star Wars stuff, show show people. And I think I know at least 2 people through Instagram who I've sort of chatted to through, they just ask me questions and I get chatting to them. And I think one of them works for Lucasfilm. I think he got a job, and another guy is working at Weta. And so, like, talk to people, man. It's you got to play the algorithms. You got to play the game. But there are people like me that are just sitting around on Instagram. Just message us, send us your portfolio, and we'll have a look at it. And it's just like we're always.
What a guy!
We're always looking for people that can. We're always looking for people that can use ZBrush and make things with their hands. Like it's.
What's your Instagram account? It's already happening.
It's already Sam, I don't know if you know this, but there's tons of people. When I think tons, I mean tons of people are watching this.
Open up the sign up
around the world. Yeah, you've opened up a pit of questions.
No, but
manage that fan mail.
No, you've got to put yourself out there. Like, no one's going to come and find you if you don't raise that flag above the parapet. Like, no, if you just sit there making loads of beautiful stuff, but you never send your portfolio out and you don't play the algorithms. I mean, I don't play the algorithms on the internet, but I did get out there and show people my portfolio back when that was the thing you had to do, and you have to. You can't just sit there and expect people to come to you. You have to bother people and show people stuff, and then you have to do it. If you get one knockback as well, you've got to take that on the chin, get back up and keep sending them out, keep sending the same people the same stuff as well.
Well said.
The only reason I got the job was because I emailed the right guy on the right day. That was it.
Yeah. Spoken like a true prize fighter. He says, take it on the chin and keep going.
I was going to say, that's something that I've even all of us, I'm sure we can relate with it here, but that's something I hear all the time from top level industry professionals, is that they've been told no more times than they've been told yes.
Course, yeah.
It's just getting that one yes to show up, and if you just are persistent and you're passionate about it, I always feel like those are good things. So
keep going.
Keep going for it. Yeah.
2 things I want to make sure that we get a hold. Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
No, I was just agreeing and ask questions. My thing is if you get a job and it's a junior position, and you're sitting at your desk and you've got your tablet in front of you and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing here and I don't know how to do this. Ask the guy next to you and they'll help you. Like, just ask people, ask questions, show interest in stuff. You don't have to be gregarious, but you can show interest and enthusiasm to things, and it makes a big difference.
That's
makes
a
a big
point.
difference.
I have a point of contention, actually. Speaking our voice, I just noticed that on the tag underneath our mine and Ian's feed, it says Rebel Alliance. I certainly did not sign up for any kind of Rebel Alliance. I think perhaps I was more aligned with an empire.
Yeah,
we were. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that alone for now, to be taken up later on.
We're spies.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think I'm aligned with the dark arts and the Sith. For those watching at home, I mean, I certainly don't look like I.
You want to join me in the Vader Lounge?
I absolutely belong under the helmet with my own red sword.
Yeah.
So that being said, though, you earlier were showing the interior guts of the helmet, and you had mentioned the live Boolean. I don't want to like walk away from that too quickly, because I know a lot of people are maybe not so familiar. Can you share some of the procedures or processes in that, and that interior stuff is like, what have you got a scan of the actor, for instance, in the case of like Kylo Ren? Did you get a scan of his head and then you work around that to make sure it's going to fit properly, or how does that go?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the that's sort of the especially if it's a hero prop. But by hero is like for a main actor. Chances are you get a scan of them, and then you can then use that scan to develop on top of, and you know that it's going to fit. For more generic costumes, you use a sort of stuntman or whatever, and we've got a base size that we tend to build stuff off. But yeah, you start off with a body scan, especially if it's a full full costume.
Okay. No, that's amazing, Sam. I would have been remiss if not to ask you that. I want to say we have been now converted. We've gone over to the dark arts. Ian and I are finally on the Galactic Empire side of things. Long live the takeover.
Perfect.
I got the punches for all day long. I'll throw the shots. Sam, on behalf of myself, Paul Gabriel, Ian Robinson, and the entire ZBrush community, I want to thank you for spending the time with us. I know it's getting late for you in London. We'll be heading your way shortly, but I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you so much to everyone watching around the world. Yeah, Ian, Paul, wave at the people. We're gonna go into our next segment, and yeah,
We're gonna do some giveaways.
some giveays.
Some
Exactly.
giveaways.
So over
the
to Paul
tip
Gabriel's
and
gonna
trick.
give
I
us-
gotta show the forgot symmetry thing. Trick.
So sit tight, Sam. But Sam's not leaving because he wants to know too.
Okay.
So again, I just want to say thank you so much. We've run out of time. You're so gracious with the time, so gracious with your
Pleasure.
secrets
Thank you so much.
and the sauce that makes the magic happen. So thank you.
Yes, thank
And
you.
over to Paul Gabriel in the Vader Lounge for a tip and trick, and also for some giveaways.
Yeah,
Thank you,
we're gonna do a couple giveaways.
Some things
first.
away to the people.
So- Back.
Back again.
We're back again.
We're back.
All right. So, like we said, after the segment, we're going to be bringing Hasbro on next. But before we do, we're going to do a couple giveaways for you all. As we said, we got some giveaways for you. And then we'll do a couple tips and tricks for you, myself and Ian today. Specifically, the one came up in the chat. So I want to share that, a technique that you could use to get around. You forgot to turn symmetry off. You'll get that asymmetry back. But we'll start with a prize.
Just before you
first.
give something away, I want to
Yes,
say thank
talk
you.
to me,
I want to
Goose.
say thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to everybody who supports these types of endeavors for us. I'm so over the moon that this Hasbro stuff is here in the flesh. It's a lifetime fanfare and love affair with their brands, specifically the G.I. Joe stuff for me. But I have to give my tip of the hat to the Star Wars stuff. If you could just zoom in on some of this stuff at some point, we're going to get some product shots of these things. And it's just really the level of detail, LOD, as they say, is coming to new places and new heights. And I think it has a lot to do with ZBrush, if I can say that without sounding like a salesman. Go ahead, Paul Gabriel. Keep giving away. Thanks again to Hasbro and everybody else for giving us stuff to give away.
Yep. Thanks. Yeah, I'm excited for this as a large child, as I call myself.
Yes.
I like to play with toys. I don't know why, but hey, it's one of the excuses of having a kid too. It's just great. Perfect.
But also, too,
Yeah.
yesterday, you guys are over 6 feet tall. Both of you on the floor playing with some small action figures. It was literally, I
Oh,
hope somebody got
fun.
some B-roll footage of it. It was like Christmas in May. They were
100%.
reverted back to like 9-year-old versions of themselves. It was a beautiful thing to see.
Oh
Probably.
yeah.
And brought the family together. What is that sound? It was like,
We got a little
Lightsaber.
lightsaber that's clicking
Lightsaber.
off
what's
over
going
there.
on?
All
Yeah.
right, so we've got, this is a $40 USD merch voucher for you. So we have a merch store where you'll be able to get credit here as a voucher to go and purchase what you might want to have, whether it be, as you can see, some of the items, a hoodie, a t-shirt, or a mug. So I have pulled a winner for this. So I'm going to put it in the chat so you can see who the winner is. And our lucky winner is Donna Sheng.
All right.
Donna
Congratulations.
Donna Sheng.
Perfect. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations,
Awesome.
Donna.
Oh, Donna.
Congratulations, Donna. You
Classic
are a
duo.
winner of a voucher for our merch store. So I'm going
Get
to.
that beanie.
You're going to what now?
Get that beanie.
Get that beanie. According to Ian, a beanie must be done.
That's what he's pushing for this thing.
you have
Okay,
to-
if
you-
people
you-
do, if
you have
they-
to do a beanie.
you don't have to do a
Can we
beanie,
get
but
an
if
oversized?
you do, tag Iris Sculpt because I would love to see.
Okay, but
you
hold
with
on.
a
Can
beanie.
we, if he's going to get a beanie, can I get an oversized? Look at the amount of hair I got. I mean, that thing would never
We'll get you
need
one.
a big one.
You want a beanie too?
I want a big one like
You want a big beanie? Okay.
What's that guy's name again? That perform. Anyway, carry on.
Okay.
Digressing here by the minute.
So I'm just running. We're going to give away another one of those vouchers. So let me put my screen. back
Jamiroquai.
up. There you go.
That's
Another
the
one of the
guy's name.
vouchers. And I've just got a lot of screens open. So give me a minute. I got to get to the right
Paul
screen.
Gabriel,
over here.
Jamiroquai.
There you go. So our other winner is Tara Bashel.
Congratulations.
If I'm saying that correct, Tara.
Awesome.
So there you go. These are two of the giveaways we're going to give during this segment, but we do have more coming, so don't worry. There's a lot more coming down the road here, but I definitely want to take a moment to talk about that tip. So let me get my ZBrush up in here. We're going to get that. I'll put my screen back up.
Did we
so you
charge
guys
admission for this type of
can
thing? I mean,
see-
today we're giving
No,
away stuff.
no,
for
this is
free.
100% free.
Absolutely
This is the
not.
beauty part about the training and knowledge that happens here is that we are here to showcase and help people use the software every single day. They've paid for the software. They want to use the software. How do they go about doing it? So they show up in my stream, show up in Paul's stream, all the videos
Sounds
we
like
do.
a love letter to the people.
We want to make sure that people can just come in and start using the software. And I personally have a mission where I can get a lot of people using this in 5 minutes. So I'm just saying.
Okay.
Whoa.
I'm
Whoa.
taking people off the sidewalk.
Sounds
today.
like
I've
he's
been taking people
he's
off the
putting-
sidewalk,
He's
transform their
putting a
lives.
challenge out
Challenge.
there.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Challenge.
I think after today, a lot of people who might not have jumped into ZBrush or is using it for the first time or have been struggling might get some
I
clarity
hope
from
so.
these tips and tricks today.
I hope
So,
so. We hope that through this brand fusion experience, Paul
Okay,
Gabriel.
so
take
this
away
is
tip.
this is Reckless American, if I remember their name correct, which is an interesting name. this is, you asked about, hey, I forgot to turn symmetry off. As you can see here, I've been sculpting on this model. We've got symmetry on, and now you want to get some of that asymmetry back. Here is a technique that you could use for yourself. So you're going to use the undo history, actually. So I forgot, as you can see, to turn off my symmetry. So your undo is right up here. I can just start cycling back either through here. Obviously, I can also just keep using my undos. And your goal would be you want to move backwards to a point where before you started sculpting this with the symmetry, or any state where you want to get your model back to where it was. So I'm just going to move backwards. I'm going to go all the way. You know what? I'll go all the way back to when we pretty much had nothing on this. Let's go back one more. There you go. So then this is what I have. So what I'm going to do is hold down the control key. I'm going to tap on that marker. So you can see right up here, I'll even throw on my magnify. Or I have to do this hand every time because the force. Okay. So this is now, see, there's an orange because that's the undo we're at. When I held control and clicked, it's got a little white square in there. It's a gray square, actually. And so now what I would do is I come back again to my sculpt. So I would be moving forward back to where I was. So again, you can go to any one of these states. I'll go all the way back where we were. And now all I need to do is select a different brush. We were talking a lot about brushes in the stream with Sam. So I'm going to turn off symmetry. So I don't have symmetry on anymore at all. I'm going to go into my brush pad by hitting the B. Then I'm going to hit the H. Okay. And I'm looking for history recall is what I'm looking for. And so now if you grab this brush, you can pretty much use this as an eraser. As you can see, I can completely get rid of one whole side if I want to. So this is what I would do, because if you forgot to make a morph target as well, no big deal now. You're just going to use your undo history.
Okay, hold on a second.
To get this all back to where you wanted it.
Somebody's sitting at home seeing this for the first time. Let's not overcomplicate it. In the beginning, what you did is, it seems like we could say that you've created a point of reference by holding control and clicking on that first space.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah,
then
I'm holding controls. You can see here again, if I magnify this, you can see right there that point is now ZBrush is remembering what the model looks like on that undo history point. And then I'm all the way back sculpting again here, and that brush is just going and calling back that point. Mind you, you can also use this with subtools. So I could have a completely different selected subtool, make a control mark on undo on that subtool, go to a whole nother subtool, and even use this brush for that. You can also get paint, you can get sculpt. It's actually extremely powerful. It's unlimited morph targets in essence. You're just using it. Ian really wants to go.
You actually just answered a question. I wanted to call out the question, which is, what if your history is like, you got 5,000 undo histories? You just answered that by duplicating that tool and using that tool to spot your history. So that could be your temporary way of going about doing that. Sorry. Just wanted to clarify.
I see the smile. I'm with you. I want to play games with the time. I don't want to not let you come into this. Okay.
Playing games with the time slider. I like that.
Yeah. So this also is used in multiple things inside of ZBrush. There's a lot of ways we've been using this. It's used with curves. It's used with adjust last. We've got masking options. We've got polygon. I would strongly recommend watching some videos that we have up on that and seeing that. It depends on where we're at the end of all of our guests being here. Maybe Ian and I will just go on Captain Tangents and maybe share some more things with you. Yeah, well,
maybe.
We are in the world of Star Wars, so I wanted to do at least one Star Wars thing for this little tip and trick. This little guy, it's great, right? In the chat, name them. Go 1, 2, 3. What's this called? Because sometimes people, he's kind of just out. Well, he's actually way down here. He's not out. He's way down here.
Little guy.
So one thing I want to share about this guy that I found extremely useful, because he's got a repetitive chips happening all on the side of him. Right. So I want to make this simple for me.
Grim Reaper called it Mouse Droid.
That's what it's called.
Boom.
Mouse Droid.
First one
there
done.
We go.
On the dark side.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, or it's not dog. You're thinking of a different movie.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking
Spaceballs.
I'm thinking he's going with Up, Doug the dog. That's what I think Carter's going for.
Carter off camera from Hasbro. Here we go.
Okay, so if we go back to the original, you guys get images of the original one. The chips on the side, there's some missing, there's some not there. So I want to show kind of what I did when I made this and wanted to get like literally I went a little crazy. opened the book and literally counted the chips, what we're missing, what we're
You
not
have
missing.
you have the blueprint book. for
Yeah,
this stuff.
100%. It's like a
let's be serious.
go-to.
He's
Number
not
one, if you're a Star Wars fan, and number two, you like hard surface,
compulsive.
the Star Wars blueprint book is a must.
Yeah.
100%. And the price of that book fluctuates crazy. I just looked at it last week or 2 weeks ago. It was $300.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh well, you're not kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. Like, you know what I bought it for?
$50.
There you go.
Whoa.
Bought it for $50.
This is-
Like, that's what I'm saying, how much that book fluctuates in price. I don't get it,
You hate to
but
be
I
on
got
the
one. And
you hate to be on the up of that
by
one.
the way, I have two.
Oh.
I took advantage of the $50 one. I'm like, I'm buying another one because I want to put one in the house and one in my office and really make my wife just smile and say, seriously, can you get rid of this stuff
The
already?
man spends his time in the bloopers. Okay, carry on
Okay,
here with our
carrying
friends
on.
Doug.
Okay. The cape's flowing. Tangents happening over here. Okay, so here's all I did is, first of all, I wanted to make the chip. Okay, there it is. Gorgeous. Okay, we're looking at the wrong side. Okay, so here's the chip that I made. All right. And what I wanted to do
You have
is
perspective on
give
as well.
some polygroup. I'm sorry, you want perspective
No,
on or off?
Off.
Off. On.
Let's get that
on,
orthographic.
on.
Let's
Okay.
get that orthographic.
One.
Yeah, I'd like it off.
Guys, and for those of you who don't work in the industry, this is what an art director does. Okay, so you can really get the complete vibe
Living
of
up
what
to
an
my
art
title. Here we
director
are.
or director does
Yeah.
to you, because this is it. That just happened.
And
live.
also, don't forget, Paul, we're going to need a little more kick-ass on this one.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And here we go. Buckling up. All right. So I've made two polygroups of the outside part and the inside part. This is all done with ZModeler, going back to the days of ZModeler. I'm using dynamic subdiv to take a look at this. And so what I want to do is I want to turn this into its own brush, is what I want to do. So as you can see, if we look, I've actually got this on an angle. Okay. And I want to pick this up now from ZBrush. But the problem is I want to look straight on the chip. And that chip right now is sitting kind of on an angle like this. So I'm going to use something new that's inside of ZBrush 2023 that we added. You can also do this with the ZModeler brush if you want to as well, but I'm going to use the gizmo. So all I'm going to do is hold the Alt key and click on a point that's right on the surface. And because now that gizmo, as you can see, is aligned with that chip, I'm now going to say, all right, well, what I want to do now is hold the Shift key and click on the blue arrow, because that's the one it's looking at. And you can see, you can't see that blue arrow. It's because now we are looking straight down that arrow, which means I'm looking straight at this chip. So I am looking at that exact point that I want.
Down the barrel of the blaster.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I was looking for, I wanted to say it, but I like where you went.
We were,
Lots of force rolling around in this room. Okay. So I'm going to hit the B key. Okay.
where's Greedo? Who shot first?
Wait, let me make sure, I want to make sure I'm not covering thing. There we go. There we go. I'm just looking to make sure I'm not covering. So you have a button here, create insert mesh brush, or you can go up to the brush palette, and in create, there is a create insert mesh brush. So it doesn't matter where you're going to pull this from. You can pull it from wherever you want. I'm going to click on this. It's going to say, hey. Do you want to use this with the brush you have selected? That's for you. Or do I want to make a new brush? So I'm going to say make a new brush. Yay! What did I do exactly is I've now made this its own brush. I'm going to go one more process with this for me, because what I did is this. I made a simple plate, in essence, just a plane that has just simple polygons. This is thin. There's no thickness to this. And this plate was made off of the body of the mouse droid that I already made, okay? And then I'm going to tell ZBrush, we don't need live boolean on anymore. I'm going to tell ZBrush, let's turn this insert mesh brush. Let me make sure I'm not blocking things, okay? We're going to turn it into a nano. Okay. So we're going to click create nano. And now what this has actually done is created a new ZModeler brush. So I've created a new ZModeler brush. As you can see in the top left, it's saying ZModeler. I'm hovering over a face. I'm going to hold the space bar. You can see create nano mesh is what's highlighted. And I'm going to say all polygons now. So I want every single polygon in this particular plane to get one of these meshes. So then all I got to do is just click and drag. Oh, beauty, beauty. There they are. And there, and cool, look at that. I got both sides. And it's all polygroup driven as well, I'd like to add. So for example, if I decide to, you know, switch to things, and if I say, okay, let's get rid of a polygroup, you can see I can actually get rid of parts because the yellow, we want to call that yellow today.
Sure.
Mustard.
Thank you. I think that's a better one for me. Thanks, Louie.
Yep.
So here's the beautiful part. I've just changed the polygroup, but I'm like, you know what? I changed my mind. Let's bring them all back. So having nanos, they're attached to this particular polygroup right now. So I can actually use this one yellowish mustard polygroup and use it anywhere else I want. And the other thing that I really like about the nano is I'm going to come over to the nano menu. And now, even though the fact I've already drawn it out, I can edit it. I can change sizes. I can say, make it a size of 1. Beautiful. I can make it fit. I can make it fill. There's so many things we can do here. I can change the rotations, do different things. It's all, I can change all this on the fly. So this is all I did. I just did this, found the size of the chip that I want and said, there you go. And then they're all equally spaced. They're all there. And then remember, I was showing you the polygroups of the chip. I'm going to come down here into my inventory and I'm going to say 1 to mesh. And when I click this, that's going to convert. So now if we look, I've got the plane and those chips. So my next step was I got rid of the plane. I don't need that anymore. So we can delete that. So we're going to come down here to modify, delete hidden. And then now I want some of these chips to not be there because that's, if you go look at the original, they're missing the purple ones in essence. Okay. The purple ones are missing. So I'm going to click on the purple and I get all of these. I'm going to come down to our handy dandy auto polygroup. It's colorful. Yay.
It's a rainbow.
It's a rainbow. Okay. And then now all we have to do is say, which ones do you want and which ones do you not want? And just start clicking at them. And you can see as I click off, so that'll expose the other parts. And so my attentiveness of being, I'm going to be exact. I literally pulled up the image and undid the ones that aren't supposed to be there. Some, if I remember right, are even missing
As you
a couple
should.
of these, as I should. That was very Star Wars-like too, Louis. I like that. And then now all I got to do is delete hidden, and then that's it. So this is the kind of Star Wars tip I just wanted to share with you all, so you guys can get, you know, just a different idea. This is the mouse droid. I did not bring the final one with me because I wanted to first show you all these chips.
I think you nailed it, to be honest with you. You get
There you go.
3 swings of the lightsaber.
Whoa.
Ooh,
Thank you.
fancy, fancy.
Is it a rating 2, 3, or is this out of 10?
That's a 3.
Oh, okay, 3 out of 3.
It's a 3.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
It's good
That's
to
an
lead with
interesting
that.
thing. You went to 3, not a 5.
Well, because what you
Not
do
a
is go
10.
1, 2, 3, you know?
Okay.
All right, cool.
Only on camera,
Anywho's,
they can't see that.
Anywho's, so again, we're going to continually give you all tips and tricks as we go through the day here, but we want to get our next guests up and running. We're super excited. We've got the Hasbro team here. I know Ian's excited to play with some toys again.
Oh, man.
Louis excited to have some more
I
toys.
just want to touch the plastic.
I just don't think there's going to be any questions. It's just going to be them playing with toys, okay? So, and making pew pew sounds. So don't go anywhere. We're going to come back. We're going to have the Hasbro team with us, and we're going to talk to them about their Star Wars line. We'll see you in a minute.
All right.
Close to Carter.
All right. We're doing a little musical chairs at the moment right here, but we got to.
Here we go. Here we go. We're all here.
That looks
Well,
crispy.
we have in person. We've got Carter here, and joining us online, we've got Tom and Bailey. Thanks for being a part of our show and being with us.
Hello,
Hey, guys.
hello.
Yeah,
Great.
Happy May the
Oh,
4th.
sorry, the
Tom Rigo.
The Tom.
Rigo.
So they're going to be
Rigo.
sharing a lot of stuff with us today. You're going to be sharing what you guys have been doing with the newest lines of Star Wars. Apparently, Louis is never going to let the package go. It's become a part of him. I think it's coming with him to Germany when we leave.
Stuff.
It's really good stuff. I feel like you're just going to model this the entire time.
Do you remember when they shout Mando? Now I can say Rigo.
You're welcome, Tom. You're welcome for that.
Rigo.
If you want, he'll record it for you and send it your way.
Nice.
So I know we're going to also be showing some stuff inside of Star Wars. Bailey's going to be showing some stuff to us. Tom's also got a whole line of toys there next to him. He's actually in the main headquarters of Hasbro too. And like I said, we've got Carter here. The one thing I want to point out too, a lot of people always want to ask me, because I'm like, hey, you know, to do a lot of their toys. I'm like, well, where are they located? How do I get into toys? What advice would you give someone that's interested in the toys? I'm going to throw it the card, right?
Get into toys.
Yeah.
So number one, you have to have like a love for this. So even when I was early age, I would go to the toy stores. I would take the figure and I would flip it over the back of the package, like what company makes this. So I would actually figure out, all right, what company do I actually want to go and work for, and what kind of style of toys do I want to make? Do I want to make monsters? Do I want to make sci-fi stuff? Do I want to make like realistic stuff? Figure that out, and then go to the store, take a figure apart, figure out how that articulation works, and then implement that into like a design or a sculpture that you've done. Make that sucker move, and then like go.
Can I just say something about that? I probably told this story a million times, but it begs being told
He
again.
found something in his mom's attic. Hold on.
No. I actually, as a child, this is so poignant. As a child, and linked up with the Hasbro line, right? The GI Joe, the 3/4 inch. I thought Hong Kong was a person, and so it said Hong Kong on the leg, and I always wanted to know this Hong Kong person. So one day, I go and I say, Mom, I want to be Hong Kong. And she says, what Hong Kong is a place, boy. And so here we are. I'm with the original Hong Kong. I've come full circle.
Don't give up on that dream.
I'm not. That's my handle on the ZBrush Central forum, Mr. Kong, for that very reason.
I love it.
Yeah.
So what about Bailey? You're a new member of the Hasbro team. Not that new, but you've joined the team within the last 3 years, I believe. If I remember right.
A little bit. So like my journey was like a little bit like all over the place. I did start with like Hasbro back in 2019 as a temp, and then I freelanced for about like a year all throughout 2020. And then I was hired back on in 21 for a contract position, and then halfway through like that, I got brought on full time. So it was about halfway through 2021 that I got put on like the Star Wars team. So it's been great ever since. I assist like Tom with Star Wars Black series. So it's been a really great learning experience overall to kind of go through like that progression, and then to just be a part of like really cool events like this too. So yeah, it's awesome.
It's great to have, you know what, I said this when we were in our, now I feel special when we say we have meetings before the actual stream. I feel like when they do this on the actual real, like television shows, in our monthly meeting, we discuss this. So I've known Bailey since he was, I want to say 12.
You can age the guy.
I want to say, no, but.
We'll go with 12. It sounds more impressive.
12.
Open up a legal case here.
I want to make a point because Bailey is like we were just talking about with Sam. Get out there, get to know yourself, right? Bailey took his time to actually email me and said, "Hey, I'm learning ZBrush. I'm into ZBrush. What recommendations, what advice could you give me, and things like that." You got to be willing to do things like this. He's now working at Hasbro with Tom and Carter and everybody else. So hats off to you, Bailey.
What you're saying is Bailey,
Bailey,
put the hands together for Bailey for doing that. But really, Bailey went above and beyond and found Hong Kong.
So, Tom, let's go in here. Any advice you want to give the viewership about getting in the toy industry?
Oh, getting into the toy industry? I would say the same thing. Just you got to be persistent. And I mean, my story was kind of essentially, I've been sculpting since '92. And then
OG factor right there.
In wax.
So yeah, Carter and I started in wax back in the day, and then we did that for I don't know how many years it was since 92, 93. And then around 2008, 2009 is when we started transitioning to digital. And thankfully it was actually ZBrush, because I was looking at other software, but ZBrush was so accessible at the time. I was like, oh, all right, I got this now. And whereas some of the other stuff, you're trying to find help as far as learning this stuff, because it's a whole new skill set. You go from traditional wax and mold making and all of that stuff, and it's quite a departure. Although a lot of the principles are still applicable, going digital was an entirely different beast. But yeah, going back to the question, that's kind of how I did it too. As far as I was in the ceramics industry, and then I actually I'm born and raised here. I lived right down the street from Hasbro, and I was just like, I'm gonna put my portfolio together and see what I do. And then I called them up. Again, this is back before internet. Called them up, the main number, and they were like, "Oh, just send your portfolio, and you'll be, someone will look at it." And I was like, it's going to sit on someone's desk. That's never going to see the light of day. So I said, all right, well, who do I address it to? And they told me the head sculptor's name at the time. So I hung up, called back the main number, asked for the head sculptor, and that was it. He picked up the phone and we started talking, and we started talking shop, and a lot of the stuff that I had learned before was applicable. So again, that perseverance is the way. Just work hard, persevere, and shoot your shot.
Well, my portfolio was on VHS, just to put it out there. Wow. That's what I was. I saw a video where people were like, "Don't even know what VHS is anymore." What? Yes, especially they're like, "What's VHS?" So, well, let's get started with the stuff that you guys want to show off here. I'm sure everyone's itching to see what you have to share with us on the Hasbro line. So, where do you want to start here?
Sure. We're gonna start. Bailey's gonna put up. We're gonna start with the new Mando. I mean, he's the new guy in the in the universe, in the galaxy, I should say. So this is our brand new Mando. We did one previously, and he, when we did that one years ago, I think it was back in 18 because the series came out in 19, so we do it a year before. We went off of concept art. There was nothing. We didn't have the final images. We were going off of concept images, and so it didn't quite live up to the standards that we have now. So, and as well as the different innovations that we've come up with, whether it's the new shoulder pads or the butterfly joints or all of that stuff, the things that we put in there, just really, I think helped the figures to really come along. The other cool thing with him is the what do you call it? He's got the vibro blade here on his leg. It's kind of, I don't know if you can see this, but
we can switch to your camera. There you go.
Yep.
We're showing your camera now.
Okay. So yeah, it sheaths right into his boot. He's got his backpack, his blasters, the soft goods cape. So yeah, he was a lot of fun to work with. Again, now that we have a few years of entertainment with him, we really wanted to do him some justice. So, and Bailey's got the if we can switch to that, the digital model that we did.
Look at that.
Beautiful. Wow, that's awesome.
So this is 100% ZBrush, all the armor and everything?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's all ZBrush. I know we talked about this before, but yeah, this I find there's nothing that we can't do. At least I haven't hit anything yet that we can't do in ZBrush. Pretty much, it stays there.
You're hired, Tom.
The greatest sales pitch I've ever heard. And listen, I've said a lot of things. We're good.
Hey, whoa, what?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Carter's here. You got things to tell.
So you're coming with us, don't worry.
There's more coming. Don't worry.
Well, speaking of it being done 100% ZBrush, we had a question coming in that I thought would be a good time. Is how do you deal with the shrinkage for production when you're dealing with joints? Everything looks to be super tight tolerance here. So how do you approach that?
That's a great question. We actually do build at 104% to account for that shrinkage. So, you just do the math there, and that's typically for the PVC parts. There's actually, it's about, and again, there's a lot of variables involved, but it's about a 3.85% shrink rate. And then, but the parts that are like ABS, like the lower torso and upper torso, those would be at 100% because they only shrink like less than 1%. So, it's all built in, and we throw a little bit of an offset in there for each of the joints because it can't be flush right on top of each other. So about a 0.12 offset there, millimeters. That is, yep, right there. And so that's, all of that stuff is accounted for, and we'll talk more about it, but as you go, you're testing that, you're checking the range of motion, you're checking, I'm always flipping the vertices, making sure nothing's colliding, even after it articulates to, because it's as much as we possibly can, you're wanting this thing to be developed the way you're envisioning it. So you got to test it constantly as you go.
Yeah. And then for the weapon, right? Because it's long, just on the same topic, that's what, a 2 millimeter is about what you guys do to make sure it's going to survive the process and not break when someone's playing with it, i.e. Ian. Just playing
Yep.
with it.
Field testing.
Field testing. Field testing. Thank you.
Field
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 testing.
test,
Sorry.
field test.
So it's about what? Is that about a 2 millimeter?
I would say so. Bailey can measure it, but I mean, our minimums for a long thing like that, yeah, I would say that's probably close to 2 millimeters.
Yep, 1.8.
1.8, yeah.
1.8.
But like for like thinner things, like his belt might be around 1.1 millimeters.
Okay.
We're really trying the actual chest belt one, the one on the
Okay,
chest.
gotcha.
Yeah, that we're really trying to kind of get a level of realism. A lot of this stuff is the smaller you get, the thicker you gotta get. Like it's inversely proportionate. So I don't know what that is. I can't see it, but
Around like 0.85, 0.9.
woof, we went real thin there.
Yep.
I got away with one on that one.
It looks good though, I gotta say.
You breathe on the thing and
It'll
I like the
survive.
reaction. Can we have that? That needs to be mark that one too. Tom's reaction to that. Mark that point of the video.
What time is it?
This is awesome. This is and thanks for sharing this stuff too. So this one is available now.
This
Or
one
not?
is actually just went up for pre-order today.
Boom.
Actually, my pre-order now.
well placed. Well placed.
Guys,
And what scale is this?
I'm
Three,
not over
three,
there,
three
but-
quarter, or is this the black?
This is 6-inch, 1/12 scale.
Amazing.
And like Tom was saying, like this guy is just decked out. He's got his like little vibroblade that you can like sheath in his like little boot here. We have like a little cutout over like there for that stuff. He's got obviously his like blaster. And then we even have like a little hilt back here for the dark saber to be put on. So I mean, you can really just like pose them out in a bunch of different ways with all the functionality that we built into them. So it's really good, like Tom was saying, to get this out into the line, have so much customization options with this guy. So yeah, we're just really happy with him too.
Yeah, it looks awesome. Congratulations. Man.
Nice team.
Nice job.
To me, the big step forward, actually, technologically speaking, is the points of articulation and the advancements there. What can we say about that?
Oh, Tom, you want to take that one? You want me to jump on this?
Sure. I mean, as far as Black Series, it's been a constant evolution where we started out back then it was you had the double knees, double elbows and stuff, and we've transitioned into single elbows, and now we've added butterflies, where I think that really helps to kind of get like two-handed blasts. Actually, there's another figure later we'll look at.
Tom, can you explain, just in case, just for folks, what the butterfly joints actually are? Because all of us have our own nicknames for them.
Thank you.
Sure. The butterfly is like it's essentially to allow your arms to come together, like your arms to come forward or back. So it acts like the clavicle, scapula in the back, and so it allows your figures to bring their hands forward together as close as possible. Sometimes they can't quite get.
I've been calling it the Hulk smash articulation.
There you go.
Smash.
Absolutely. And then the other one we've done is the neck. I think has been a huge thing because that adds a lot of ability for the figure to express. So there's 3 points of articulation in the neck now. There's a double barbell at the base of the skull, top of the neck, and then another barbell at the bottom of the neck. And that really helps the figure to, just get into these weird, not weird, but like really express
unique positions.
Yeah.
Can you show? Someone's asking. Can you show maybe one of the joints on any of the articulation point, even if it's the elbow, just so they can wrap their head around what we're discussing, if it's possible.
Oh, we can.
That's good with you, Tom. I can kind of like.
Yeah. Show.
Cool.
So this is just a insert molded hinge. So it's essentially a disc on a peg. The peg plugs into the bicep. So then, and then that, it's without getting too into the weeds. That disc is put into the mold before the forearm is cast in the tool, and then the liquid plastic goes through it. There'll be a hole in there in production. We'll go through it, and that'll hold it in place, and that'll allow the joint to not have any visible pins. So you won't see any ugly pins on the outside. And so that's one of the techniques. That's an insert molding. Then other ones are just like friction fit ball joints. If you want to show like the neck that I was talking about earlier, Bailey. So in there.
There he is.
Oh.
So
He's under there the whole time.
You didn't
Yeah.
know?
Now he's got to be excommunicated. So then, so that's just a barbell that goes into the neck, and so there's just at the top there's 2 points of articulation, and that's just friction. So it just pops on and off. Yep, there you go. And then it's just riding on that access point. So
Nice.
Yeah, that's so amazing.
Cool.
Yeah.
So cool, man. And we got a spoiler with the face. The helmet comes off.
I have no idea.
I'm sure a lot of people are going to ask this question, so I'm just going to head it off. It's just any advice you would give an artist who's trying to learn articulation. Do you have any tips, tricks, or just thoughts on that?
I don't want to bogart the time. So.
Yeah, I can give a few, just being like relatively new to like this whole space, because I really didn't know a whole lot about toy production until like 2019. But a lot like my learning obviously came from people at Hasbro, but just kind of breaking apart like toys, seeing like how like they're like made, and knowing like why certain design decisions were made, and kind of like the benefits for both. And also just doing like a lot of like your own like trial runs. Like if you kind of learn a concept, like learn like the idea of a disc, see if like you can maybe spin it in a new way. Like what happens if I move this articulation point forward, down, back? Like does that increase the range of motion or not? So just a lot of trial by like fire essentially. And then there are a few like other breakdowns on ArtStation. I'm forgetting like the exact like link, but somebody actually broke down like how they made a toy, which is it's got like GIFs and everything else. It really lays out the great, pretty much gold standard for like, most articulation nowadays. So I'd say just like anything, just go for it with like as much practice as you can, dissect what's been proven to work, and then learn from it in that way too.
So one thing I would add to that is, and this is something I try to distill it down, for the new guys when they come in, like when Bailey came in, there's a couple of fundamentals where just base all of your articulation on either, a cylinder or a sphere, and then everything needs to go from that axis point. So with the cylinder, you got to make sure that thing is rotating at the center, because then if not, you'll get a lot of weird offsets. So as long as you stay faithful to, those principles, just staying in the access point, that'll go a long way with helping get effective articulation.
There's a good book. What is it? Prop? It's the blue cover with the woman. These
Pop Sculpture.
Pop Sculptures.
Yeah.
Thank you. I knew it. I knew Carter would help. That's a good book
Is it
Yeah.
to get. In fact, that is the only book
That
that
is the only
shows
book.
articulation
Yeah,
stuff.
it shows it more so focuses on traditional sculpting,
Yes.
but I mean the same principles can
Yeah,
be applied to
same principles.
stuff
Yeah.
too.
There you go.
Yes.
So yeah, I
I
mean,
just
we can
know Tom
move
Reed.
on. We got a lot of stuff to show, so we can go on
Yep.
to.
Let's go. Let's
Yeah,
continue
carry
forward.
on.
Carry on.
All
All
right.
right, we're gonna jump to me.
Yeah.
So
We're gonna
next
talk about Paz Vizsla.
yes.
Here he is. Should I grab?
Yeah, Graham. Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Do some grabbing.
Absolutely.
Do some grabbing.
We have the actual figure here.
Yes. Am I pointing at a particular camera? So imagine everything Tom Rigo just told you, and somebody says, "Hey, we're going to do the same thing he did at like half the size." So maybe about that. So just using this, I work more so on the 4-inch line, and so it's all about world building with these guys. So Paz Vizsla is one of our main newer deluxe figures, and this guy he's one of my favorites. We did some new different things. We really wanted to push our factory, our partners in Hong Kong, to where if you notice, there's very little actual fluid parts on this guy. These are actual color grades. So every piece is actually a colored piece of plastic. So except for maybe the little details here on where the armor is like dinged up and shows some weathering and some damage, this figure is going to stand the test of time, because you're not going to get a lot of paint and wear and tear from figures from like the early 80s and stuff, where the paint's starting to rub off and stuff like that. No, not with this guy. Every little piece, all of this, they're all little intersecting, interlocking pieces of actual cast plastic in that color. So we really pushed and wanted to do something really different with this guy, just to see how far we could take it. We've got a knife in our sheath too.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, that's right. You're welcome.
Good
Tom Reed. Smaller scale, we're bringing ships. But yeah, we got this. So yeah, this even comes off of his backpack.
Carter, I don't know if they can see at home the true quality and the detail of these 4-inch line figures, 3.75 figures. It is actually like monumental sculpture work that's being done at this scale.
Thanks.
I just want to say that the level of detail, again, the LOD is so spot on, man.
Yeah, our team is like amazing that brings these all to life. Just it's so much fun working with the design team internally, working with LFL, working with our Hong Kong partners, and just the ZBrush program. I mean, all of this is literally secret, but we take the 6-inch figure and we'll scale it
This is
down.
a secret, not anymore.
I mean,
not anymore.
Yes. But just so
Call it our secret again.
That's the kind of shrinkage you're ever going to see.
just so we have a little bit more cohesion, so we don't have like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on with the 6-inch figure? But if you notice, if you end up getting the 6-inch figure and also this figure, this one's a little bit newer, so he's a little bit closer to the actual like on-screen appearance of this character. So where there's a little bit more concept work working with the earlier 6-inch figure. So you actually get 2 different figures, even though it's like the same character. So when you get both, I encourage you to get both. This one's my favorite, but I just encourage you to get both and just see what the little differences and the similarities are between the two. So again, This is my buddy Paz. To his friends, his name is also Paz, but I love him. So he's super cool.
Yeah, that's super awesome.
Details hype, man. It's on fire.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Can we
yeah.
pull up
Well
the
painted too. The
digital?
details are awesome.
What's up?
Can we pull up the digital sculpt? There you go.
Oh yeah, let's go into the digital world, the digital realm. So yeah, a lot of the articulation points with these guys, we're not able to also do the butterfly joints just because of our scale. We're trying to do a lot with very little room, very little space. So we're just seeing, okay, what can we achieve with these guys that will keep it kind of similar to the articulation style for the 6-inch figures, and what can we bring new to the table for our 4-inch figures? So there's a lot of pieces, a lot of parts with this guy, especially like I mentioned, we want to do more color breaks than actual painted parts. So there's a lot of pieces going on with this guy. So I mean, this is Hasbro. So again, one of our deluxe figures. So he's going to come in like more of a closed box. You're going to get a lot more bang for your buck as far as like one of our standard figures. So yeah, there you go.
Man, it's super cool. I also like how you guys show it with the poly groups on. Really showcases the amount of detail in the pieces involved.
Yeah,
that's sitting there. It's really fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Like the poly groups for me anyway. Even when I'm just working on a particular component or something or a little part of the figure, I'll work with poly groups turned on because I'll see a gray figure in the background, and this way I can never forget which piece I'm actually working on. Because there's been many times where I'm about to send a figure off to be printed or send it to Hong Kong, and I think I'm pulling on a particular piece, and all of a sudden this wedge on his head just comes flying out because I didn't realize. Oh, I was actually had that sub tool activated and not his arm.
And you turn wireframe off, so you're just looking at only.
Oh
pictures,
yeah,
or do you
so
have the
yeah,
wireframe
I'll
on?
turn wireframe off.
Very cool piece.
Yeah.
He looks awesome.
Yeah.
And the finish is unrivaled. Yeah. It's
What's the
just so
next
cool.
one?
Yeah, what do
What do we
got?
have next?
Yeah, what's up next?
This is fun.
All
Let's go.
Yes.
What do we got next? Next up is Black Series. Doc Ondor.
That's so cool.
Oh, I haven't seen this one.
More
Nice.
aliens into the line was always a good thing.
Actually, yeah, this one was a lot of fun, and the reason I want to showcase is I just love the fact that we got to do a different form factor alien thing, because a lot of the stuff we do is humanoid, just like guys in helmets and stuff like that, which is still cool. But the fact that we got to do him, do this guy, harkens back to my childhood as well. I mean, I saw A New Hope back in 77, first movie in theaters, and just seeing that cantina scene was so much fun, such a blast seeing those aliens in there. And obviously that's not him specifically, but his brethren, one of his brothers were in there. And
Yeah,
then,
there you go. So wait, so I wanted to ask this question. Actually, I forgot to ask this. Is that your favorite Star Wars movie then, New Hope?
probably not Empire. It's up there, but Empire is probably my
Empire?
new one. My
What about you,
favorite.
Carter?
Holiday special.
Ooh, deep dive.
Wait,
Next,
wait,
I'm gonna
wait,
say
I
the
didn't know
Ewoks.
that qualified. It was a TV show, so I'd probably go with that one too.
What Bailey? What about you? What's your favorite Star Wars?
So I've had like an interesting relationship with like Star Wars. Like what got me into Star Wars, like as a really young kid, was the Gendy series. Just because I was a Samurai Jack fan, and then that micro series also introduced to me like my favorite villain being General Grievous, and I just love like the original Clone Wars micro series. So that's what got me into Star Wars, because I actually didn't really like the prequels when I first like saw them in theaters, just because like I wasn't a Attack of the Clones fan, and then like Revenge of the Sith, I'm like, he killed the younglings. Like, why are we liking this guy? Like Episode 3 is not my favorite like Star Wars like movie, just because like of my own relationship with it. So it's like always been like this for me. So
yeah. So you got him in ZBrush now.
Yep.
Character.
And guys, so the actual hard copy, the actual figure that has the soft goods.
Yes.
And then you have it. So is this just kind of like a placeholder that you have for the soft goods in the digital model?
No, actually, this is Doc Ondor from the Disney parks, and then he has multiple layers on that character and that little animatronic guy, and so we have his vest sculpted with that sash that goes across, and then he's got a layer. That's another thing I like about this guy. He's got a lot of layers to him, and so he's got that really elaborate necklace in there as well, and then there's a soft goods that goes underneath it. So
and for the uninitiated, the soft goods are what look like the garment pieces are produced in different types of plastics.
Well, no, the soft goods actually, if we go back to, is the clothing. It's literally clothing. Mm-hmm. So if you go back to the thing,
there you go. You're back. Yep.
So this is all fabric. So this is what we in the industry call soft goods. And then this stuff is that PVC vest that you saw in the digital file. So this is also flexible. It's just not as flexible as cloth. And then, so, we try to, we have our in-house pattern makers and stuff, and they go in there and, they get our sculpt file. Actually, they do it in 3D as well. They get our sculpt files that we do in ZBrush, and then they take their software and develop different patterns to fit to the figure. And then, we're accounting for all of these things as well. Like in there, you got to have a space. It's like 2 millimeters in between the body and the vest. So it's a lot of little variables that you have to account for as you're doing this.
That's a great looking figure. That's pretty awesome. But so then both of the garment parts are soft goods.
Well, yeah, this is a soft PVC. Soft goods, at least in the industry vernacular, is more cloth, actual cloth, textile that you would source.
Okay.
And this is molded in this is sculpted in ZBrush and then molded in PVC.
Cool.
So here's I think a great question, especially since we took the helmet off and unveiled. We unveiled. Do you guys get to work closely with the teams that are on the show? Do you get any files from them, any scan data, the actors, sculpting that stuff from scratch?
Go ahead, Carter.
I was going to just say it varies. Sometimes we actually have scan data. It depends on how far they are in production. If they're scan data at the time that we start the figure.
I think the point is you guys are making it literally as they're making the movie show at the same time.
Yeah, they can make
a shelf when the show comes out.
Yeah, they can actually make the shows faster than we can make the toy, because the tooling process is pretty extensive. So a lot of times we don't have the time to wait. We'll get scans after the fact, but it's too late in order to kind of hit that on-shelf date that we're targeting. And, the schedule is always the determining factor for these things, unfortunately. But yeah, when we do get them, absolutely we use them. For this guy, we didn't get anything. But again, if it's available, I'll take it, because that's certainly always helpful.
I think it's just another hats off the toy makers, designers. You guys are trying to make the character that's going to be in the film at the end that we're all going to know, and you got to have that line up. That's not an easy task to do.
And that brings up actually an interesting question too, which was also asked in the chat, which is how much back and forth do you spend with the IP versus the product that you're producing? Because since you're trying to get it out around the same time, if not faster, is there a lot of back and forth? Is there a lot of art direction that happens?
Well, hopefully not. I mean, we're definitely striving to before we get in front of Lucasfilm, because obviously they review everything and they approve everything, and they're the gatekeepers essentially. You know, our job essentially is to get it as close as possible and anticipate any critique that they might have, and then if all goes well, they might have a few comments. I kind of look at it like I'm trying to make their job as easy and as hard as possible. Easy in that they look at it and go, yep, I get it, that's so and so, that's Doc Hondo or whatever. Hard in the sense that they're looking to see, they have to really critique it and go in there and go, what's wrong, what's missing, and then so that's kind of how I look at it.
That's awesome.
So yeah.
What do we got next?
What do we got next?
Yeah, let's go. Let's move on.
All right.
And so far, the chat is just loving it. There's a lot of just praise on the texture and the size and detail.
What?
Do I need to make room for this?
We
Because
might-
I'm
Oh.
not touching this.
I was
Yes.
playing with this. I'm sorry, field testing.
Field
this. I was
testing.
field testing.
Kyle's gonna bring in the steady cam.
Steady
Here for
cam
this
shed.
one. I want to pick it up, but
Oh,
I
no,
feel like I'm an earthquake. It's gonna happen. So there we go.
This thing's super impressive.
There you go.
First impression out the gate, by the way, as a now professional field tester,
Okay.
amazing. I was having the time of my life. I did not want to go home.
Yeah, this thing was definitely a labor of love. I always wanted this when I was a kid, just to put all of my Jabba's denizens all in there and have Jabba hanging out and having them just reenact the Return of the Jedi scenes, or just create my whatever kind of where my imagination would take me. Now with technology and with ZBrush, we can get things to where we even have like the engineer. We've got this. You can actually just kind of spin the little barbecue there over the flames. We've got all of these little details back here, the little details back here on the table. Just all of these. This is literally like its own small world encapsulated in this little playset. Just and even just to me, like really where it really comes to life is all of the secondary like reads, all of the detail and the texture. There's even sand texture on the flooring. There's extra detail right here in front of the stairs. There's all of these tiny little pieces here. So I mean, you're gonna get a complete bang for your buck with this playset. This is truly something both myself and the design team, Lucasfilm, all of us love this guy. And how can you not love Big Bib Fortuna? His code name was Fat Tony.
Big Bib.
internally. Big Bib. Fat Tony.
Big Bibbin.
Fat Tony.
Fat Tony.
Then it became Big Boy Bib, and so I was just changing all over the place. So
You got that East Coast vibe. Rigo.
that would be
I'm gonna call you up. Rigo. Fat T out of the West Coast.
that would be awesome to have a Tom Rigo figure sit on this throne.
Wow.
Yeah.
There it is in
There's your
ZBrush.
digital file.
Yes, there
Wow.
it is. And there were a lot of pieces, a lot that went on with this, not only with the figure. The figure itself has a ton of pieces within it, but then the playset itself has all of these pieces. So there were a lot of components, and we took meticulous care with all of these, like trying to just really replicate everything that we would see on the screen. And at the time, we were going on some very lit, some more lit, some not as lit images. So some of the things, hey, we had to go back and work really closely with Lucasfilm to really make sure everything was accurate with this guy. Even with Bib, I did not know this until the designer brought it up. There are actually 2 small little tendrils that he has coming off of his neck, and you can barely see them. I didn't even know it was there until she pointed it out. So she's got like a great eye for this. She's a huge Star Wars fan as well. So again, super minor detail, but we want to capture every
Oh yeah, they're there.
yeah,
Look at that
every
guy.
bit of
Wow. Fat
detail on
Tony.
this guy. So yeah,
FT
yeah.
in the house.
And also back to what we were talking about, the soft goods. So we actually have some.
Go ahead, just take it apart, Ian. We'll put it back together.
It's okay.
Wait,
Yeah, yeah.
it's got to go back exactly the way it's put together.
It's on camera.
Okay. So we have completely. We actually have these little pelts.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah.
So these are actually like little pelts to
creatures that have
actual-
endured the suffrage of Jabba's
Yeah.
wrath.
And so now they're like just kind of hanging out here with Big Tony, Big Bib.
Do you think they could have been Ewoks? It looks almost like a unwrapped Ewok.
You know what? I could see.
Like, hold it up to the people at home, man. It kind of
Yeah.
looks like an unwrapped Ewok. Fat Tony.
Expense.
My people have suffered enough, Fat Tony. Look at me now.
Yeah.
Get up in them trees.
But even with this, we have our actual pattern, our internal pattern team that will actually make this pattern, these kind of patterns for things like this, and also for Bib himself. So instead of making this completely plastic, we wanted him to be able to sit and still have these robes. The original Bib Fortuna back in 1980, we actually had a soft goods robe as well. So we still wanted to do that.
Yeah, that OG felt.
Yeah. So yeah, just bring. And he was actually my Return of the Jedi figure that I got as a kid because
Ever figure?
Wow.
well, Luke was sold out. Of course, I wanted Luke in Jedi outfit, but he was sold out in every town. I had to finally back order him from a mom and pop shop. But until then, my dad was like, "Well, what about this guy?" Because he had the big neck pieces and everything, the tendrils coming off of him, and I didn't care. Like, oh, I love him. He had the cool looking eyes and the brow and like the hand. I just loved everything, and he was
And those sharp nails on the fingers. I
Yeah.
remember it was a very strange figure to look at as a kid. You know, you're like, oh god, he's a creepy dude.
yeah. I mean, everybody else was like, "Oh, Boba Fett." Like, no, dude, it's Bib Fortuna.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
swear
put
to
her there,
God.
man. I feel the
Yeah,
same way.
Bib
Like,
Fortuna.
not my
Love
first.
for Bib.
Who's your first?
Yeah.
Who was your first one? Do you remember? We're gonna go around the horn here, Ian Robinson. Come on now.
Well, I want to think that might have been there. But I know I had the Ewok Village.
You're the reason I couldn't find my Luke.
You had the one. You had the one.
Yeah.
The black costume. That was one, or did you have
Yeah.
the type of?
No, I had the Black Costume one, and then I had an Ewok Village. I really had the Ewok.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
That was
I
your
had
first
that.
one, the Ewok or Luke?
Luke.
Probably Luke, right?
Luke.
It kind of looked like a Luke. Ian Robinson, what about you? What was the first one you can remember?
My first was actually Darth Vader.
Oh.
Yeah. So I happened to get my hands on one.
You're saying that in the Vader Lounge.
No. It was legitimately, I remember going to Toys R Us as a kid, and my mom was like, "It's your birthday. You could pick out a couple toys." And I loved Star Wars, so I ran through that and Ghostbusters, but that's another topic.
Right.
Okay? And I saw Vader just right there, and I loved that character so much as a kid.
Yeah.
So I just grabbed it. The cloak was really what sold it, and the helmet. I mean, come on, it was like
That's your guy.
incognito mode right there, all black, decked out.
Yep.
So I was like, yeah, for sure. And I loved red a lot at the time.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so that's fair. Should I tell them? I'm gonna age
Sure, go
myself.
ahead.
Imperial Guard. I just thought it was really interesting. It was red.
Ooh, yeah.
I thought, what's this red business?
Yeah.
And the package was cool, and it was it was soft goods. It was that felt, OG
Mhm.
red felt with the darker crimson kind of rubber
Right.
feeling looking body underneath it. That was the only one.
Yeah, when we had our release party for the episode 1, I actually in Hasbro, I actually bought one of the cosplay helmets for that.
Yeah,
But my head's larger, and so when I got it onto my head, I couldn't get it off. So I had 3 other Hasbro people pulling, and my head almost ended up stuck in this thing forever.
we got B-reel footage of this somewhere, right?
It's somewhere out there. Yes.
Paul Gabriel is not amused with that.
I continue on because I feel like I'm going
Uh-oh.
to put it
Is
on.
it time?
Oh,
we might.
Are we?
You brought it.
I may.
Are we
might as
doing?
well.
Are we
Oh,
going there?
we're brought it.
All right.
Are we going Vader or are we going Stormtrooper? Here we go. Here we go.
Continue on with the show. Don't let us get in the way. of the
Rebel
show.
scum. Bow.
This is fantastic.
Rigo.
There you go.
Okay.
You brought it up.
Well, there you go.
There you go. Perfect.
This is the 4th like never before. Hello again, people at home and around the globe.
This is the way.
Perfect.
Boom.
It's steamy in here.
Let's continue.
Oh, okay.
Okay, carry on. As you were.
We're going to go back to young Tom Riga.
All right.
All right. Next
Let's
up.
go to the next one.
Rigo.
Next up is Black Series. Chris Anton.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, that's a
It's
working.
a little red though.
All right. So this guy, yeah,
You see,
he's a big boy. He's beefy. He's we did an earlier version. We hadn't seen him yet in Book of Boba Fett, and we utilized our old Chewie mold and just kind of added a few things based on the comic version. But then little did we know he was going to make his on-screen appearance in Book of Boba Fett, and when he did, as soon as we saw that, we're like, we got to do this guy, and he looked just fantastic. And he's just a really intimidating looking guy. Comes with that giant blaster. He's, I don't know. There's not much to say. I just love looking at him. He's got such he's got such a presence on him, and but we're able to incorporate all of the usual articulation. He's got the butterflies. He's got it's tough with his head as far as the multi-point articulation in the neck, but we'll throw it in there just to kind of get as much out of it as we can. So
Really knocking it out of the park with these ones, Rigo.
just the fur alone, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're opening up the wounds here.
It's not fun.
If anybody's curious on how to sculpt fur, just go buy this one and stick up because you guys nailed it. And this feels like just a fur anatomy lesson all on its own.
It's brutal.
Very labor intensive.
If you guys have a tips and tricks about sculpting fur, let me know.
I'll sign up for that. I need to.
I got some things we could throw at.
Maybe we can post up right there too, Tom, with this blaster in hand too. So yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah, you want to switch to the?
Yeah,
sure.
There we
That's
go.
really cool, man.
Wow.
Look at the volume on that thing.
Yeah.
You feel the girth.
Yes.
So this is a 6-inch. I'm sorry, I
This
missed
is
because I was
6-inch.
invadering out.
Yes.
This is a 6-inch. 112.
Yep, mounts to his back. We he's the fur and trying to incorporate that and the articulation sometimes is can be a challenge because the fur gets in the way as far as range of motion.
Yep.
But he can get in some good poses.
Yeah.
So
I think it's quite seamless, actually. Sorry, I feel like I'm echoing. I'm in my Rick Moranis. I'm doing my best Rick Moranis right now. And, forced to be with you. Canadian content. We made the Canadian content requirement. That's actually quite ridiculous. Yeah, it looks like it really kind of goes very seamlessly together. And here, live from the Galactic Empire, having the time of my life. They just never end.
I love that he still hasn't put the box down.
No,
Still carrying a lot.
Rigo.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
3 hours later.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
incredible.
that's amazing. Great job. You guys killed it.
Nearly that.
so
And again, speaking volumes to that articulation, where you see that last frame where we saw the actual production figure holding the gun coming fully across the chest and the torso region in this kind of motion.
Yeah.
I just really dig it, man. You guys are hitting
The
home runs.
butterflies are what
Figure after the
what
image.
allow like that too. So I mean, it's and normally for a really big bulky figure like this, that range of motion was previously not really a thing. But butterflies offer us so much versatility, even for a bigger frame character to really hold those really cool blaster poses like Tom just had on his screen. So and the parts breakout for this guy is pretty much the same complexity with any Black Series figure where you can mount this little blaster and this little key on the back of his belt or back of his sash, rather, whatever you want to call that thing. So yeah, he's just got really cool functionality for being such a big figure, and we're really happy with how he came out too. So
yeah, the other nice thing about a lot of these designs, again, I don't have any input as far as the designs, but when I see stuff like this, like the bandolier shoulder pad section, if you can pull that off, Bailey, what's nice about that hides a lot of the ugly, so if you can flip that, so then you can see once it flips, you'll see where the butterfly, is cut away. You can see the different color there, but you don't see that when the layer is on, so it hides it well, but you get all of that range without breaking the illusion of this being just like a mini character. So that's kind of the mindset going into it, is always looking for the right area to break the joints and how to hide them. And maybe you'll kind of push something over a little bit to hide it, or align a seam like on the forearm or whatever to align with the disc, so that you try to make it as seamless as possible. Again, so it's always about trying to make create that illusion that this is just a little character. And then once you start playing with it, the cool thing about these two is they that's how they come to life. You get it when it's done well, like the posing becomes fluid and natural, like it almost like just falls into like position, and sometimes it doesn't work as well, but when it does, it's really satisfying because for the end user, then it becomes about them kind of experiencing that and getting their figures to do whatever. So it's a lot of fun.
And with that, with the articulation, I always try and tell people it's always going to be form versus function. So you're going to have to sacrifice something, whether it be the particular look of the figure or some kind of detail or something, say if it was an elbow or knees or something, to get a particular range of motion. If you're fine with, you'd rather have that detail there, well, you might not be able to move that arm all the way to 90 or rotate. There might be something within the inherent design of the character that's going to prevent that. So it's it's always going to be a trade-off. So I just like, hey, if you want this to happen, you're not going to have it. But it's just always that song and dance when you're doing action figures.
It's funny we should mention that because off camera before we came live, we were talking, Carter and myself, about articulation, and I may have come across as like, hey, like an articulation snob, but I think the endearing quality of like the 5-point, the vintage 5-point, even before, like we're talking about some other figures from some other brands, and something endearing about it, like it's just really kind of magical. As sophisticated as this is, I think as connoisseurs, and everyone watching home is obviously a very big fan of this stuff. I think there's some merit in that classic type of stuff. So if you're watching and you want to learn, start there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I grew up with flat play and articulation, and it's definitely making a resurgence just for that nostalgia feel for a lot of folks. So and it's the easiest, quickest articulation to do when you're engineering a figure. So to me, I love this articulation as much as I love 5-point.
Yeah, me too. This helmet's quite heavy, actually. Good build quality.
Hey, if you're gonna,
There you go.
It's ode to Spaceballs.
All right. What's next?
Let's go.
Alrighty, next up is vintage Cad Bane.
yes,
He's up there.
There's your boy.
got a little Cad Bane. So let's see. So this is the first appearance of this guy in our vintage line. So this guy's got a lot going on. He's got a removable hat. He even has his little respirator with hoses, breathing apparatus that goes into his back, through his coat, and into his upper torso. So he's got a lot going on there. We also have to keep in mind when we're making these guys at this scale, when you're getting into holsters, we have to have a specific wall thickness. And again, to Tom's point at the beginning of all of this, we try to accommodate for the 4% shrinkage in the plastic. So with that, the holsters, we have to make sure that we have a wall thickness for those as well. And we want to try and get it as thin as possible, still to meet our production requirements, but also to make sure that it still looks aesthetically pleasing on the figurine, doesn't have something completely bulky on the side. So that thickness actually is at 4%. It is 0.832 millimeters.
Whoa.
Yes, not more or less. So then it will actually shrink down to 0.8 millimeters. So
We went to a Star Wars stream and learned math.
It's like a high finance lecture up in here.
I mean, math is relevant if you're going to do toys. Math
Oh,
math is relevant. So, you
Stick with
know.
us. Later on, we'll go through the balance sheets for the third quarter.
But another, like the detail you guys are getting in these, it's just
mind-boggling.
incredible. I don't know if the camera's really capturing
I don't know.
this,
Get it,
so.
get it right in there. Get
quite
right up on it.
incredible.
Get
Hats off
the hairs in the guy's nose. Get in there.
Your guys' toys. It's just incredible.
And what's great about also working in ZBrush as opposed to when we're working traditionally in wax or some kind of other like clay or type medium, you can get patterns. You can get smaller, super small details that normally you wouldn't be able to really get in wax or something like that, or just these nice repeating patterns on, say, leather. Because we always want to make sure, I always want to tell my vendors or people I'm working with, I don't want to have something be completely smooth. When a figure comes in, I want to have some kind of texture, even though it might not appear in the final production, in the final piece. I still want to have some kind of texture on there because I want to make sure that these look as close to real world as possible. So there's going to be texture on his jacket. There's going to be texture on his boots, on his pants. And again, whether or not that shows up in actual production, and a lot of it actually does. So technology has really advanced since we've even been doing this even the last 8-10 years. So we can get so much more detail with this digital program than we could ever before. To get these methods.
Think about it. We won't lose it in shipping. Well, I remember my first visit to Hasbro, and a lot of it was my first visit to still like 50% wax.
Yeah.
That was only like, that was somewhere around there.
I think it was like 2008 when we went completely digital. So,
It's about that. That's when we started dabbling in it.
yeah.
And it took a few years, transition fully, but
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I echo what Carter was saying as far as the textures. Oh, that was the biggest thing for me, I think, because you're limited with your the medium that you're working with, and then when you're sitting there sculpting this tiny little head that's the size of your fingernail or smaller, even, it's and trying to sculpt eyelids and and throwing textures into the face and stuff. That was nearly impossible.
Or
So,
even especially weapons. One of the main things that I wanted to get into digital was hard surface, hard edges, and you just couldn't achieve that in wax. And especially to not only achieve something hard edge, but also to make sure that it was perfectly symmetrical. And it was just something to where we would always have to just machine that if we were getting something like larger like ships. When you're getting into weapons, something this size, we just kind of had to fudge it and hope. But it was a different time. Let a lot slide back then, like back in the wax days and everything. And now we can get really all of this intricate detail on all of these really super detailed LFL pieces, Star Wars pieces. To me, even the weapons within the world of Star Wars, even they have their own personality. All of us know what Vader's lightsaber looks like. All of us know what Han Solo's blaster looks like, because those have their own personalities as well. So we want to be able to make sure we capture that as well.
And capture you've been.
Exactly.
Can you imagine waxing a weapon? Sculpting.
oh,
I'm okay. Here's a tooth.
But yeah, it's like the hoses coming out of his face, all of that stuff, all of those things. To me, I love getting into like the minutia and all of that stuff, where I didn't even realize that Vader's costume actually changed from episode 4 to episode 6, and until Lucasfilm pointed out to me, I didn't know.
And it's asymmetrical.
Yeah, it changes.
Including the paint.
Yeah.
Paintwork is asymmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Fun facts.
Yes, and that.
And Matt.
Tune in next Wednesday for an Excel spreadsheet tutorial.
Oh,
This is
Management 205.
great. Who do we got up next?
yeah, let's go next.
The hits keep on coming.
Next,
Hasbro
to the
team.
Black Series figure, we got our new R2D2.
oh, there he is.
There's our old faithful friend.
I just pre-ordered him myself.
You did?
Had to. First wave sold out. So I had to,
Really?
yeah. It's R2.
And this is on HasbroPulse.com.
Yes.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Where you can find these.
Get there, among other things. I mean, there's so many wonderful products being featured
Oh, God,
on the
yeah.
Pulse website. I mean,
Yeah,
and
and
that's the source.
I'm
Tom's got it.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
this-
sure.
I see, like you have like post up over there, Tom, too. With
what's that?
the physical.
Yeah.
I see you've got like all like post up. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So the thing with this one, back in R2D2, the first one that we did was released, and it had some shortcomings, and no pun intended. And we had a lot of, when this one came up to do it again, I was super excited because I really wanted to do this character justice because I love R2D2. And one of the things I was thinking about was, he's like a Swiss Army droid, right? So he comes with all these little accessories, and they all plug into, Bailey will show you digitally, but they plug into the doors here. They have the whatever. They have the sensors they plug into here. But what we wanted to do was we wanted a place to store them. So I was thinking, what if we were able to extend the neck and telescope it so that you could put all of the
Wow.
accessories in
wow.
there?
Wow, I know that.
Little accessories go in there. You know, the idea I had was just, you know, they're coming from inside his body anyway. So just imagining that they just kind of rotate it out from there. And that's kind of what this is. So yeah, this still pivots over here. You know, you got the third leg that can pop out. Sorry. Leaning over to try.
I like what's happening because it's like unveiling. They don't see it. All of a sudden, boom.
Right.
The
You're gonna have
reveal.
to pre-order it,
reveal.
The
play with it
reveal.
yourself. Yeah.
So the light still comes out, even though the head telescopes. So the engineering on this was tricky, but I was definitely, you know, making sure that this thing was going to happen. Just again, for that reason. And then the other thing I wanted to, you know, brought up these shortcomings earlier, just to compare. I know there's been some questions online about his scale. This is the old R2 versus the new R2, and you can see their significant height difference. And so, yeah, we were very careful as far as his proportions and stuff like that. And so I'm pretty stoked for him. I was excited and then just opening up possibilities for, you know, other astromech droids in the future. But yeah, so let's go to the digital.
It looks like his colors have changed too. I mean, it's there to me. Like, it's definitely an improvement as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so kind of like what Tom just demoed, like, you know, this third leg for R2 can extend out so we can get him into his awesome rolling pose that he has here. And then he's just got a lot of functionality for being, like, you know, a droid. And the fact that, like Tom was saying, like, you've got all like these different tools that you can put into this like little compartment, and then they all have the exact same diameter, so they can kind of be swappable for any single one of those slots. And like, this is my only personal preference, but like, just having like those little tiny pieces be able to store in some place is a big deal, because the last thing that we want to do is like ever lose a small piece, and then all of a sudden you can't, you know, assemble your R2 anymore in the way that you want to. So this is like a really, really great functionality for the new R2. Apart from just being like rescaled to be the proper scale, we've got a lot more packed into him like this time around too. And then this is like him, just everything is out.
Great. That's great.
It's nice to have that place to put your stuff, you know?
Stuff.
Yeah.
That's a tough one because he's so well known and recognizable to anything's off. It's going to be noticed.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some passionate R2D2 fans out there, I've discovered.
Yeah. There's a group that actually makes exact full size R2 and has all the specs, the sounds, and everything. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They also do Wally too. There's another group that does
Oh, cool.
Wally as well. You can get the specs and everything, make it yourself.
I mean, it is a tough challenge. That's like reinventing the stop sign.
It's an interesting.
Stop sign. R2D2 is
Let me
a
wrap
stop
this one.
sign.
Hold on.
Stop sign.
And that's the moment with Louis Tucci.
It's a stop sign of the Star Wars universe. I mean, come on, everybody knows what that guy looks like.
Oh,
That's supposed to be a stop sign, really?
It does. And
There you
Trash
go.
yeah.
Anyway, he was a lot of fun. I'm super excited that it's going to get out there, and hopefully people will enjoy it. But I'm pretty happy with him.
yeah, it's awesome. Nicely done.
No, that's
He's a lot of
awesome.
fun to play with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 strokes of the saber for you guys today so far.
3 out of 3.
I got away with it. I got away with some stuff.
Yeah, that's a 3 out of 3, by
That's
the
a
way.
3 out of 3. That's 3
3
strokes
out
of
of
the
3.
saber.
Oh,
Here we go.
Louis'
There we go.
favorite.
Vintage
Go.
N1
I've been
Starfighter.
holding this box for a week. Off set, off camera.
Here.
So we have the N1 Starfighter, Mando's new ride. Razor Crest, what? No, it's all about this now. It's easier to park too than the Razor Crest. So, but yeah, this was actually an awesome collaborative effort between the sculpting department here, our Hong Kong partners, and the design department here as well. So the Hong Kong office actually focused on the ship. I mean, we even got the weathered paint detail, but also we're still trying to get that shininess of the ship itself. We actually achieved that through the plastic that was actually produced in. There's a little Grogu back here that my team and I actually helped bring to life, and we just kind of reused repurposed an existing Mando. There's a lot of little hidden features that I don't want to give away right now, but folks that have ordered this and I see that it's like super popular with folks, you'll find out that it's got some really cool clips in it.
Here comes that shot right now.
Sound effects mandatory.
and then you got the little Grogu back there.
So
just hanging out.
that slides obviously right.
Oh,
the
yeah.
cockpit. So
So
he
we
sits
wanted
in there. Well, you don't have to.
Yeah. So.
Hey Carter, that Hong Kong guy, he really came clutch on this one.
And then
Nice base. Yes.
you know what? And the weird thing about it is I love this kind of stuff. Like the base itself, this is actually kind of one of my favorite features about this. I mean, to me, it actually makes it look, I mean, it's premium anyway, but now with the actual logo on there and just the way the nice smooth flow of the actual base itself, the prop stand on it, to me, this makes it not just, it takes it from a toy to a collectible now. I mean, this is something you can display on your desk or on a shelf or something. I just love this guy. I mean,
Carter, you know, and for those of us who are the MOC Inklage, this packaging is, again, I'll say it again. I'll say it enough. The packaging, give me that box. That
Do
packaging.
you like that packaging?
Yeah, it's really great.
This goes back to you don't need to give Louis what's inside the box. Just give him the box.
No, I mean, I'm an MOC guy. I mean,
He's
I
fine.
really mean it.
He's
No,
fine.
it's not a
Louis
joke.
wants the cardboard.
I'm all about the MOC. All of my stuff's MOC.
Let's be honest. Carter's taken this off the stand multiple times in his
This guy.
office and going.
Mint on card.
well, yeah, how else is it? Gonna
Yeah,
fly?
exactly.
Get a close up of that package too. Look at that. I mean, this is a piece of art. That box is a work of art. I love it.
It is gorgeous.
I love just having our entire team when everything's clicking. All of this stuff, from paint design to packaging. Again, soft goods, sculpture, engineer, everything. All of it comes together. And to me, I never been doing this for years. I never get tired of seeing this. I'm still.
It excites you still.
It does. I'm still a kid looking at all of this stuff. Just seeing the raw even when we're going back to just the 3D prints coming off of the machine, I'm still in awe about how all of this works. To me, it's still witchcraft and magic and like science.
You're not.
I don't know.
That's an understatement. I've known you for a lot of years, like over a decade at this point. I always can say, I don't know if it's coming through on the camera. Your energy about it is always so positive and youthful. And it's a joy to be around you for it, because it's really, you haven't changed. Your energy has not shifted in over a decade that I've known you.
Oh, well,
On
thank
the
you.
subject, man. It's really something. It's really a joy to be here with you.
Well, it's funny because friends of mine years ago at Hasbro, I hadn't seen them in years. I would see them again at conventions and stuff. Like, oh my God, you haven't aged. And we actually figured out I think people at Hasbro honestly don't age. I think we're just kids. I think we just stay kids all the time. And it's
Well, what a job to have.
it's secret sauce. Yeah, secret sauce.
You did a lot of field testing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's all the field testing.
And then
Absolutely.
there's the model.
Yes, there it is. So this file itself, this was the actual file from our Hong Kong offices and everything. So we're actually worked together hand in hand with this to make sure that our figures fit in the vehicles. Grogu actually fits in his little compartment. There might be some features for future figures to fit in that compartment. Who knows? But all of it just comes together. There's some other little secret parts about this guy that's, again, I don't want to give away. It's just, to me, this is probably one of my favorite things we've done recently. And I just,
You've been very excited about it.
I'm super excited about it.
Not gonna lie.
It's sleek. Even when I saw it in the show, like, oh my God, is that going to be his new ship? That's awesome.
The color quality of the plastic, though, like
Yes.
guys. I mean, Ian, Paul, you chime in any time here. This is not an understatement. It's really popping off, man. Even under this lighting, it's really.
Yeah, we really wanted
Really
to
great.
dial it in and make it look like, yeah, we took this right off the show and made it into this awesome collectible for everybody.
No, it all shows through. The passion, the love for each and every single one of these projects just shows through. And I think that's also the draw as well, not just from the software to the actual product, but just in general, why we get into this in the first place is just the love and passion we have to make something. Because I mean, like, one of the popular questions is like, how do you guys figure out scaling? Well, a lot of that is trial and error, and it takes a certain type of love to really like spend hours getting that scaling right and making sure that everything fits, so that the user at the end of the day can just go in and enjoy it and not have to fight with it. And it shows, and it's clearly amazing. It's a great job.
I think this is exciting too, that you guys were able to bring the physical products with us and then see the digital files. Like, this is cool. Kyle's camera operating over here, going close up, and then we have the digital file that Bailey's rotating around.
Don't forget the
Very
packaging.
cool.
That one impact.
And the packaging.
Any of the packaging. By the way, you guys do use ZBrush to do your packaging in some cases as well.
We do. Well,
Yeah.
actually,
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying here.
Yes.
You know what
yeah.
I love the box.
I mean? That's what I'm
Just a
saying.
cat.
I'll take the toy. You can have the
Can I get a
box.
couple more small? Can I get a couple more small ones off camera there and just have them here as well? Is there a couple more packages?
Oh, he wants more
Hey,
packages.
give me a couple more than
More
He
packages.
just wants to feel like it's
I'll
Christmas.
ship you some boxes. Don't worry.
Yep.
Bring in some more packaging for you. You'll get your packaging fix. So,
Wow, this is awesome. Thank you. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
so great.
fun stuff.
All right.
What's next? I feel like I'm just like, what's next?
What else have we
Oh,
got?
we've got
next?
next.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
Magna
here's
Guard.
Magna
Yeah.
Guard.
So yeah, this guy, he's one of Grievous's boys, and he was again different form factor, even though he's still a bipedal kind of humanoid-ish, but he's got all of this funky armor layering, and then figuring out how to do the articulation, building that in so that it's again. The nice thing about robots is the articulation is kind of designed in there for you, which is nice. So you work around that. But the unfortunate thing sometimes with, dealing with CG models is, they don't always adhere to the laws of physics. So a lot of times, the joints won't, if you were to actually collide them, they would stop at like 30 degrees or whatever. So you got to kind of fudge some things occasionally just to get it to be a more functional figure. And but yeah, he was again different kind of look. He's a lot of fun as well. He comes with a soft goods, so if you want to switch, I didn't switch. Hold on, sorry. He comes with his soft goods robe as well, cape, whatever you want to call it.
Cool.
Mm,
Oh, wow.
That's
So yeah, and then he
I
comes.
love your reactions. You work for the company, and everyone that Tom pulls up. It's like, do you work at Hasbro? Are we sure?
Somebody check
Sorry,
this man's
Tom. 'cause
credentials. Somebody check this man's credentials.
every
He's actually a
piece-
fan we found on the parking lot.
Yeah. Everyone he pulled up, Tom. Carter's next to me going, ooh. Oh, wow.
His credentials? I don't know anybody named Carter, but okay, whatever.
Okay, all right.
So
It's good. Did you really check his credentials?
digital. He
Wow,
comes
this
with
is
buttons.
awesome.
I love cool stuff.
This is great. So this was done in ZBrush? Do
Yes.
we- Yes.
Of course.
It's in ZBrush right now.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, did you start with scan data, or did you do this? Did you guys do this completely
This-
from scratch?
This one had a low res file from back
From
in
Maya, I thought, right?
Yeah, from Maya. I think it was back in when was this done? 2003 or ish, 2004.
Yeah,
So
probably.
it wasn't great, but it gave us enough to
Start
to
with.
go off of.
Start with. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I think the action pose you got in that toy shot is just
Yeah.
really cool as well.
Yeah, that one's really sweet.
Yeah.
He
It's
got-
almost like what Carter says. It's no longer toys. We're large children. It's now collectibles on our shelf.
This is a collectible.
Yes.
We're not
It's
playing.
no, it is. It's it's the quintessential modern sculpture in a way because it is functional and you can look at it and see it, and touch it, and play with it. It's real sculpture. I think anyone who discredits it for anything less is at this scale and at this level, is doing a disservice
Look
to
at
doing a disservice to art. Actually,
It's a great
So-
shot, Bailey, of showing the details, the
Yeah.
weathering.
Yeah, and to kind of echo like the previous points, like on like vintage, on Black Series, like textures do make a world of difference, even though they're so small in the actual physical product. Even if it's like to break up the specularity on a surface, it just helps that readability so much more. So I mean, like a lot like this can get like watered down in production, but all of it still like matters, and it's just so impressive to actually see it like zoomed in like this, just to know like how much like work goes into even a single part of a toy. Just it's always like rewarding to see like other work that people are doing with this stuff too. So I mean, it's a great place to be at. We're at Hasbro, so I think that's why nobody ages seemingly. So
Carter, if we don't retire, Fountain of Youth.
Retire. What? Oh, you didn't get that memo, did you? Sorry.
Well, you're not really working if you love what you're doing.
There you go.
there
So,
you go.
what's there to retire from? I don't understand what you're saying. Who would retire from this? Look at this package again.
it's We'll get a close up of Louis' packaging. The
got a
package
box,
here of
again.
the box.
Look at this thing.
There it is. There you go, Louis.
Kidding me? I don't care what generation you're from. You're 9, 10 years old. You get this. Look at this thing.
We're really derailing the toys.
I'm not really. This is actually in alignment with it. Look at this. You're going to want this. Look at this package. You're going to want these.
I love that you put the old Kenner on there too.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
get
Collect them
that
all.
original
Yeah.
Kenner. By the way, for
Make
those
it
that don't
all.
know, Kenner was the original Star Wars toys.
Yes.
Play sets abound here. Here we go. The next play set.
Oh.
Next place. set.
Oh, yeah.
Indoor bunker.
Environment
It's gonna be
zebra.
interactive.
Can I
You hold-
can,
Yes.
can I have him? Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. I'll hold
Has
him
him.
for you.
All right.
There
So
we go. Look at the balance.
something else I always wanted as a kid, the indoor bunker play sets. But the closest I could find was me actually cutting cardboard and spray painting it gray. Well, my dad spray painted it for me. So, and then I just put that together with duct tape. But I've come a long way since then. So,
Oh yeah, show that. Go ahead.
are we ready?
Yeah, go.
So,
He's got the shot. Go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Oh, snap.
Wow.
oh,
Does not do that when he's not here.
Sound effects not included.
Right.
but wait, there's more. We're gonna get really in
Oh.
here. We're
There's more.
going next level.
Oh, wait,
All right,
Okay.
can you get a shot in right there? See if I can get to this. There's. Wait, hold on.
Wait for it.
There, that panel.
Look at this guy's got it all.
This opens up.
Start. There you go.
Oh, there you
How
go.
else is Han Solo going to try and hotwire it?
Yeah.
And there's also he can't get it done, so then there's another one. Then R2 is going to come in,
Unplug it in there.
and the smaller one.
Which we have the art. You have the art too.
Well,
The
not
whole
that
set.
art. This R2 is going to see if he can get in there. This one. So there you go.
And then it comes with him as well. Correct.
Yes. But
biker.
wait,
Wait. Okay. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
There's more?
There's
No,
more.
wait. Whose head is that?
Go ahead.
Oh, I can feel it. Who's it? Oh, he's pulling it off. Oh,
Oh.
Oh, you're
Wait.
pulling it up. Daniel Craig.
oh, hold on.
mother of God.
Ooh, I got that snug. on.
Harrison Ford.
Sweet.
Would you like some
There's-
assistance?
Ha ha!
Oh, you got it.
The name's Trooper.
gotta be
Scout
kidding me.
Trooper.
Wow.
For the first time ever.
So he was
Actually, yeah. Is it?
So
Yeah,
it is
I
the
don't-
first time that
yeah.
they did this guy. So
Yeah.
what the designer told me that this gentleman was actually the person that they were actually filming on his property for the indoor scene. So they put him in the movie as one of the biker
wow.
scouts. guys.
May I see that? That's the first time that guy's ever appeared. Look at
Yeah. So he was never done in the classic line. I don't think we've done him in I mean, he never really had a name. We just call him biker scout in disguise. So yeah, I suppose that indoor trooper that was covert operation.
And this one's available now. as
Oh
well?
yes, this is also available on Hasbro
that.
Pulse.
The man who owns the property.
HasbroPulse.com. We're going to lose Carter now for the rest of the stream.
That's it.
Just playing with this.
There's even moss detail. I'm just saying, folks, moss detail. Look at that. Cool.
Look at that.
Definitely a step up from my cardboard.
I kind of wish I was a kid again. The fun you could have with all these things.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
no,
That's
no,
something.
you can have fun. I did it yesterday.
He's
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
blaster just came out of his
Yeah.
hand there.
Oh yeah, it's got the blaster
Little
that
blaster. Don't lose the part.
fits in there on the side of his boot.
Whoop, whoop,
So,
whoop.
but yeah, this was I love doing the play sets as well, or at least like working with my team on bringing these together because there's a lot more. Even though you have the figure that's being articulated, just the engineering of all of these guys to not only actually make the doors open and things like that, but we also have to figure out, all right, how is this going to disassemble and fit into specific parameters for our packaging? Because packaging plays a very big important role. Number one, it makes people happy. And number two, the package is determined. And once the package size is determined, then the crates and assortments, how many boxes go in a particular box, then that's determined. How many boxes go onto a pallet? How many? So it's a domino effect. So ultimately, we figure out what the packaging is first, and then work within those constraints and figure out, all right, how much can we get into this packaging and still have awesome experience for the consumer, and still be able to figure out and fit all of these different boxes, giant packages and stuff into a larger box, larger boxes on larger pallets, into trucks, into shipping containers. So
Distribution.
yeah, so there's
Shipping.
there's a lot, even shelf space at
In stores.
in stores and
Target,
stuff
for
like
instance,
that.
et
Yep,
cetera.
exactly. So all of that, the packaging actually does play a super huge crucial role, and it determines one of the funny stories, when I was early at Hasbro, we had designed a toy, and it was still in early on process and everything, and we found out it just slightly didn't get the packaging, and I was still new. I was a new kid, and so why don't we just adjust the packaging? And everyone just looked at me. We canceled the toy. We actually canceled it because it was going to be such a domino effect. It never saw the light of day.
You're getting into something that's very particular interest to me is the business, the background, and the sort of operations level stuff that makes this possible. We're having fun throwing this stuff around, but what he's saying is there's no understatement there. It is like to a millimeter. There's space tolerances for the toy shelves because there's shared space at the toy level, inside the toy aisles, inside of those distributors. And it's big business, so I'm happy to hear you speak about those aspects of it. Because if you're sitting there and you're wondering, hey, I want to get involved in this, there's many ways you can get involved. You could start in the business management side of things, or the marketing and logistics side of things, and then maybe find a path in the artistic way as well. So don't give up, is what I'm saying. There's many ways, and Hasbro is a great company.
Yeah, and Hasbro is awesome to have that fluidity within the company to where, hey, I thought I might wanted to do this, but now I want to explore this as well. And they're so open about doing that. And we've had so many people that have actually started in different departments and ultimately gone on to other stuff. So maybe, hey, you might think you want to sculpt a figure or something, or maybe design the packaging, but maybe you end up becoming like an engineer or something like that. So you just never know what.
Yeah, or managing logistics even. I mean, it's something that could be entertaining to some people as well.
Yep.
I would say Hasbro, the new tagline could be known by many, loved by all.
Yes. Small text, especially by Carter.
Yeah, very cool.
Look at that moss
Look at
detail.
The excitement level we get on certain things.
It's just you're blending organic and hard surface.
Yeah.
And the poly grouping right now actually shows this is how we broke the pieces out to where we actually broke it apart and figured out, okay, how are these going to flatten, sit in the box. And we had to also put a figure on a blister within that same packaging. So nice little challenges, but in the end, I think we came up, again, just kind of knocked it out of the park with this one.
I got a big question for you.
Yes.
The protruding neck of the, maybe Rigo, you can answer this one earlier, Tom. You had that alien creature, I forget his name, the long neck. What are the challenges with the bubble on that one?
Oh, the packaging, yeah.
Oh, well, this in particular was I can't remember, Disney whatever parks exclusive. So we made the package a little bit deeper.
Okay.
But if you were to go in a normal packaging, we probably just have to turn his head sideways, so he'd be looking over his shoulder or whatever.
Yeah. Drive me crazy as an MOC guy.
Yeah.
Get that one figure, he's turning sideways.
He's got to be looking over his shoulder.
Right?
You never know what's going on in the Star Wars universe.
Looking for fat T. This thing writes itself.
We're really snowballing right now. It's really all coming together.
A micro ZBrush summit here.
We're not having fun at all. What do we have next? Do we have another?
Oh, we got more.
Oh yeah.
Because we're almost out of time. So
let's take
there's
this.
24 hours in a day.
Yeah, exactly. I got us. So this is a new clone trooper. So we're pretty stoked for this guy. We did a stormtrooper that I experimented with a few years back, where a lot of different layering, like with the chest armor. So essentially, almost like how they would wear the costume. So the chest armor is a separate piece. The shoulder pads are trapped in between the butterfly and the shoulder joint. This guy also has bicep swivels, so you could get, again, get the aiming your blaster in front of you. So I put like that. So
Wow.
So he's
Coming at you.
yeah. So anyway, this was built off of the old, this is like version 3 of our clone trooper, built off of the version 2.0. So these got the floating knee pads, bicep swivels, separate chest armor. The butterflies are more functional on this guy. He's a bit bulkier. Shoulder pads are a little bulkier, stuff like that. So, I just wanted to kind of show him off a little bit. He was a fun one, and people love their clones. So.
Is he available? Is he up for pre-order?
I think everything we're looking at today is up for pre-order.
Oh, I bet you he's already sold out then.
You're thinking about you're picking one for your shelf.
Well, I'm thinking, folks love army builders, and I know we've been wanting to redo the clone trooper. So I would bet right now he's probably already sold out.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Do you want-
Is there a
yeah,
limit
do
to
you
the
want
number
to-
I can go and get on the Pulse website? Is there a limit to that? Can
I
go
think
on
they
there and
do
get, like,
limit it
50?
to. Like,
Yes, they
Yeah, I think
do.
they do.
They do.
Yeah.
They do limit it.
Huh.
so yeah, you can see the bicep swivel on this, which we didn't have before either.
Wow.
We're gonna find out right now for Carter if he's available.
Let's do it.
I'm on it. I'm searching Pulse right now. Ooh.
He actually might be sold
See, now
out.
I'm getting
So
distracted.
he's gone down the rabbit hole. This guy's sitting here shopping for treasure. What's going on here?
Probably shouldn't have done this.
What is, he says, oh,
If my wife is watching, sorry.
your reaction was priceless. Yeah, oh,
Tom, does he have a is there a head underneath there? Or is
Oh
it
yeah,
just-
there is. You want to pop that helmet off? He's got a. He looks like all his other brothers.
He's in pre-order right now.
There you go.
what's the number
Wow.
that I can get? What's the limit?
Okay,
Nice.
so it looks like he's still available. All right, sweet.
All right,
Would you like me to put one in for you?
a couple more to go. What's that?
No, I'm asking Carter. He wants me to order one for him right now on my iPad.
Can we get a zoom on the face there again? Oh, we left it. Never mind. It's okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Bailey.
we're moving on.
Yeah,
Why
Just
did-
get- can we,
Bailey's
we have
gone
a few
rogue.
more. We have a few more.
oh,
for
it's so
sure,
cool, man.
Yeah, that is cool.
That's the stuff right there.
That looks like.
If I was going to get a haircut,
Boom.
That's
Yeah.
what you would do.
that's that guy.
Wow.
You got options,
Hey,
man.
Pedro.
Not as a clone trooper, my friend.
Look at that guy. Looks good.
All right,
All right,
Totally talks
let's
about
go on.
let's continue.
Rebel scum.
Okay,
All
so
right.
this
Good.
one,
Yeah.
there's a couple of things that I love about this guy. So,
Do you want me to hold the other one while you hold the one?
oh yeah, let's do that. Which one would you like to hold?
You
hold this
whatever.
one. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. I knew that was going to happen.
Okay,
Mhm.
sweet. So, this guy is actually an amalgamation. We brought in old school and new school technology. So ultimately, the body on this figure, down to his knees, is a wax sculpture. So we actually scanned the wax sculpture, and then we actually just added new articulated lower legs so they could actually fit on the shorter struts, because this speeder bike is actually the true speeder bike scale it should be. The original 80s speeder bike that Kenner created, I think it was actually out to here. So we needed to make it a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact. And we also wanted to make sure that his legs actually were articulated enough to where his feet would actually fit in the struts. This is the more classic version, and this is the newer version that appeared in The Mandalorian, complete with little kidnapped Grogu in his shoulder sling bag.
Wait, give him time for some focus.
Let's get that kidnapped Grogu.
There you
Nothing
go.
like a good kidnapping.
There it
in
is.
the
There
middle
it
of the
is.
day
There
here.
it is.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then there's also another small detail. Again,
Okay.
we have awesome design team. Didn't realize, if you look on the back, they actually have different, I want to say saddlebags, but different bags as well. So just, again, another small detail for the fans, because they'll definitely notice it. Another thing, small detail, we're going to remove
Which
him from-
one?
All right.
We're removing him?
We're going to look at his knee pads.
Oh,
So it's something, again,
okay.
it's a little small detail, but the costume department, we weren't sure exactly what was going on with the actual show itself, but their knee pads are actually inverted. So his are facing up that way, and these are considered kind of upside down. So we wanted to make sure that it was true to the show and the actual appearance in the episode. So we actually made these, they were going to be separate pieces anyway because of the color break.
Wow.
So we decided, hey, let's invert these and keep it completely accurate to the show. So
I wonder if that was
classic.
an accident on the show.
I wonder. Yeah.
Put
I
him
wonder
on
if
the
they-
wrong way,
Whoops.
right?
I'm not sure we'll ever know, but
No.
I think it's a cool little detail that was pointed out to me. Again, my attention to detail didn't see it at all. So, but design pointed out, because again, this is always a team effort. So there you go.
That's awesome.
Nice.
So we got a little Grogu kidnapped on the little speeder bike.
Wow, look at this. Kyle, come in with us. Look at this movement that you've got in the articulation, right? So obviously you have head, but look, you can actually shift the head forward and back. It's hard because my big fingers
So yeah, we
like
actually
this. See, look, there you go.
Yeah.
Like a stop mo animator's dream right here. It's like
Once again, we're not having fun.
get paid to do this all day. This is insane.
That's impressive. That's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. So it's just the little things.
Good product testing.
The
right there,
details.
Paul.
Once again, not a toy, a collectible.
Collectible.
Yes.
We're field testing. We're not playing.
Yes.
Testing the stress factors of the joint.
Yes.
Here live from Hollywood.
And by the way, Carter's very particular how it sits on this pizza
Yes.
too, right? So it's very
I
important.
mean, that is important.
It's
I 100%
important.
agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
There is a very specific
Shall we
way
move
Thank
on?
you.
you should be sitting on there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. There you go.
very cool.
And what's also cool about this guy, back with the Black Series figure, when we had the speeder bike, we actually also implemented this particular base that the support stand, but it's actually, if I can pull it out of here, give me just a second. You can actually rotate it to where it sits at 3 different levels. So one where it's right above ground, one where it's like hover
Oh,
parking,
nice.
and
Nice
then one where
touch.
it's actually high up. So I believe that was Mr. Venemeyer's.
It was. You're right.
Yeah,
It was?
So
Yep.
he's an engineering genius. So he knows himself some toys.
It is
So-
now available.
Wait, yes.
It's available. You can add to cart right now.
Okay.
Pre-order.
No, it's available
it's
right now to
actually-
add to cart.
Oh,
I'm just making the list of what Carter's buying.
Well, and there you see the thank you, Bailey, the figure with all of the polygrouped areas and stuff. So it's super easy for us to not only look at it like this, but when we're also working with our team, our Hong Kong partners and everything, we can actually quickly show an exploded view of how the pieces are all broken out and everything.
Only one of them's available now. Only the one that I had's available. The one the brown, the one with the Grogu in the bag is not available yet. It's pre-order. It's pre-order.
Pre-order.
Carter's is pre-order. Mine's available now that I was holding.
Yes.
Yep.
Just setting it.
There you go, yeah, yeah.
Again, I'm on HasbroPulse.com.
Good place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there you go. So we wanted to make sure that everything fit, especially since the Grogu, him in the bag, is actually like that's essentially everything that this figure is supposed to be all about, the Grogu. So we wanted to make sure that not only did it look good on the figure when he's also standing, but when he's also on the bike itself. So we wanted to make sure none of the pieces were intersecting or anything like that, which is, yeah, just made for a nice little fun figure with a lot of fun little details. And I love the deco on this guy too, where he's got more of a sand desert look on him. So.
That's
Very
so cool.
There it is. It's
all
awesome.
right. No clock
got
is ticking. We
next?
should try to move on.
All right.
Yep. What do we got next?
Next is Black Series Ahsoka, Season 3
All right.
No.
of Clone Wars.
Ahsoka.
Yes. So this is another fan favorite. We wanted to get this out there. She's, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, there's a couple of things, and we'll touch on it with this figure that Bailey's going to talk about. We implemented some new thigh articulation as well, and then she also has the butterflies. Yeah, she's a fun character. So I was glad to get her out there, and she also has boot swivel, stuff like that.
So in here, like 2 lightsaber hilts just like mount on like the front for like belts, like they do in the show. So you can kind of see like that here, where they just kind of peg into like those areas. Yeah, she's a really cool figure, and one that fans have like wanted for like a while like now, because it's one for like really definitive like looks. So we're happy to get her in the line, and she came out great. I mean, the entire team from sculpting to deco to manufacturing really did an awesome job with her. So.
And Tom, how did you change up? You said the thigh swivel is different. Like, what did you guys end up doing? I'm curious on that one.
Yeah, so one of the things that we're always looking to innovate or find. One of the things that I didn't like in the thigh swivel was the anatomy in your thigh isn't a perfect circle, right? It's an oval, and so whenever you either have to compromise the anatomy or or you get a big step when you swivel it. And so what we're doing now instead is it allows for just a little bit of range of motion. And that, I was just looking at our own anatomy and just like, how much does your thigh actually rotate outward? It's not a lot, you can, once you start rotating it, you kind of have to lift your leg up. So what I found is, I've been implementing this. We did this on the Indiana Jones line as well. That's actually where I started doing it, because we do that line as well. And then it was working, relatively effective. And so we started implementing it into more. So it gives the thigh a more natural anatomical look and still a functional articulating point.
Oh, okay.
So
Cool.
yeah.
No?
There's a little bit of trial and error in that. Some of them, came like the Indiana Jones line. There's one of them that I think, there was some mix up as far as what the intent was. So it didn't come out as good as I had hoped, but we'll keep working out the bugs. on
It came
these.
out great, Tom Rigo.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we work with a great team too. A lot of our sculptors, outside vendors and stuff, they do phenomenal work, and they're also fans and they're passionately, into this stuff, and it's it's great just having. You were mentioning earlier about Carter's passion and stuff. Yeah, that's all over. Everyone's really passionate about what they do, and the hopefully reflects in the work that's being output. So. Cool.
So,
It's
How is
sorry, go ahead.
how's the someone was asking the question about specifically the bicep joint. How are you keeping the pin that's there?
In the
The
at the elbow?
joint, well, up by the elbow.
Yeah, right up into. It's essentially a mushroom. So there's a slight under. It's not on this because this is the original sculpt file. We won't put the mushroom joints in, just because it's easier for us to put these models together. But in production, there's essentially, if you imagine like a mushroom head on top of that stem, and then there'll be an undercut in there, and that'll hold it. You could pull it out with enough force, or if you heat it up, but that's what holds it in place.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
very-
I'm also sharing the Hasbro Pulse website
Oh,
in the
okay.
chat too for everybody.
Yeah. Nice.
Thank you, good sir.
Are the pieces? I have a question. There was a time when you were doing sonic welding, like between the front and the back part of the torsos. Is that? Have you moved on from that, or is that still?
Nope.
No, we still depends on the part. So if it's ABS, yeah, you got to sonic weld it.
Cool.
And that's for we do that mostly with the lower torso, the part under the skirt, and that's because that's where the figures really got to stay solid together,
Yeah.
and so everything gets trapped inside of that part, and it keeps the figure nice and tight.
Thanks for answering that. I know somewhere somebody was wondering.
Yeah. All right. I know we got to move on, so let's go to the next one.
All right, this is the last vintage item, and
Cool.
drum roll please. It's the Grand Inquisitor.
Yes.
Yes. So this is the Grand Inquisitor for our vintage line. I don't have a physical sample to
All right,
show.
you got to go now.
Okay, I'll show my sample. Pause. Knew you guys were.
Actually, I don't have it.
Wait, does Tom have one?
I was looking. I don't see it. I can look.
See, what's it? Go ahead, Carter.
It's okay. So this is the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah.
We actually have a couple of sabers with this guy. So he has one where his saber hilt where it actually plugs onto his back, and then we have a separate saber hilt where it's actually the saber's ignited, attached to the hilt. So he comes technically with two sabers. The cape right now is just kind of a. Oh, there he is. Thank you, Tom.
wow.
Rigo.
Yeah.
Look at that pose.
Yeah, that's him.
Wow.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah. Oh,
Electric.
I love the two-tone cape.
Look at that pose too. Look at that.
cool.
This thing is-
Yeah. Did you pose that too, Tom Rigo?
No, I did not.
Nice.
It was pre-posed for me.
Oh,
Nice.
No, it came out. Yeah, this is the first time I've actually seen him all decoed out and in final production. But yeah, this
Nice.
guy was another one. I know he's a fan favorite even back from when he was in his animated version. So he finally made his live action debut in Obi-Wan. So we definitely wanted to make sure that we captured this character and brought him into the vintage line for us and for all the fans and everything. So yeah, I love this figure because he's got all of these little subtle details, like his little insignia on his armor, even the deco on his head. It's just, to me, this figure, there's so much where it's like less is more. So just his color palette, just all the little minute details and stuff on it. To me, it just really makes, he is literally Star Wars to me. Like just that aesthetic, the color palette, everything, and there's no question whether or not this guy is good or bad. Yeah, he's a bad guy, but
Yeah, you see some of the vintage, in
Mhm.
essence, the original in him,
Yeah.
in the design, to what we have now today, too, in the newer Star Wars.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. He definitely bridges the old and the new. So,
I think he's a good
Talk
bridge.
about details there for a second.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
real thing, that if Bailey, can you zoom in on the face again? I really don't want this to get lost in the mix. The portrait work that's done on these things is like
Yeah, it's out of this world.
really fantastic at that scale. I mean, look at the
Thanks,
quality of. I mean, that does not get lost on me. That's for sure. And I'm sure people around the world are watching and tuning in and saying the same thing. Like, how do they do that? That's the power of ZBrush.
Yeah, I mean, even the little scribe lines on his head, like it's a subtle detail, but we know this was indicative of the character. We had to make sure that those were there. So
really
and it
cool.
still comes through in production and everything. And what's great about it is, yes, we can do this in ZBrush. All of the little minutia and all the little details in his face. We'll even get to the point to where we'll ask ourselves, should this character have fuller bags under their eyes? Should they have less? More creases? Is this an older character? And just because of ZBrush, we can achieve that even at this scale. So it's great. Love it.
Another beautiful collectible.
Really tight.
Yes.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Just hit a home run here, grand slam actually here today.
Thank you, team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for having us be part of this.
Of course.
Incredible.
You know, we've been learning math. We've been learning about Star Wars.
Logistics and business
That was
management.
hard to solve.
Logistics and business,
Life of
packaging, and
FIFO, you know, first in,
shipping.
first out.
Don't forget the soft goods.
Don't forget about the soft goods.
Yeah, yeah.
Covered sonic welding,
Shelf
Soft welding.
space. This
Shelf
is really
space.
what turned out.
Yeah, let's
Never really thought we'd go down this.
career advice. I mean,
let's just end with Bailey's. This is
Yes.
next one is Bailey's sculpt. He put a lot of effort into this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It is the Black Series, Darth Malgus.
oh, great.
Oh,
yeah.
Right on, man.
That looks so good.
Nicely done, Bailey.
Bailey.
I just want to say
Thank you.
again, earlier, if you're just tuning in, Bailey, 12-year-old kid, reaches out to Paul Gabry, and now here today on a live feed with the ZBrush team, showcasing his work for the Hasbro Black Series. I mean, if there's any career advice, do a Bailey.
Yeah.
Wow. Look
Oh,
at that.
so
Look at
good.
that.
Oh, he looks mean. I like it.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
Big boy.
So it comes down.
That's great.
That's awesome.
that's
team.
Is
so
that
cool.
available now? What do we
Get
got?
a separate.
Oh, you
map.
want to see if it's available? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm slacking on my availability. On Hasbro Pulse.
Oh, out of the cart.
Just check the pulse, man. Literally.
Yeah, so this guy I poured a lot of my heart and soul into like this one. And the entire like, team did too. I mean, they just did an incredible job with like the soft goods on like the cape, and like the deco department did an awesome job with like the paint apps. Just the entire team really came together on like this figure to make it a kind of like this ultimate tribute to like the video game fans, which is kind of like the realm where I'm in. A lot of my friends are, you know, Star Wars: The Old Republic like fans, and like that kind of era of Star Wars. And just to be able to, you know, create a figure for like that era in particular was really, really special. So like Tom was saying, we just have a removable face mask for Darth Malgus. So if you take off that face mask, you got all this really, really cool detail with his like, you know, burn marks and everything else in the figure too. He's got like that kind of like, arrogant smile there as well. Just a really fun, cool Sith character. He's like one of the coolest Sith Lord designs like out there. So again, to just be able to create like the toy version of like that was a real honor and privilege. So I'm glad that, you know, we're able to afford like the removable mask, because that's kind of his definitive like look in the game. And just paying really close attention like how all like this stuff is constructed, like how just, you know, keys in the back there onto like the head. So it's like a seamless you know, integration in like that way, just making use of the mechanical structures of like the head as well.
The pose
the other
inside.
thing,
If you have a chance to go to the Pulse website, if you're watching, go to the Pulse website. They've got this guy posed up in a way that I've never seen a figure posed before.
Yeah, like
Putting his cape on.
He's putting his
I
cape
mean,
over
his
his hood or whatever
hood
over
on.
his head, and it's just phenomenal. I think
yeah,
it's image number 4 or whatever.
yeah. Again, like the team did an amazing job. Like the photography, like the posing, like
Yeah.
they were even pulling off poses I didn't even like think about. Like it was just really cool to see like that, especially like the single kick pose. Like I was just
Yeah.
it was awesome. So,
No, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. As far as like what's fun about this stuff is engineering it in such a way so that the end user then comes up with these, their imagination's the limit. And some of the stuff I go, wow, I didn't even think about that. I think there was one of Luke running, and I was like, how the heck did they get him to stand on his toe like that? It was, I don't know how they maintained that balance, but they did it. So it was, yeah, it's fun to see. There's like, you know, Instagram accounts where people do toy photography that
Yep.
it's just phenomenal. And, you know, some of that stuff is, you do a double take, it looks like a, you know, a still from the film. And
Until you, I'm a big fan of him.
Look at the scale on this thing.
Yeah, like that's another thing. Like a lot of people have questions, so that's why I wanted to bring up like the clone trooper. That's pretty well known in terms of like the clone's like height. He's a big guy. Like there's a reason he's a deluxe figure. He's big.
yeah,
He's really impressive. Like, he was even so big to where I remember talking about this with Tom, but we actually had to tool up an entirely different like lightsaber blade just because the one that we had just looked so puny on him and also in his build. So this lightsaber blade is a lot longer than like our previous ones as well. So he's just overall he's a big boy. So
How many total inches is this one inside the black line?
oh goodness,
Like 8?
and
I don't do it by like millimeters, so I can think he's like around like what Tom, like 169 millimeters.
yeah, it was around 7 inches, a little
Yeah.
over 7, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, he's big. And then if I can just touch on like this really quick, he does have the exact same shoulder pad technology that you just saw with like the new clone trooper, where he's able to get his arm up like all that way, despite being a very bulky figure. And even like the posability in like his like butterfly joint, like he can hold his like lightsaber hilt with like both hands. There's just a lot of really cool range of motion with this guy as well. And then yeah, like the last thing I just want to touch on is kind of like echoing Tom's point of, because I know it's a discussion that we'd had at one point where we wanted to make more anatomically correct thighs, because before with the thigh swivel, you were more or less confined to like that really like ideal cylinder. So whenever you would rotate like that like thigh, there won't be as visible as a step or like a break in like that joint. So what we were kind of working with like Melgus, and he's a very very good example of like this like new thigh swivel technology, or like this method rather that we've like done where he can like have like the exact same range of motion that a normal person has when it comes to how much like they can rotate at the hip, and because of like that, we're able to pretty much sculpt some really muscular thighs in a way that is way more anatomically accurate. If I give you like a little bomb view like there, you can see that it's not perfectly cylindrical. The quad and like the hamstring have like different volumes to them. So to be able to get like that nuance to the anatomy also helped us like elevate like this figure for like that deluxe price point too.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Well
Bailey.
done.
Yeah.
Well done, Bailey.
That's a big boy. I think get a round of applause again for that one. That's phenomenal work.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say. It took my breath away here today. Check my
Put
pulse.
the box down.
Hasbro.
No, yeah, he did. He put him down.
No, I got it.
He's got him in front of him.
Let's stay on brand here.
Yeah, I know.
There you go. Stay on brand here. I got them all here.
He's got several packages now.
I'm into it, man. It's Christmas in May for me.
It is Christmas for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I tell you, man,
Awesome
you guys
stuff.
integrated
That's what we got, guys. I mean,
Yeah.
there'll be more coming, but we're cranking this stuff out all year long, and hope you guys are enjoying it. But yeah,
Yeah. Well,
I
thank you.
appreciate you having us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey, Tom, Carter,
Oh,
everyone
man.
online. The round of applause. It's been a great adventure going through our toys/collectibles, as we're starting to call them as older adults now.
Three
Our
swipes
children.
of the lightsaber.
3 swipes of lightsaber. Louis gives the approval over here. So we're not done though. Our day is still continuing on. We're gonna have a couple more little tips and tricks from Ian. We got some more giveaways to do, but we also have Leonard with us, who is a retired Imagineer. So he's actually going to be talking about the theme park, how some of that stuff can work, and he's also been working on his own at. That's absolutely incredible. It's posable. He's got it here with us too, so you're going to physically be able to see it, just like we've been able to see these beautiful pieces.
It's made in metal, by the way.
Yeah,
It's a fully engineered thing.
He did the top part in 3D
Stay
print, the
tuned.
bottom in metal.
Yeah.
Yes, from my understanding, so that
Sit
he
tight.
could
That's
pose it
awesome.
and hold the weight.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. And we are giving away, actually one of the items we'll be giving away
Come on now, show the people.
today
how-
is this guy right here. We're going to be giving away one of these today too.
Nice.
Oh,
So
yeah.
from Hasbro, as you can see, you can wear them. They're beautiful. They also have full sound effects and so on
Well,
too.
drop it on my head again.
You can drop it on your head. Louis wants to put it on his head. There you go. Okay. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
3 swipes for you.
All these are wearable, and you can find these on Hasbro Pulse as well. So let me put mine on. There you go. Yes.
There you go.
Ready.
Lovely.
Yeah. All right. So, guys, thank you so much for joining in. We're going to come back. We're going to go to Ian on the computer. He's going to show a couple tips and tricks, do some giveaways.
Oh, yeah, giveaways.
And then after that, we'll be bringing Leonard aboard. So don't go anywhere.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, what is going on, everybody? So what we're going to be doing first is going and doing some giveaways. But again, thank you to the Hasbro team for coming in and showcasing all this amazing stuff. And because of them, they were actually able to do and give us something to give away. So we're going to do that first, and we're going to get straight into that. And no, it is not over. We still have another segment and hopefully some other good stuff as well. So the first thing we're going to go ahead, and I have some different monitors. So I'm looking all over the place. I'm going to go ahead and grab this guy over here. 1 second. Okay, we're going to come up here. Oops, you can't see what I'm doing yet. That's okay. I'm going to come through here, and I'm just going to bring this on over. And we're going to go full screen here. Boom. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to be giving away is the Clone Trooper Premium Electronic Helmet, the Black Series Phase 2 from Star Wars here. So we're going to go ahead. You want to go ahead and show this on the screen just real quick. Perfect, perfect. All right, yeah, just want to showcase it first before we pick the winner. So we've been dropping the link for you to register for this giveaway today. All right, cool. Let's see. And
Oh, Christ.
here we go. I'm going to go and draw the winner. And the winner is, I'm going to put it in the chat right now. It is a Mr. David Tronix. Hopefully I said that right. David, congratulations on winning this. It is super, super awesome. All right.
I was hoping to get like that Hasbro.
We got one more to give away, so let me go ahead. And it is going to be another one of these $40 vouchers for the merch store over at Maxon. So you can go ahead. You could pick up a beanie or anything else that you would want there. If you do happen to grab a beanie, then please tag me, IR Sculpts. Let's go here. But congratulations, David. And so let's go ahead. Boop. And we're going to draw the winner right now. Coming through. Again, we're just going to go ahead and copy, confirm winner. And the winner is Mr. Mike Van Deerham. Congratulations on the $40 merch. Whoop, whoop. All right. Got that over here. I am juggling like too many monitors. But that's my fault. I set it up. So here we go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So those are the giveaways for this time right now. But what we're going to be doing is somebody earlier today had asked what would be a really good first project to get going in ZBrush. And so because of Star Wars theme, I wanted to pick something that I thought was super cool, but also not too complicated, but is going to utilize ZModeler more specifically because a lot of the stuff that we've shown today has been some hard surface, and I thought this would be a really good starting project to do. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to open up ZBrush here. And we're just going to go through, and first things first is that this is usually what a lot of people see when they're opening up ZBrush. And the thing that we want to actually talk about is how to get into ZBrush and sculpting right away. Now, some of you this might seem like just a kind of a simple approach, but at the same time, for those who are just getting into ZBrush, the easiest way to get started in ZBrush is first and foremost, close this home page and then double click this default project and just say, no, we're not going to save any changes. This automatically puts you in a sphere that you can start sculpting on. So I can come through here and grab a move brush, or I can grab one of these like nice chisel brushes, like this chisel creature brush, drag this out and start getting something looking pretty good quickly. So you automatically are sculpting. Now, what I'm going to do is go a little bit more in depth on switching out this for maybe something to modify like a cylinder, because what we're going to be sculpting today is a sonic imploder from Battlefront. And you might be able to see here, but I have reference and this is from the game itself. And so we're going to be going over this right now. So first, make sure your reference is up and there, because reference is key. I'm a big component. Just want to make sure I'm not blocking anything. Big component of reference, especially if you're going to be doing something that's already been done, or you're going to be doing something that is based in the real world. So I'm going to come up here to the simple brush. I'm going to click this one time, and this is going to allow me to switch out of sculpt mode and go into a 2.5D mode. So I'm going to go ahead and clear this out and drag out a new shape. By clicking the simple brush again, you can pick a cylinder 3D, and you can drag this out and go into edit mode. And before we go into any other thing, you'll notice that the poly group is completely white. And that is because right now we are not in sculpt mode, but we can initialize and change the shape of our base model that we have here. And this is important when you're going to go ahead and do something like this imploder here. So let's go ahead and do a couple modifications. So you can see that on the imploder, we actually have some nice raised edges or some undercuts, and then we have a nice tapered spot at the top. And we want to look at this as if there are two components. We're just going to be focusing on this top part, and then we're going to focus on here. So I'm going to go ahead and let's work at a smaller resolution. This cylinder here is actually quite dense, and I don't want to work with that. So I'm going to come here to the H divide, and I'm going to change this to 16. And I would like the even number because I'm going to want to have a step. I'm going to basically want to have this step one after the other. So I'm going to want to be skipping. And then I'm not going to worry about these other edges here because I'll show you a really quick way of how to delete these edges. So this is about what I'm looking for. And now I'm going to come up here and say make polymesh 3D. And that's how you kick back and forth between the 2.5D mode and the 3D mode, because that's what ZBrush is based on, is that 2.5D mode, a nice painting depth program. So from here, now, I'm going to go ahead and just quickly get rid of these lines, because these lines aren't important. When we're working in ZBrush, especially with hard surface, you want to just block it out like it's a character. So I'm going to come up here to geometry, I'm going to open up edge loop, and then I'm going to say delete loops. And what's neat about this is with a click of a button, it deletes all the loops that are not important to the structure of the shape. So this will allow us to quickly, again, just get rid of all these loops instead of having to go to the Z-modeler brush, holding Alt and tapping. Just delete loop does that for us. And now I'm just going to come through here, and I'm going to go ahead and maybe just scale this down just a little bit. And I'm going to duplicate this a couple times by either hitting Control-Shift-D, or I can come down here and say duplicate, whichever works for you. I like to work with a hotkey shortcut, but I can say duplicate, and you can see here I have a bunch of different subtools. But we're going to delete the ones we don't need, and I'm going to hide this one here and here. Now this top part here, we're actually going to drag this up, and I'm going to scale this down just a little bit. And for this, we want to have a little bit of a taper, because you'll see here at the top that it is tapering just a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and press and hold Control, drag out to mask off this top part, but I'm going to press and hold Alt at the same time. And this will actually change my mask from this kind of darker color to a white. And when I let go of the left click, it's actually going to give me an invert mask. So instead of masking the top part and then Control left click out here in space to invert the mask, you'll actually be able to press and hold Alt and Control, and it'll invert for me. And then I'll open up the gizmo by hitting W on the keyboard, and I'm going to press and hold Alt, and I'm going to hover over this little mesh center or Google icon character little thingy. Click that one time, that's going to send it directly into the center of my mesh. And now I can taper this down. You can taper a few other ways as well. You can actually have the gizmo center, and you can open up this little cogwheel, which has a lot of different deformers that you can utilize, and you can actually pick taper, and you can taper this way as well. So whichever you would like, there's more than one way to eat a Reese's, as you say. So you can come through here and just go ahead and taper that. And if you use the deformer, just hit that cogwheel again and say accept, and now we have this shape. And I'm going to tweak it a little bit. That's a little tall, so we'll get something like this. Perfect, and that will be good to go. Now, what I want to do is I want to actually focus on getting these nice little raised edges. So we're going to open up with a Z-modeler brush. So BZM, if you hadn't already. And then I'm going to alt-click this one right here, and we're just going to focus on this piece. And what I want to do is pull out these nice little edges. I want to extrude them out a bit. So I'm going to, just to keep things simple, press and hold Alt with the Z Modeler brush, and hovering over this face, I'm just going to left click. I'm going to just rotate this around. Again, just giving it a temporary selection. And you can see here now that it's skipped every other one. So from here now, what I can do is press and hold the space bar over the face, and now I can say Q Mesh and Polygroup All. And from here, I can go ahead and drag this out. Now, this might seem like a simple extrude, but what's cool about this is that, let's say I wanted to do that same extrusion again, but I want to snap to have this mesh or this face snap to my next faces here. This is where Q Mesh comes in, because if I were to just hold extrude, this is just going to just kind of blow right past that one section. But with Q Mesh, you'll be able to snap to that surface. So you'll be able to just kind of connect those without having to worry about whether or not it's gonna fly past. So again, Q Mesh kind of helps weld and detects edges and faces a lot better, where extruding will just kind of fly right past and there's no connection. So that can be helpful as well if you wanted to dive deeper with Q Mesh. But now we have something like this, which is looking pretty good. And now what I would like to do is I have a little bit of beveling that's going on here at the very top. If I zoom in, you can see that there's a bit of beveling, which is neat. So we're going to hover over a edge now. Same with the Z Modeler brush, we haven't changed. Press and hold that space bar. And you can see I have insert, which is automatically selected with single edge loop. And then I have multiple edge loops. We're going to leave it at default for the single edge loop here. And I'm just going to go ahead and kind of place this somewhere where I think it makes the most sense. Say something like that. That's pretty good. And we're going to utilize that for beveling in the here in just a minute. Now, what's also neat too is let's look at this top one here. So we got an extrusion on one, but we have kind of more of a cutting effect, or it's like we're digging into the mesh on the secondary one on the top. So I'm going to turn this guy on, and now you'll notice that it's every other one. So I'm going to do the same thing. Again, just keeping it simple. For those who are just getting started in ZBrush, it's really good to just come through here and just start playing around with this and seeing what works and what doesn't. But keeping the same couple techniques and getting comfortable with them is super important, especially when you're just starting out. There's no real need to come in here and try to reinvent the wheel and use 80 brushes and try to get something super complex. Starting simple is key, especially when you're learning. So now I'm going to introduce another section of Z Modeler, which is inset. So I'm going to press and hold the space bar while hovering over this plane. And again, I'm going to say inset, polygroup all. And the reason why I'm going to do it with this one is notice again how this is kind of cut in a little bit on our reference. So I'm going to do the same here, and I'm just going to kind of let this cut in just a bit. There we go. And I'm going to move the whole model up, just giving me a little bit more of a view. And now I'm going to come over, hover back over that face, and do Q Mesh. And I'm going to drag this in. And if I press Alt, just tap it, I can switch that polygroup. So I can get something different. So you might always hear in my streams where I'm flicking through real quick just to get a different edge, different polygroup. And now we're already getting something a lot like what we want. Now let's say here, just a little tip on this. I'm going to delete this edge loop just for a second. Let's say that this extrusion is too much. This is more than what we want. We want to push this back. This is where Z Modeler and Q Mesh kind of really just help go hand in hand. I'm going to go back to that Q Mesh. When I start going ahead and doing another extrusion, if I press and hold Shift, I can actually select that face and I can push that back towards the original mesh, or I can extend it out. I can also, if I wanted to utilize this mesh further for another piece or another model, if I start dragging this out and I press and hold Control, this will allow me to actually remove a plane, extruding and removing a plane off of that face. So then I could do another piece. So you have some options when you're utilizing Q Mesh to press and hold Shift and kind of push that back in just a little bit more. Awesome. All right, now we're going to come through here. Now we're only working on the top portion because what's neat about the Sonic Imploder is that you're actually able to, it's basically mirrored at this point. So there's no real need to kind of do the same thing twice. We'll end up just mirror and welding or duplicating this at some point to flip this through. And now what I want to do, again, blocking out your character for the first time, whether it be hard surface part or whether it be an organic character, I approach it the exact same way, where you're just getting the block out. You're not worried about the details yet. And this middle section right in here, my reference, I'm interpreting this as a second piece. This is, or a third piece in this case. So this is a totally different section, and I want to keep it that way when I'm modeling. So I'm going to go ahead and this original cylinder up here, I'm going to go ahead and do Control-Shift-D. Again, that duplicates one of my subtools. And I'm going to drag this down to the bottom. And now I'm going to go ahead and just move this. And with the gizmo, I'm just going to hit this green little icon and scale this down. And I'm going to also come over here, hover over this yellow square, which does true scale. So we'll come down at scaling both on X, Y, and Z. And then we're going to place this right in here. Now, some of the stuff that when you're going to start utilizing mirror and weld or any type of mirror process, we want to make sure that we find our center as quickly as possible. And so this piece is our center mesh. So I'm just going to call that center mesh because that's where everything is going to live for me. I'm going to send that home. And then what I'm going to do with these two objects is I'm going to hit this little pizza box, or the transpose all selected subtools. A lot of you know it as the pizza box. I'm going to go ahead and just quickly press and hold Shift and Control, drag this out so I have just this green box here. And I'm going to go ahead and also hold Alt to do a negative. So that way I deselect everything. And then just by pressing Shift and Control, I can tap, and I can bring this up. And I can bring this right about above center where I would like this to be. Perfect. And now with this center mesh here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up geometry. I'm going to open up modify topology, and we'll have mirror and weld. Now it might be a little hard to see on stream, but you'll see here we have X, Y, and Z on the axis, and we can mirror on any one of these at any time. All we need to do is deselect the one we don't want, which is X. I can hit Y, and then I can do mirror and weld. And if you didn't see it, I'll zoom in here real quick, Control Z. When I hit mirror and weld, it's going to find that center, giving me true center right here. And this is important because now this piece is actual world center. So now with the other ones, if I wanted to, I come through here, again, clicking mirror and weld on the Y. Same thing with here. These are subtool dependent, so every time I switch, it's actually going back to mirror and weld on the X or the Y, so that option stays with that subtool, and I can mirror and weld. And we're already almost done with the block out itself. But now we're going to do a couple other things. So the first thing we're going to do, I'm actually going to Control Z this real quick and just raise this up just a little bit. Just give me a little bit more room here. And then same thing here, I'm going to go ahead and just extend this up just a bit. There we go. Just because now I'm nitpicking myself a little bit. And I'll go ahead and mirror and weld these pieces right here if I wanted to. Actually, let's not do that piece right there for right now because we want to do a couple other things. All right. So the last thing, and I joke about this all the time, but I tend to really push ZBrush to its limits sometimes, so don't forget to save. So if you want to save, we'll come up here to Save As, and I'm just going to go ahead, throw this on the desktop real fast. We'll just call this the Sonic Imploder. All right. Now what we're going to do is kind of finish this up. So again, we have a little bit of beveling that's happening here in our reference, and we want to replicate that beveling as well. So we're going to go ahead and turn that wireframe on. There we go. Turn that wireframe on just for a little bit. And now we're going to come through here and add a bit of beveling. And what I'm going to do is add in an insert edge loop. So I'm going to come through here. I'm going to come in through here. Now I'm going to do this the long way, but I'm going to show you why I'm going to do it this way, just so you can kind of see what's happening. So when I have just the one, I'm going to add another edge loop right here. And if I want to kind of bevel this area here, what I'm going to do is hold Alt and delete this. And now this is going to give me a little bit of a fall off. And when I go ahead and hit, like, let's say dynamic subdiv, we're working really, really low. But this will actually give me a nice little bit of beveling. I can also, on an edge loop, come here to multiple edge loops, interactive elevation, and I can kind of flare that out just a little bit if I wanted to. If I had a lot more geometry, like let's say I come through here, and I'm just going to do a basic subdivide up with not smoothing, so I have a lot of this mesh here. What I could do for this is we actually have some bevel brushes. So I can come through bevel arc, and I could pick one side, then pick another, and I could start sculpting that down depending on how much topology I have and the size of my brush, giving me a little bit of that edge loop. But we're not going to do it that way. We're going to back this up just a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and introduce one other thing which is really, really helpful, especially when you're working with low topology, but you have multiple facets like this, is we're going to come up here to transform, and I'm going to dock this on the right-hand side. And we're going to go to activate symmetry, and then on the y-axis, because ZBrush is up and down, you actually have the y going this way, z is going front and back, and x is left to right. So I can actually turn on with the y-axis radius symmetry, and now what I can do is I can come through here and I can start working evenly. So I can hover over an edge here at this point with the Z modeler brush, pulling that back up. And now I could start working a lot faster this way by just adding a couple here, and we'll come through here, zoom in a little bit, come on this point. Now I can delete those sections. So this is a really fast and effective way to come through and start getting a lot of your primary shapes blocked out. And before you know it, just in even just a few minutes, we already have something that is looking a lot close to what we're going for. So let's just go ahead and finish this off. So we're just going to go ahead, come through here, and again, going back to this piece, I'm going to go through with the geometry, and I'm going to mirror and weld this piece on the Y and this piece on the Y, and then we can give it some color if we want. So we can come up through here. Let's move this off to the side, and let's actually go ahead and we'll give it just a little bit of a metal look. Okay, and then we'll just go ahead and do our RGB and M for material. So this is a really quick and effective way. So really just wanted to introduce a starter way of getting through Z Modeler, and also to just building something. Start with something small, but then as you can see here, there's a lot of color and there's a lot of texturing that you can do once you have the basic shape. So hopefully that was helpful, and we have one more guest coming up really soon. So we're going to go straight to Leonard right after this. everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for giving us just a couple minutes. And we are here with a special guest, Mr. Leonard Yee, former Disney Imagineering. Welcome
Leonard
in.
Yee.
Introduce yourself. Tell the audience who you are, what you do, why you do it, and how it's done.
You just did that.
Well, kind of, but I mean, I like glossed over that so fast, and that is like at no way can even remotely sum up everything you do. So go ahead, take the wheel.
I'm a retired Imagineer, and I don't know what that actually means, but I'm a retired Imagineer. I'm still doing things. So one of the things that I built was this walker down here. It started out actually as a project with a couple of friends of mine, and the question really was, the bottom leg yoke is the only thing that would break. Could you make that out of metal? And that's how this project started.
So hold on a second. You're telling us that this is made in metal.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I have some
Get a close-up on this thing.
images of it that we can show later on.
So when you say metal, sorry to interrupt. When you say metal, like what was the process like? Yeah, CNC or 3D print metal?
This started out as I had to do a digital model, but it was done in a CAD program because of the need for to run a CNC. So it's all CNC'd out of aluminum. This portion, legs, the chassis, in fact, here.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, so there's a trick to taking this off. There's lots of magnets. Lots of magnets.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, let's get a close up.
We got the mobile camera coming in to get a
Cool.
bird's eye view of this here.
Just to even see how how thin some of these parts are. See, look at that. Wow, that is
So this
awesome.
is like the actual puppet that they used. So the joints all work, and it's given me a whole new appreciation of what these guys had to do, because you have to loosen them, tighten them, loosen them, tighten them, move things around. There are some mechanisms inside as the legs move that cause cams to shift around, and so that the animators didn't have to do that every single time. But to get the sequences they had, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
So normally I screwed this all together so it doesn't fall off, and then they didn't do this, but I needed to do this just to get that. Do you want it?
Like a little latch in the back.
Yeah, it's just it captures it, and then just being able to take things on and off. It's also animated, or the ability to animate the guns. The guns are all set up to slide back and forth. Those again are magnets, so you can
That's incredible.
move
Wow.
it back and forth. These side guns, actually, let's do it on this side so you can see, is also a magnet. And I can't see now. Can you see that? Can you pop that in there?
Oh yeah, you're gonna brave me. Here we go. Here we go. Look at that. There it is.
Great.
Right
And
there.
it just snaps in because of the.
Yeah.
So
Real quick, the eggs, for people who are asking, this is scale, okay? This is
Right. Yeah.
this is how we tell scale
so you know.
is with an egg carton.
This is how we check scale around here. This is super important.
So, and here, we did do some work, and I say we again because my friend Jim Toller and I worked on this, figuring things out the way those things were supposed to work, and then we knew from the technology and the period of time that they probably did certain things out of foam and so on and so forth. But trying to figure out the neck and the movement of the neck was kind of like, okay, we know they did this out of foam. We can see photographs, and you can see that this moves around.
Wow.
But I remember Jim asked, he goes, could we make it out of a slinky? So I 3D modeled this, and it is essentially a slinky. But
Wow.
there is because I put a return on the inside, when it moves, it looks like it's solid. And it doesn't move much.
That's really cool.
And I'm sure the guys at ILM would have done this had there been 3D printers.
What printer did you use for that one?
This was a nylon, printed in nylon.
Wow, that is super cool.
This is to scale, right? I mean, the
Yes,
sense that this is the size it was in
Yeah.
the original film.
There were things on the internet that kind of helped. I think somewhere there was an actual prototype foot they had an image of and they had a measurement of. So I knew that, knowing it was the 70s and 80s
Yeah.
and done here in the United States, I knew roughly the size of materials, because, and kind of in that mentality of, well, these guys are going to be working in inches. You can kind of start figuring sizes out, knowing simpler things, knowing the size of a screw head.
Yeah.
And then you start looking at photographs and start looking in, how many screws across, and then you kind of start guessing at things and rounding numbers up and rounding numbers down. But I also had model parts. I had model kits that had the actual parts, and I knew that this back piece here is from a German flak gun, as are the front guns. And so getting a hold of these kit parts allowed me to scale things, to get, to
right
make
size.
things fit. And,
Yeah.
and then there was a lot of staring at photographs.
So a lot of guesstimations and trying to just figure out.
Yeah,
based
I
on,
mean, it is as close as I could get.
Yeah.
Maybe people out there that know something I don't know, but I just kind of started working with things, and as simple as down here on the feet, there's a shaft that goes through, and I started looking on all the metal catalogs, and my guess was a certain size, and then I started looking and going, okay, that piece of steel is not even available. I doubt that they sat there and turned down all of these to this size, So I just started resizing it, and then once I discovered where the little end cap was, that confirmed
Right.
different
Wow.
things. So it in itself was an extremely long process.
So what inspired you to do work like this, but more specifically, like how did you get into ZBrush and then using that to work on stuff like this? Because you mentioned, we mentioned former Disney Imagineering. You worked obviously with theme parks before. So what really inspired you to get into this?
Well, when I started at Disney in Imagineering, I was a special effects designer. I didn't do, other than CAD work, I didn't do anything more. And everything that I did was meant to come out of the computer. So my background is I know you have some machining, but that machining, I'm an industrial designer. ZBrush was one of our tools in which we did a lot of different things. And you worked on a part of something. So you might not work on an entire item. You might work on the foot. So you might never have, to begin using ZBrush. In our case, we used it in areas where we knew we couldn't do things in something like SolidWorks, because that's a CAD program. That's not some program that would allow us to do things. We did a lot of manipulation of models coming in from Pixar, from Feature. Those always came in. Pixar always sent us ZBrush towards the end, always a file.
Yeah.
So at first, and most of us, in fact, pretty much all of us in my generation at the company, you were learning your programs on the job. You know, you've got to maybe take a class.
Right.
But for the most part, you learned it to use it. And to do this, I hate to say that the pandemic helped, because I was able to sit in front of the computer and bang away at it,
Yeah.
you know, and start working at it. I realized that, sorry, that should have not happened. That led me to looking at the program and realizing that I was starting to just do hard surface, because in the CAD program, it was really too hard to do this.
Right.
It was really too hard to shape and have things that had a slight bow to them, and you know, it was really complicated, and I was able to do things a lot faster this way.
Right. Now you said you brought some files to take a look at in ZBrush, yeah?
Yeah, I've got some photographs, images of the legs and the and all the CAD work, kind of to show that. Some photographs of the machining when it was done, just give you an idea what the parts were. And then, you know, some ideas of how I built model parts in there. I'm trying to think. So I can show those to you, or
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
we can switch.
definitely on screen. What there's a lot of images. Definitely in the ZBrush Central post. We shared a link to that just a little bit ago. You
In fact-
definitely want to check that out, because you did an amazing job, by the way, showcasing the breakdown of your steps from the model in ZBrush all the way to just what you have here. You know, the pieces off the machinery, then painted, then weathered, like. The whole process, it's really cool to see the journey that you've displayed here.
yeah, the sculpture, the building of the model is something that I've always wanted to do. But I typically would start with any type of process just to trying to learn something.
Yeah.
And to be honest, what you usually see in my collection of things are things like this. Just primered. That's it. That's as far as it
Yeah.
goes.
I was
It
going to
does-
ask you. I was going to ask you about the paint. Yeah, I was looking
It's
at,
just-
at the walker, and it's got this really nice sort of pattern on it.
That is actually done, you know, I actually primed it and painted it with acrylics, airbrush, tried and true washes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The weathering's awesome. It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
You know, a lot of this went on doing it.
That's funny.
Yeah. Just lick and boop.
And-
There we
and
go.
it-
Perfect.
and you, okay, smear. That looks good. There was a lot of that.
It looks really good. It's like
Yeah.
really surreal, actually. It's on the table here.
And again, studying the photographs, I got to the point where I could tell you which walker, whether it was the one in the foreground, one in the background, one in the middle ground,
Right.
from the weathering they did on it,
Yeah.
because none of them were the same.
No, and I mean, because each one was built individually, and as you're replicating this as close as you can to the original model used, you know, I'm sure you had a lot of differences to work out. You had to figure out which you wanted to go with, and then choose from there.
Yeah. There was, and some of the things that happened is because I was building a replica. I was never going through their design process. So, in this final assembly, I discovered that there's a piece underneath that is restricting the movement of the legs. It's not a big deal, but if someone was going to try and animate it, they
Cause
wouldn't be
problems.
able to animate it the way it was on the film. And my other friend Jim is an animator, and he's going to do a sequence of it.
Cool.
So I'm going to have to fix that part and send it on to him. Otherwise, this is as it's posed as it it can be posed. Takes Allen wrenches to move, because I can unbolt it. But there are other things on here, like the side leg pieces. these just rotate around.
Yeah.
You're able to, like I showed you that the head, the leg actually will shift.
Oh wow.
And then this, just like, so all of that happens.
That's wild.
That's super cool. Like, yeah, I'm blown away by that. It's super cool to see the fact that you can move it around, and it just, that's amazing.
Just the dexterity of it. I'm quite flabbergasted with what you've done with this thing. It's really phenomenal, actually.
Yeah.
It was, like I said, there was a lot of staring at photographs. Things back then with any information of the original it was just a bunch of photographs taken, right? It depends on how the guys felt at that moment and what they wanted to do. And I'm sure there are better documentation photographs.
Yeah.
And by the way,
you've done a good job of it, though.
like the real thing,
Great job,
the
yeah.
paint's scraping off wherever they're rubbing, and when you see the ones in the exhibits, they're the same way.
Yeah,
little
because
parts.
that friction and the articulation, you can't avoid that. That's
Yeah.
going to happen. But I almost feel like that brings a little bit more genuine feel to it, as if it actually was moving. Because same on any vehicle
Right.
or moving part out there in the real world, you're going to get that rubbing, and so it's nice to really see that. Like, that's not where rust would build up either. Rust would be somewhere where it's not really being moved and touched, but there it's constantly rubbing, so you'd clean up in that spot. So it's neat to see that level of detail kind of happens over time as you play with it.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I started thinking about the Empire.
It's totally wild. I'm sorry.
When you started thinking about the Empire, I'm going to do something here because this is worrying me.
You broke
I
Lily
see
from
it.
the packaging.
This is
Oh.
starting to rock,
Oh,
and
okay.
that's got they're Hall effect sensors, and so it's trying to readjust for the magnet.
Yeah.
And then at some point it just goes bloop.
And it
It,
just
it keeps compensating in multiple directions.
Yeah.
But if you think about everything in the Empire, most of the vehicles, they're all clean. TIE fighters are clean. Everything's clean and nice. The walkers were the only thing that were like beat up. And it's like, oh, well, I guess not everything is.
They're the on-the-ground tank that's involved in
Yeah.
the trenches.
But yeah, it was actually, this was quite a journey of figuring out, building, machining, learning CNC. I did all of that. I did that all in 2020. I had the machine. I hadn't done all the programming yet.
There's a good image of.
Yeah, it's really
Your pieces.
something, man. I mean,
Yeah.
So from the bottom down is all machine,
Mm-hmm.
CNC'd, and then the top half is all 3D printed. right?
Yeah.
And the head's 3D printed.
The head's
Slinky.
3D printed. It was coming up with a way to print this in the printer I had, which was limited. And yes, there were piles of failures.
What
Yeah.
What did you use? Did you use the Elegoo?
Yeah,
Did
the
you use
Saturn.
your Elegoo Saturn?
And initially, I figured out I could print this entire back section as one.
Right.
Only the suction on it
Yeah.
just destroyed it. So, and this goes to doing production, is then I started looking at it where I can break this thing up. And luckily there were these large armor panels on the outside which printed separately, meant the seams could be near anywhere on the backside.
yeah.
Yeah.
And sort of I know as guys who are out there doing 3D printing, and you're looking to separate figures or anything, because I did a lot of that for milling, you're always, the choice is okay, in an arm, you're going to try and get up inside the arm,
Yeah.
and so you don't see it and covered with something. But on large surfaces, you want to go where there's the least amount of detail and just split it down the middle,
Yeah.
because that's the easy place fill and sand and clean up. Rather than going down into some seam and trying to hide that thing underneath, you just go where you know you can clean it up easily. And that's for both ease of cleanup and speed.
And then what we're looking at right now, this part is also 3D printed. You're putting this in an FDM.
Yeah, in fact, I could flip. I don't need to do that. Well, you've got a picture there. That was done all in ZBrush too. All the framework.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I took the model that I had and I just started, building blocks
Yeah.
in ZModeler. And then after I knew where everything was fitting, I just started cutting things up either with, live boolean, or I would just make a frame. Usually the live boolean came in where I was trying to match it to something on the body. And I would just extend beyond and then just bring it in. And
Right.
so there was usually a 2-step process. Cut it to the inside of the frame,
Yeah.
and then bounce it out, and then take that and cut it out of the one of the shells. So I get a matching part. There was probably a cleaner way for me to do that at the time, but that was the way I knew to do it, and it worked for me. I mean, I probably would do it a little differently now.
Yeah.
I think I do that with all my projects.
Slightly differently.
Yeah. I look at it and go, not a good decision. I would have done this differently.
It's almost
Yeah.
too late at some point to turn back. You're like, I'm committed.
Oh, yeah,
We're
you're
fine.
in.
We're good.
You're in.
We're good.
You're going in.
It's the old comment of a friend of mine's boss used to say when somebody said, "How did you learn to do that so fast?" And he's like, "It took him 20 years."
Yeah, exactly.
All the
Yeah.
experience, because so even with the part that isn't right, I had made fixtures and stuff to do this one part. It's up and under the carriage, and to remake it, I realized I was like, I didn't need to do all that.
Yeah.
I could do it this way, and not make all these fixtures. I can just clamp it
Right.
in a vise.
But see, what's cool about that, and this is definitely something that I like to talk about a lot in my streams as well, is that 9 times out of 10, in my experience, it comes down to just trying something for the first time. Don't be afraid to fail on that. And this project here, you learned a lot of first times. You were learning CNC, you were learning on what was done before and then how you could translate that. Like there was a lot of like trial and error done, but obviously the reward was super high because this thing is standing in front of us, fully articulated, and you can move it around.
It's mind-boggling.
And it's just, it's a testament to what can be done.
Yeah, I mean, I actually probably could build a whole nother one that's broken and
Yeah.
battle
I
damaged.
see what your mind's doing right now. I literally see what your mind's doing. You're looking at
I
it
was like,
going,
there's a whole pile of part. I didn't throw everything away. And it's
oh
just
yeah,
like,
then that'd be awesome.
Well,
It's
more
like-
importantly, what you did was hold on a second, because there's something there that's so important that people are at home watching and thinking about getting into this maybe for the first time, is that you literally showed that a person could take up something new. During this pandemic, you came into these new technologies and you were doing it, right? And I think that's a testament to like just continually growing, and regardless of
Yeah.
where you're at. It's like there is no end of learning. So I think that's, to me, really tantalizing to hear you say that.
yeah, no, that's a huge thing that is that I think is really important about any career, and I'm sure people are thinking about how did I start,
Yeah.
and
Right.
I started.
I was leaning on that towards that. Yeah.
I started working in a small design shop in the Bay Area. Funny part, Hasbro, I ended up working at Hasbro
Oh yeah,
in the 80s.
There you go.
it's all coming together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, our project failed, and our whole product line went away. We were doing video games.
It evolved.
Yeah,
As we spoke off camera,
Yeah.
it evolved. Because
And-
to say it failed is maybe
Yes,
Look where
there
we
is
are
no
today.
failures.
Yeah.
I think as the NBA star says, there's steps.
Yeah.
Steps.
You were at the forefront of something at that point as well, right? I mean,
Yeah, and I worked on, so I was industrial design. I did a lot of packaging, a lot of CAD work, a lot of, development of, in fact, worked on the first handheld video game called the Atari Lynx.
Wow.
yeah. So there you go. I knew that about you. So
Yeah.
we were alluding to that.
Yeah.
There's no real failure there. I mean, it was kind of.
It all happens,
Yeah.
and then eventually, I actually worked for a defense contractor company, and we built the Bradley fighting vehicles. So I worked on real armor at one point.
Where'd you find this guy? This is amazing. He stumbled in today.
That I ended up at Disney in the special effects department, both learning and designing things. There's a funny story about me designing something because I came out of working on computer industry stuff in the Northern California, which was pretty high-end CNC stamping, bending.
Yeah. Right.
So I remember designing this bracket, and it was just a piece of metal. It was bent out of one piece. I thought it was really clever. It was going to work really well. Took it over to the shops at Disney, known as Mapo, and showed it to a gentleman named Art Frankie. And he looked at it, and he goes, "How do you expect me to make this?" And I'm like, "Well, you CNC." He goes, "Yeah. How about if we bend this and spot weld this?" I went, "That'll work." And I walked away from that with an interesting moment. And he wasn't chastising me at all. He just wanted to know how I really expected them to build this. And while my original design was a very smart piece in terms of manufacturing, it used one piece of metal, it saved on metal and all of the rest of the stuff, it wasn't smart for where I was.
Yeah.
I never looked at what their capabilities were, what they had at their ready to do, and their part was just as smart as my part, if not smarter, because they could make it. And they didn't have to go outside and have it punched and all this other stuff.
Sure.
So that in part is learning. And I worked at Disney for a number of years, and unfortunately the Imagineering is project-based. So when the projects were waning, I was let go. I found my way to Monterey Bay Aquarium, where I ended up doing I call it the new wing. It's no longer the new wing. It's been there about 15 years, so maybe more now. But I designed tanks for all of the jellies and all of that stuff back then. I helped the biologists figure out ways to keep animals alive based on their information. So I'm into design. I love design. It doesn't even matter what I'm designing. It's just doing the design. ZBrush allows me to do designs that I'd honestly had never thought of.
Yeah.
Because I just couldn't do them before.
Right.
It's like, and the options, it brings all kinds of options to the table. I've done traditional sculpting badly.
I like how you put that. Yeah. You've done it.
This is a PST zone, positive self-talk.
To be honest, I would have never attempted some of the things that I'm attempting right now, which is I'm sculpting.
Traditionally, yeah.
Yeah.
Traditionally.
Yeah, in a traditional way, I am going to sculpt my nephew and his fiance for their cake topper. There is no way 5 years ago that I would have even thought about doing that.
Are you doing photogrammetry faces of them, or are you going to do it from scratch?
I actually this was pretty amazing. My nephew did the photogrammetry just so I could get proportions.
Right.
And they're more stylized now.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not doing them exact because we're going to do, I've got to sculpt their dog too because he's got to be in there.
What kind of dog is it?
It's corgi.
Nice. Okay.
The original idea was, never mind that.
Just curious.
And but again, maybe I would have attempted it,
Yeah.
but then there's molding or baking and all of the other
Yeah.
stuff, and then I'm pretty anal, so I'd be probably sanding and redoing and sanding and redoing.
Yeah.
So ZBrush allows me to do that. 3D printing now out there allowed me to print immediately a sample
Yeah.
or a test, a maquette, and that's another thing that I think a lot of people don't realize when it comes to working in the real world and everything's got to come out, somewhere.
Yeah.
You got to print it. You got to make one. Maybe not the full size. You got
Yeah.
to do a maquette because you will spot things that you will never see, or it'll take you a long time to see, just revolving it on the screen.
Yep. Yeah.
And
That's a good point.
I think that in terms of my career, I've always, one of my best compliments was from an art director that said, Leonard never says no. He sometimes gently guides me in another direction, but he doesn't say no. And that I never realized until that moment was key to my career.
Yeah.
I've been given jobs at Disney, or not given jobs, asked to do jobs. One was to check in all the tooling for all the theme lights that was coming back from vendors. My manager asked me, would you be willing to do that? I said, sure. And I did it for 2 weeks. And because of that, she gave me, not because of that, but the next project that came up, I ended up being both props and prop buyer for the Cars Land, what did they call that? The county museum that we did in Blue Sky Cellar. So, I might not have gotten that because I would have been probably, if I didn't accept that other thing,
Sure.
So the whole point is that I never look at a job when I'm working as, especially, and it's different. When you're freelance, it's very different. But when you're working for a large company like Disney, any job that comes to you is a job you should do. Unless, it just keeps you going. And there's a lot of things that you work on that aren't exciting.
Yeah.
But they need to be done.
Yep.
So someone's got to do them.
Right.
Yeah.
But so ZBrush is really been kind of almost key to that because, like I said, I wouldn't have tried things before.
Well, I'm the same way. There's a lot of stuff
Oh,
I wouldn't have tried with, especially now with the 3D printers. Like I have 4 for Pete's sakes. What do I need 4 for?
I have 3.
Yeah.
I want a 4th, but I just can't quite justify that yet.
The room. Yeah. Yeah. What would you say while your time at Disney would be your favorite project that you worked on while you were there that you can talk about?
No. It was Tokyo Disney Sea. I was the effects designer on an area called Arabian Coast and an area called Port Discovery. And just briefly, when you've been at a company too long when you start tearing out the things and working on new rides that you had done before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that happened, and that's happened in a number of rides, but yeah, it was an opportunity to work on a full-blown park from ground up, and I went from building the model, not me building the model, a team building the model, and just being part of that, all the way to going to the field and living in Tokyo, and
Wow.
having things installed that I designed and watching them fail. In one case.
That's funny.
Yeah, that is really funny. But we have a question coming in. They want to know, like, especially based on your experience and where you've been, what would you say are requirements for somebody who is using ZBrush and wants to get into Disney Field? What would they need to look for, whether it be, sculpting or hard surface? What's something that you would say is a good requirement to have?
I have to honestly say that I would learn the aesthetics of design. Just whether it be sculpture, mechanical, what you're good at. To getting into Disney and ZBrush, ZBrush can be used in the way I see it is ZBrush can be used in all kinds of ways. It's not just a sculpting program in terms of that. I mean, especially with ZModeler, being able to do topology, but understanding, how do I explain this? So we would get figures from feature animation, and we were making an animatronic figure. But what comes from feature animation can't go directly into a engineering program. So you have to, and engineering programs don't like a lot of texture, topology. They want simple. Being able to retopologize, do all that work to simplify but keep the volumes and the idea of it, or not the idea of it, but the design of it is really important. You can do it in other programs, but I see ZBrush being able to do that, and that's an important part of it, because say, I'm trying to think of a really good example of, you've got a joint that's got that has to be engineered.
Yeah.
But it's an arm. So like they were talking about at Hasbro and doing all these different things. Only at Disney it's full size stuff.
Yeah.
And it's got to move, and it's got hydraulics or electric motors or whatever.
Or
whatever
even
the
larger,
system.
right? Because you got stuff that's up high, it's
Yeah.
to be able to be seen.
So you've got that. So ZBrush has got more power in it than I think that a lot of people. They say it's a sculpting program. It can do more than that. You can take that and you can retopologize it and get clean topology on it. And a big part of this is the caveat is that you've got to stay on model.
Yeah.
For something that's Disney related or any IP, you have to stay.
Yeah, that's the
On
tough
model.
part, I think.
Yeah.
Is staying on it.
But it's an option that can be done with ZBrush. There's really no good, solid answer for that. Not just one thing's going to get you a job there.
Right. Yeah.
And that's really, there's so many things. There's so many. I mean, you go back to
the job is finite. Like
Yeah.
If you say, oh, the job is not to sort of dissuade anybody, but I think if you think of the job, you think of the trajectory of a person, not just a job. You say, oh, am I like fulfilling the responsibilities of becoming a better whole? Because the job is kind of maybe a starting point. You say, well, I started off in the lighting department and I was 24 years old or whatever, and now I'm way beyond that or way far gone from that. That's a trajectory of learning and growth. I think that's what the point is there.
This is one of those things that, and I apologize for being kind of haphazard here.
No, it's fine.
But, like I said, I started out in special effects. I moved on to working in production design at one point, theme lighting in another point, model shop in the other point, and then actually when I was in the model shop, that's when ZBrush came out. What year did it come out?
The first one was available to use was 1999. That was presented at SIGGRAPH that you could get your hands on and use it. And then 2000 was the first time you could actually purchase it.
Yeah, I think I want to say we started it with R4.8, is that?
Okay.
Right, I mean, that's when it started.
4R8.
4R8.
Yeah, that was probably, oh boy. I'd say 9 years ago, I want to say.
2015.
I'm so off now with the COVID thing. I didn't even know I was here for 15 years in all honesty. So I got to do I want to say maybe 10, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it's like, I think your term that one time is like, that happened during the blink.
Yeah.
And I understand that. You've lost sense of time.
Yeah.
But also, too, what's interesting about ZBrush is in its evolution, if you go back and watch it, there were times where it's like some nice growth, boom, a ton of growth, and then some nice growth, and then another chunk of growth.
Yeah, there was one time. That's what I'm trying to. That time was one of the times where I think in 18 months we did 5 full versions of ZBrush.
Yes, we did.
It was like we're not taking a break. Like we're releasing a version of ZBrush with like a boatload of features every 3 months.
Yeah, that
was
was nuts.
It was after 4.
Yeah.
It started to really kind of come together for us in the model shop is when. As silly as this was folders.
Okay.
With all and everything, it was just really hard to keep track of the parts and the pieces, and then and I remember going in and asking for the upgrade because I had it at home because I had purchased it and I was playing with it. But I said, this makes so much sense. We could organize, and it sounds really silly, but that's huge. This model was organized into so many files and subtools and folders.
Do you have do you want to take over the computer and go through the images you have?
Sure,
in your files?
sure, I can do that.
Yeah. That way you can walk through. You've prepared a lot of great images here.
Well, there's
I can load it, but it'd be better for you to drive. We're gonna switch.
We're gonna do it.
We're gonna.
We're gonna switch.
It was an unplanned.
Yes.
Like you were talking about, like folders, like giving you something of hard value. Sometimes the quality of life updates, the little things that you would think you wouldn't really think would give you such big success, but when you have like 100+ subtools and you have to scroll through, you can't you can't just put it in a folder. Like I get it, like that becomes a big deal.
Little things are big things.
Yeah, they really are. Absolutely.
Little things can be very big things. Quick save, my favorite.
Sometimes the smallest stuff. Well, I know what your favorite is. Everyone should know what your favorite is in this office.
Go ahead.
Okay, lights. Undo redo of lights.
Undo redo of the lights.
One of Louis' passion projects, besides the packaging from Hasbro.
I beat the team down about the undo of lights.
You got it finally.
And now you finally have it, people. You're welcome. Wait, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah. Contribution's king.
What can you do? Little stuff.
No, you don't want me to save your project, right?
No, that's fine.
No, you're fine.
No, you're good. Destroy.
Delete.
Destroy. Delete.
Exterminate.
Trashed.
Oh, wrong genre.
I'm closer. I'm sitting closer to this thing now under a certain light that I wasn't privy to before on the right side of it, and it's really.
Do you want to switch and really get this side?
It's pretty insane, though, the details he's put in this and how accurate it is. And
we'll get some high quality photos of it and post them up maybe on our socials.
I have a feeling it sounds like he's going to be doing some more.
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to have a scene in his backyard that's just a bunch of these.
It's going to be by his garden. They're going to be protecting his tomatoes. And
do you think of automating
tomatoes against the the marauding vermin?
Yeah.
Do you feel like maybe you might do one with some motors?
Oh boy.
Just saying.
No, but this was
You gotta
done for
ask.
Paul. If Paul, I don't even think Paul saw it. That there was a little comment somewhere along our conversation where he said something about lights, and I went, oh, I'm not gonna. But if you look in the front of it,
I noticed.
there's a light.
There's a light.
There is a light in there.
Yeah, I noticed
I
that
noticed
too.
it too.
Yeah,
I think it was
wasn't.
when I was doing the X-Men because I was talking about bringing lights into mine or something. Was that what? I don't remember.
You had just made a comment, and I
yeah.
said, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. And then I thought about it, and I was like,
You're right.
I could throw lights in there.
I think we're gonna try to get a close up of a light real quick here, real fast, just so people could see it.
That product
It's just
shot in
those
there.
little details, again, that just really
It comes.
There.
kind of help bring
Oh,
it
yeah.
up. Look at that. Yeah.
and this thing's taking forever to load.
Well, it's a big file.
It is a huge file.
Wait, for a million bonus points, Star Wars bucks. How many subtools
How many subtools?
is his at?
All right, Ian, go for it. How many subtools?
Oh man, I was gonna ask him that question.
No, you have to play the game now. You have to guess.
No, I don't even know how many subtools
Okay.
I have.
We're gonna
Oh,
find
we're gonna
out.
find out. I'm gonna guess he's at around 220.
220.
220. Okay, I'm looking close. I'm saying 469.
Whoa, I was gonna go high like that too. I'm gonna say just to keep it great, 328. Just so we have a
Okay,
200,
all right.
300, and
Now, how do
400.
I tell total subtools?
It'll tell you at the top.
Yeah,
Here, let me
you-
see.
And I'm gonna go. And I'm gonna go
Let me
with
see what
15
it-
folders.
We have some guesses
You're
here.
going in 15. Oh, we got guesses.
We got
What's the guesses?
coming in. So we have 120, 150, 250, 512.
That
So I
woke-
think they're starting.
That
to
woke everybody up.
That's not that many.
A little gambling in
To
the
me, there's
afternoon.
This guy's true.
Yeah.
All right, 311.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
300.
Go ahead. Give them the final
All right.
number, Leonard.
What is drum roll?
It says here 227.
227.
Ooh.
That was
But-
you? Oh, you were the 200. You were
Oh,
the
I was
200.
there. I was close.
Yeah,
all
go.
right, all right.
But what? You
227.
But you got
Compressed?
to remember that some of these
No.
subtools were built from other groupings of subtools.
Right. So
So-
could be. You're probably higher than.
I'm higher than, but I wouldn't throw everything all in here at once, just simply because I'm having a hard time. Just so you know, I'm left-handed. I'm so used to doing things.
Oh, we can switch. It's not an arm.
No. The mouse is right-handed. I just am.
Oh.
I have my interface reversed.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I'm making excuses is what I'm doing.
We can flip. You can flip the
227.
mouse
That's
to
pretty good.
left-handed if you want.
You're almost
No,
spot
no,
on
no.
there.
I don't.
Take it to the casino.
Okay, so let me see.
good.
What am I-
Yeah.
So then you said how many folders you think he had?
15.
15.
15? Oh
15?
man, no, I'm thinking more than that.
I'm thinking more than that.
I'm thinking like.
I'm in the 20s.
Oh,
At
wow.
least,
Okay, I guess
minimum.
I'm the higher this time. I was
minimum.
thinking like
good.
35.
This gentleman's an
35.
engineer. He's
No,
refined.
I don't think I went that high.
He's got it organized. I got faith.
Oh, there is sort of an organization. This is sort of my.
Look at that.
Look at that, he
There
just
you
keeps scrolling.
There's just things in there.
What is the biggest project any of you have seen or done subtool number-wise? Online, go.
Oh man.
What is? I have a number. I have a student,
Biggest I've seen.
and I want to see if this number's been beat. Just
Well,
for
it's not
giggles.
by me. I'm a proponent of clean up and delete.
You know,
It's probably because I worked on not such powerful machines for such a long
Mhm.
time.
Call that budgeting.
So,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
then what's the number for you all?
Oh man.
Right now, my biggest one for me personally is my Gundam, and he's at I think 150 subtools, and I'm not done with him. But I had a student that it's blown that out of the water.
Yeah, me too. I was going to say I had a
Okay, yeah,
student that probably, I guess it kind of ends and terminates when the application won't open because it's too large.
Well, a Mr. Daisuke said he saw 1,032 subtools
Wow,
from a Japanese
that
guy.
beats my student.
there you go.
He was in the 500s. I had to say he had like 540
Yeah.
something subtools.
I think I've only broken 100 once, and that's when I was like
Well,
really attempting hard surface and broke it all into
Yeah.
chunks.
Okay, here we go. Back
He's
to
got it
Leonard.
live here. Leonard,
I
ladies
am
and
looking for where am I? See my.
What do you need?
I was going to show you some.
Oh yeah, your folder's open still. If you're looking for,
Yeah. What do I do here?
hit the Apple key. Apple key. There's my Mac coming in. Window key, and then you should be able to see it on the bottom. It's a folder that's open on the bottom.
Ah, there we go.
There you go.
There you go.
So I'm going to show you some rather than just fighting through all of this, I'm going to show you through.
The images.
Yeah. I'm sure I'm boring everybody out there.
No,
Not at all.
No.
it's Star Wars Day. We're geeking out.
Okay, so those I built 3 of these, by the way, not just one. Because
I love that Kyle in the background's laughing. That's what it's behind the camera.
So these are the 3 chassis. These are all the parts for 3. Because
you got a folder system happening right now in real life. Like, look at that organization by parts.
they built 3 for Empire. The actual there was ones in the background that were prototypes and things, but I just decided to lay this out. And, this was my life during the
And this
pandemic.
machine you got at your house.
Yes,
So
it's a
everyone knows the
CNC machine.
CNC machine he bought for his house.
That's
Yeah.
what,
Yes.
yeah, that's what I was paying that knowledge of. It was
Yeah.
really crazy that you go in that direction. Amazing work.
So this is what underneath all the paint.
Wow.
Wow.
I love your paint, but this looks quite
I
exquisite
know
as well.
it was
It's got a
almost
raw
it was
job.
almost depressing to paint it.
Yeah. I actually like the mill tool markings
Me too.
a lot. It really brings
I don't know the weathering he did though. Like it
Oh,
all
no, it's
comes together.
fantastic.
Everything you've done come together.
So
I'll
yeah,
take both.
I did a
All right.
couple of
He's
explosive.
got
There's 3, right?
Why'd you keep one all silver?
Actually, I was fortunate enough to get a photograph of the actuator parts in the leg,
No way.
Really nice.
of the actual parts from Tom St. Armand,
Wow.
who was the machinist, the original machinist on the project. And he goes, but I don't remember how it worked. And so
Wow.
I have the pictures, and I'm going to have to try and make it. So I may make one separate leg that functions exactly like the original one. Because this one, I did my best,
I
So-
think you did amazing. Come on. I love that we keep giving him more work too. As this goes on, this streak goes on. We keep telling
He's
him,
going to have a whole
"You should do
empire
this."
by the time
Okay,
we're
so
done.
yeah, so here's
We're remaking Hoth. We're doing it.
I've been working on a studio scale Star Destroyer,
Here we go.
but that's just taken. That may not happen in my lifetime. That's
I
right.
think we're going to go to Leonard's house in his backyard. It'll just be reenactments of Star
Yeah,
Wars.
it sounds
scenes.
like Leonard's gonna recruit some of us to help him
It
out.
sounds like-
too.
Let's all do
so
it.
I was this is the picture. I was
Yeah.
looking- So this is
Here we
my
go.
this
What
is
is
my
going
this
on
is my
here?
mill
Yeah.
wow.
in the garage, and so there's all the parts that I had finally painted.
For this one.
Yes,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Oh boy, beautiful.
So, geeking out, I also want to show you guys, I talked to a couple of my former coworkers, and one is one of the sculptors, Steve Catronio, and Steve, he did this in ZBrush.
What's the type of CNC that you have? I have a couple questions on that.
Okay,
No, like what's the one that you have?
you mean what brand or what type? Mine's a it's made by a company called CNC Masters.
Okay, yeah.
They're out here in California, and that was kind of the driving point. Is shipping costs are incredible,
Yeah.
and I could drive to their place over here in Irwindale or
Okay, not too far.
they're
Yeah.
not that far away.
Yeah.
Where I was able to drive to there
And go
they-
get it, and you just picked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's the best part about that. I get there, I'm looking at one of the brothers, and I said, "You look really familiar." And he goes, "Well, you work at Imagineering." I go, "Yeah." He goes, "We worked at Disneyland." And then all of a sudden I realized he was the ride-op supervisor that I used to deal with.
No way.
And his brother used to run the Sky Buckets, which
Small world.
we
Wow.
know. That's one of the rides there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. I have stories for another day about that ride.
So
But is that the mill you showed? Is that a single axis, a dual
it's a
axis?
three. It's a it's actually a 4-axis machine, but I don't have the 4th axis hooked up to it.
Okay.
I take it on and off.
There you go.
So if you recognize this is the creature outside of Jabba's palace.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve sculpted this, and it's inside the cantina up high.
In the park right now.
In the park
the
right now.
Disneyland one.
Yeah. So
Galaxy's Edge.
Steve did.
That's awesome.
And then
This makes my park visits even more exciting. It's like finding the hidden Mickeys. No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna find the hidden ZBrush and sculpts.
I actually still like going and trying to find all the hidden
Hidden
Mickeys.
Mickeys, it's tough. I used
nobody-
to know a lot of them. A lot.
I feel like they removed some over.
There's a
the
website.
time.
I digress. Let's give it back to Leonard.
so Jamie McGow, who won
Yep.
the one back, so he'd sculpted these, and this is in the barbecue pit. You know, the barbecue and rotating
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
He did these. These were there's a print of it. This was his own personal work of a Gamorrean guard, and he did the hands for. Since we're going back to that was one. This the hammerhead.
We just saw that guy earlier
Yeah,
today
we did see him earlier.
in all his Hasbro glory.
He did the hands.
Wow.
The head was sculpted traditionally by my friend Jim Toller.
Nice.
So, and that is another thing that he did this rock outside of the Collectibles Museum. And this is with his Gamorrean Guard Christmas ornament eating a Rancor. And I just had to
Love it. Yeah, yeah.
kind of include that because Christmas ornaments are a big thing with all of us.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here's another little creature that he did for the creature shop.
Nice.
Yeah, Jamie is
Very
an
cool.
incredible
There he is. Nice.
ZBrush guy.
Yeah, and the Christmas ornaments are a big thing. You're doing them every year.
Yeah.
You're like me. I like to try and have some fun with it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that we do. In fact, Steve, this is more for Ian. This is another ZBrush sculpt that was done,
Oh, that's funny.
Oh yeah.
but this is an old coworker of ours. Actually, it's not Santa Claus.
That's too
It
good.
works.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Leonard. Thank you.
Yeah, I had to do that. I had to ask him for that one for
That's
you.
awesome.
And that's something that it's funny that what, Ian, we've known each other for 2-3 years.
Yeah. We actually met during the
COVID.
click or whatever we're calling
The
it.
great
The blip.
pause.
The blip.
I call it the great pause. It's turned off.
Yeah. It was actually the very first time. Everybody knows I butcher names sometimes. The very first time I met Leonard, he popped in my stream. He said, "Hey, how's it going?" And I, for some reason, called you Leonard, and I don't know why I said.
It's fine, Leonardo. Leonardo.
And he was like, "No."
I never said anything. I just sat there and I went, "It's okay."
All right.
You
I've
wanted
been
to know,
called worse.
Leonardo.
I've been
fine.
called way worse.
He was giving you some Italian
So
flair.
I'm sorry, man.
No.
2.5 years later.
Leonardo.
He didn't want to admit that he was watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles right
Yeah.
before
He had it in the background, actually.
Leonardo.
But
Right.
we're going way back in the hit. Ian and I actually had kind of circled around each other, orbited each other.
Yeah.
He had worked at companies that I had dealt with or had worked with. Turns out people know him from other friends, and so we've all been kind of just orbiting around each other. And,
Yeah.
and it's been rather funny kind of discovering that.
That's cool.
It has been, yeah. This is why network is super important. I just go out real quick and say that. Network is important because you never know who's around you. You don't know who's watching you, especially if you're live streaming. So yeah, just put yourself out there. Yeah, absolutely. So it's been a fun journey.
Oh yeah, this has been great. I did find this, which is something that.
Yes.
Okay, so a little since talking the parks.
Mm-hmm.
This was the last. This is at Disneyland,
Yep.
and it was the last film version, actual film costume. that when I was in my youth, I helped another friend. We cleaned up and shipped all of the droids from ILM
Yeah.
to Disneyland. All of those are original ones.
Wow.
He's 24 gold plated, so he wouldn't tarnish.
Wow.
Wow. That's crazy.
Wow.
Now that's kind of the history.
Yeah.
The console behind him,
Yeah.
I built in the wood shop. That was when I was in special effects. They were like, we need to do something because maintenance can't get to them. So I sat in the wood shop and we designed this thing and I built this whole thing. So it's no longer there. I think
Yeah.
it's been redesigned, but that was
It's somebody else. I was just, what's there now?
There's a new one that fits more with the.
It's part of the new
yeah,
series.
yeah,
I'm trying to remember what is there now.
But it was just one of those things that I was asked to do. I was like, okay, kind of fun.
Man of many projects.
Many
And
walkers.
here's
Yeah.
another, just because here's another Christmas ornament,
Yeah.
which
Oh, that's
What you have down here?
which was based on that one. Only I softened it up to make it kind of look like that. It doesn't to look like, when you're a kid and you bought Christmas ornaments
Yeah.
that of something that you loved, and when you got it, it was like, this is blow molded and it's really soft. So I tried to create that
To recreate that.
softness
Oh yeah.
of my childhood.
And then now they're super detailed.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
it's
Christmas
kind of
ornaments.
it's fun,
Yeah.
but
I like a good blow mold from time to time. I mean, really strip it
I'm
back.
a big Christmas person. I got a lot of looks. When we went and watched
Strip
that
it
movie,
right
I bought
back, yeah.
I think I bought 5 of them in the
Yeah.
Disney store. I got.
Look at this. Here we go. More of the construction
well,
process here.
let's see what else can
Kyle
I?
Johnson.
So you have the final the AT-AT like sculpt in ZBrush you could show real quick.
Yes.
The final.
With all the lights
The
turned
final,
on and all the parts,
everything.
everything just ready
yeah,
to go.
yeah, because that's gonna be super cool.
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I think Leonard's next challenge is making packaging of it for Louis, so
Oh,
he can
listen,
add
give
to
me a
his
call, man.
package collection.
I'm happy to help. Look at this.
Yeah.
I'm just proud of you for putting the packaging down. Honestly,
I think it's a quintessential.
I think
Comic
it's
product.
amazing. I
Look
love
at
it.
I mean,
I'm a big fan of it.
I have some quibs, but I'll leave it off the record. There's, the back here. I'd like to see a little more collect them all type business.
Yes,
Really
Did
get to the-
Carter
get to the
leave?
vein. Carter, he gone.
he's gone.
Oh,
I think he's gone.
I think this
So
thing's-
again, we've shared the link of on your ZBrush Central thread too of this. So he had been saving work in progresses all the way.
Yeah.
and
through
I haven't
this too.
I haven't posted any of the photographs of that. I will ultimately, because I thought, well, I'll just wait until let's do the reveal here.
Thank you. We appreciate that. It's
Yep.
breathtaking.
It's a labor of love that you can see, and it's just amazing.
I'm just dumbfounded sitting here looking at it.
Yeah.
Every time I look at it, I'm kind of like notice something new, some new detail about it. It's really glorious. You wouldn't mind if I took it and put it in my car, would you?
He's got 2 other ones.
Yeah, you got 2 more. haven't we?
No, those were given away.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Those were for my friend Jim and Jim, and
Ah.
that's 2 different Jims.
Yes.
What's going on here?
I think the play of the day was that we changed the name to the Galactic Empire.
Yeah.
Very fitting.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Instead of
good-
demo machine.
Something like a good takeover. Kyle Johnson.
Why am
Throwing the pot shots here.
What do you want to turn
It
everything
is-
on?
No. If I turned everything on, it would be,
Just look like a
Yeah.
block.
yeah, it would look like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
Don't be
apologize.
sorry.
don't
Are you
be
kidding?
sorry.
Yeah, come on now.
I'm probably, like I said.
We blame Ian for this.
By the way,
Yep. Oh, I'm just opening.
what
it
was
quick.
that?
Oh, breaking things over there.
This is,
Yes.
it wasn't glued together. It was just,
Don't do it. Don't do it.
That's not the one. This is the wrong
Uh,
one.
the wrong model.
we'll figure it out.
I really feel like we reconstruct Hawk.
I think we can. I think
I
that's
know.
the
I'll
next.
take
watching
the,
Ian try to put this
glider. I'll
thing
take
back
the
together.
glider.
Look at that. Yeah.
I said a prayer for you there. I was hoping you didn't break the damn thing.
Yeah. Oh man.
That'd be fun
Also,
to
too,
do.
while you're loading that up, we just want to take a second and just thank everyone for our guests and everyone who's joined us in the
Chat.
audience.
Look at the chat blowing up in the DMs.
You know, especially those who have stuck around from the very beginning. Just thank you guys for hanging out with us on this awesome day where we get to share what we love and how we create it.
Call it a marathon.
It is a marathon, yeah. Pretty. And me now, I'm just fidgeting.
I don't know, I'm waiting for one of those things to
It's
snap. Just a
catching
quick
up
touch
now.
of this.
Look at this. Look at this.
I'm getting nervous.
I'm really excited about this thing that we're doing.
So you can
this,
see how the print was actually.
camera
This is
like
cool.
This is fun.
Because you can see how.
Get nervous when you
Actually
try
had
to put it
that
back together there. It
together
reminds me of a party we were at.
He's
one
got
time.
the floating one
Right,
too.
remember
I'm not,
Yeah.
touching,
Not touching the floating
I'm not,
one.
floating,
no,
I'm
no.
not touching the magnetic floating
good.
one, but there it is. You can-
Well, they do,
Eggs for
and
scale.
there's a camera flash there.
oh, here we go. We're gonna bring
Yeah.
it up now.
Yeah, I guess
Bring it
that's
up
it.
now.
Yeah, bring it
up.
there.
Does
There's a-
anybody know what that really that is? Right? What? Anybody online?
I'm
So-
sure they do.
No, well,
Yeah,
this
I
is
mean-
what the lightsabers were originally, where they came from, was a camera flash.
Yep.
Here, hand that over there, Kyle. Let's put it up a little bit. There you go.
Mobile correspondent
There
Kyle
you go,
Johnson.
Kyle.
Yeah, and then we have a
Look at that.
replica. We have a replica, so you can really
Right,
see.
so see the difference? Well, not difference at all, really, not much.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's literally what they made them from.
Yep.
And you've got a couple of these. That's pretty
That's
awesome.
it. Look at
So if
Well,
you
I
see
have
any
one
of these,
now.
if you see any of these around, grab it because
Yep.
it's movie memorabilia now. In the sense that this is where it came from.
Yep.
Interesting.
Pretty
Yeah.
awesome.
That's cool.
This is
that
my first one that I've seen, I think, in person though,
Same.
of the original.
Yeah.
Like Flash before it got turned into a lightsaber. What it actually looked
Yeah,
like.
I can't actually convert that because I have a Graflex camera that belongs to,
Yeah.
and it makes it really difficult to destroy something that.
Yeah. Well, this is no random trinket then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, not to me, because it was my godfather's camera.
Yeah. Yeah.
Say no more. That's a beauty. Be careful with that. Genteel. Look at that. Nice construction on that.
You know what I think I did, Ian? I mean, this is the everything that I did in ZBrush. I mean, I think what I did is I didn't include the legs just because the file got even.
Because it wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the file got like
all right.
massive.
Oh, this is post
We've
Wookiee
got,
attack.
we've
I mean,
got
that's
the
fine.
original right here.
This is a
Yeah,
post-Wookiee
exactly.
attack. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
Take a look at that.
Isn't that cool?
So
Yeah.
what's
joy.
common among originally what was common between Darth Vader's and this, because it wasn't made by the other one was made by another German company, not Graflex.
We got the Vader one right here.
Is the clips. If you look at even the model of that, they duplicated the little side clips.
There you go.
That's three strokes of the saber.
Let's see. Let's see what the difference is here.
Look at that. There you go.
There you go.
Not much.
And that side clip is how you hook it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To you slide it down. There's a little matching piece on the camera.
Yeah, that's so.
Now I'm really showing my geekdom.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
That's why we're May 4thing it.
The whole point, yeah.
I'm all right with it. I enjoy this. So here we go.
That's
Here's-
great.
Kyle's putting it up here on for us.
There
It's
you
tough
go.
to tell.
Let me see
You
that. Just
grab
evil, just
grab
evil
the
enough.
old,
Let's see here as we
yeah,
get into
the
the
camera there.
as we
Don't
get
be
deep
shy,
in
don't
the
be
deep in the
bashful.
afternoon here. Let's see here.
Here we
Oh,
go.
let's
I'm
get
gonna
the
make
shot
it,
there.
man. Hopefully you don't.
There you
This
go.
is everything I ever
There you go.
wanted. Is the sound of
Here you
this
go.
thing.
Put it up next to this one, Louis. Okay, wait. There you go. So there's the difference. It's been this long today.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Quite fascinating. Let me just get a little
Yeah.
red light on us here.
I've been in Vader Lounge most of the day.
Yes, you have. This is got three strokes of the lightsaber. Here we are.
Yep.
Deep into the afternoon here on the 4th.
Put that back.
It's funny when you look at them, like how the actors too holding it, right, to try and get that clip. It's like right dead in the middle where you'd want to put your hand. So you go look at the scenes. They are holding it up higher, right?
Yeah.
But I think that's probably, I would say, some of their training, like samurai, right? They got training. Did they get training by samurais? I think, right? Did I not read that somewhere? I know in the new.
Well,
one.
they got training from sword
Sword fighting specialists.
Swordsmith.
Master.
Yeah.
Swordsmith?
Swordsmen. or
But
sword
you are gonna hold
people.
it higher,
Sword people.
so
Yeah.
you can strike,
Yeah.
and they can keep it in front of you like this.
Yeah.
So, not that, I mean, this was just something that I did in terms of, this is the Harrier engine,
Oh, we'll put it up there.
and it's, the Harrier engine, by the way, no, I'm not building this, Paul.
Oh, okay.
Is the, also the engines at the back of the sandcrawlers.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, typically I did this quite often. Is I would make, I found this photograph perusing the internet to try and figure out what because the engine looked like. I knew they were under there. I just didn't know what they actually looked like. So I wonder if I can. How do I just show the floor? Is there a way to do that?
Only like the floor without the models. You gotta have a model, some model selected
Okay, so let me see if I can
at all
just
times.
grab that.
You could just switch to like the polymesh star or something.
I can just show it that way. There, there's
Yeah.
some of the bell. So that's how I, as best as I could, and then I started figuring out parts. You know, there's parallax with the camera,
Yeah.
but it allowed me to get to the point where I was able to do that, and then again, a lot of it is, and I'm sure that it's not perfect, but I'm not really.
Worried about it.
Yeah, at this
Yeah.
point, there is a point where you have to kind of give up on. It's an
Perfection.
absolute perfect. Does it look
Yeah.
like it? Yes.
Yes.
It's in
Is
the
it
right key.
proportional? It's proportional. It's not completely out of whack.
Yes.
If someone looks at it, they're gonna know what it is. Number one, first of all, right? So, and then
Yeah.
number two, the details you put in. That's the secondary thing. People are gonna start looking at, seeing all the minor details that you put in it.
Yeah.
The passion then shows through.
You know, and having
That's cool.
Yeah, that's super cool. That is-
I lucked out. I mean, I tell you, I lucked out because obviously they took pictures, and when what was the company that was producing these the first time was Masters Replica. They produced them. They had taken photographs of this model. Oh
there
no,
you
that
go.
one's that's the actual. So that's from the exhibit.
That's
Okay.
cool.
This is from some game company that had a photograph out there where they were doing a 3D model of it, but that's an actual one. The prop store, they're selling a head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and grabbing all of these photographs for reference is a great thing. This is
Oh,
this
the
is
ruler.
one.
There you go.
This was one from when I think Masters Replica went in and took these pictures. And it's one of the few where they actually dropped the scale directly on it. So that's how I scaled a lot of stuff. It's just like you go in there and then you go, okay, and then you just kind of start extrapolating
Right.
other dimensions. I was always, but it was always funny. It's
Oh,
like,
that's a handy one. Yeah.
you know, in between. This, by the way, the model that, and this is on a website, and there's a ton of pictures of it. But this model was one that was done specifically to put in George Lucas's office. They weren't going to
wow.
give him one of the original, for whatever reason, whatever the reasons. They didn't want to put the stop motion one in, but he wanted one in his office, or they wanted one over there. Somebody wanted one. So they did a mold and a casting of it. And
Well, this is like gold, having the ruler with it
Yeah.
there. This
Yeah.
is like gold.
It's like that's he just found all of his measurements.
yeah,
Yeah, this is the hardest thing. It's
Yeah.
really.
you know, and like I said, I had model parts. So I was able to, the gun in there is like, I knew it was from a German flak gun.
Yeah.
It was from a Tamiya kit. And this is from a Tamiya kit. This is my own. I can't remember what model it is, but that's underneath those little coils are underneath there. But again, if I found a model kit that I had, I could use, and I had the right part, then I was able to check things. Again, it's not perfect, but
It's amazing.
I-
It looks.
I'm happy with it.
Yeah, and there
I'm
you go.
happy with it.
Yeah, all of us in this room are happy with it. The chat's loving it. It's super awesome. Well, Leonard, thanks for coming on,
Oh,
hanging
yeah,
out
yeah,
with
yeah,
us.
yeah.
Super seriously, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This has been truly just a pleasure to have you and this model in here talking about everything.
You got to show the other item he brought with us.
Oh,
today.
that's a loan to me from my friend, and it's a casting off of the Death Star. The Death Star.
The
tiles.
original.
The pen.
Yes.
Yes.
One of the
it's-
original
Yeah,
Death
the
Star.
panel.
I,
Here, let me get a.
I think they were given as crew gifts
Yeah,
originally, but I'm not positive.
I mean it's a piece of history,
Yeah.
just sitting a few inches away. Like,
There you go. We got Kyle's got the camera going.
there you go.
There you go.
That's the
Grace,
stuff
can you
right
full
there.
screen that for us, please?
Awesome,
She's gonna
awesome.
put that up full screen. There we
Yeah.
go.
Look at that. Yeah,
Like,
let that
there
focus
you
a little
go.
bit.
Greeble.
Yep.
Anything else, Ian?
I mean, we could talk for hours.
Do you want
but-
to show?
We have.
Can you show before we let you go? Show your piece with the magnet,
Yeah.
and then we'll switch, and I'll go back into the computer.
Okay. Oh wait, here's the really important thing: is
Oh,
I was
here we
digging
see.
through the
See, there's always more.
box. This is something that's probably older than. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah,
going to
yeah,
guess
yeah.
your age. But this is from when I was
See that?
in.
Darth Vader
This was
leads.
from when I was in high school.
That's wild.
Wow.
When Empire came out, I got that button, and I just found it. And I can't even believe that I still have it.
Man, that's crazy.
That's
so-
a beauty.
That's
Nice
clean.
shape, really
This
clean. Yeah,
looks
nice
brand
shape.
new, man. That's
Leonard, nice
insane.
shape, man. You did well to keep that.
Yeah. Wow.
I was one of those children.
Same.
Didn't break their toys.
Yeah, same here.
Here we
Well,
go.
don't worry. Louis always discovers new toys up in his mom's attic.
Yeah.
Every time he goes to visit
It's a
her.
joy. In the packages.
That's because he's looking for the boxes.
Yes,
first.
and in the
Yeah.
package.
They're in the I send him pictures all the time.
He'll send me a picture. Look what I found. The packaging?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
and they're in there. They're right in there.
Look at that. It's floating. That's super
So-
cool.
And I forgot that I brought these. Can you tell me? Wait, let's do a question for the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, can anyone tell me? Oh, I'll let Kyle do these. Can anybody tell me what those are?
Let's see if the chat knows what they got coming at us. Give it a minute to catch up with them.
I'm let
I know
let's
exactly
let it.
what the year-
Let's see if people what kind of guesses.
Wait, Kyle,
we get.
you have a guess?
Kyle has
Yeah,
a guess.
Kyle has a guess.
Yeah,
But we'll
Wait, I need
They're
to
the
see- I
actual
need to
ones
see
is what
it.
they are.
Okay, the first guess says I would. Oh no, never.
I have a
mind.
guess, but
this is just gonna rock.
are they? Wait, I have one question. Are they to scale?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, they are.
Oh wow.
You know what they are.
Those-
You're cheating.
those are-
I see
those
you.
are-
I see you. I know what they are.
those are actually from one of the props.
Okay, we've got some stuff coming in.
Yeah, in the chat, the two things that Leonard's now touching right there.
Yeah,
Those two things. Any guess on what those are?
Not spark plugs to John Wick's Mustang,
Man, too bad.
right?
that doesn't tell you anything other than it was in the
All right.
bag.
First guess was AT-AT guns. Second guess is X-Wing guns. Somebody says from C-3PO. I don't know. Is that a question? Are you asking?
No, I think that they're saying neck pins from C-3PO.
You tell me when you
lightsaber
want me to
case.
tell you what it is.
Yeah, I give up.
It's that last one.
Go ahead, Kyle. What is it?
Is it C3PO?
Yes, but they're not his neck pins.
Or did it just like stick out or something? Like,
These are from his. Well, they could be. They were the actuators from his hands. The original actuators
Oh,
on
wow.
the original hands.
That's cool.
Good
Wow.
job with the C-3PO.
Actuator from the hand. That is cool. Yeah.
The gold gave it away, maybe. Look at that.
I didn't even see the gold. It looks silver.
I don't have any idea what
That's cool.
they
Thank
actually
you.
were from. They may
That's
have just
cool.
turned these.
Yeah, these look.
They probably
That's
were just
wild.
machined.
Yeah.
Travis, you were close. Travis, you were close. You
Yeah.
had the neck pins.
That's true.
Leonard, that's
Or do
amazing.
you know
Yeah.
the neck pins?
That
than being
actually, I had forgotten I had these. I found them literally 2 weeks ago. I was cleaning up and I went, oh, and they were just in a box, and I'm like,
Are you going to give some more stuff away?
I do. I have more stuff to give away.
You have a seat here. We're
Cool.
going to give some stuff to some people
All
right.
right.
playing
Again,
at home.
Leonard, thank you so much,
thank you,
Leonard,
Leonard.
for having
showing in, showing all this awesome stuff and how just like the whole breakdown. So if you really want to go deeper into Leonard's build on ZBrush Central, he posted a lot of ZBrush images, a lot of photos, and a lot of just the breakdown process. And I'm sure too, if you pop in a question or two, you might get an answer. Who knows? So go check out his post. And we're gonna go back to Vader's lounge.
The Vader Lounge.
The Vader Lounge.
The Vader
Paul Gabriel.
Lounge.
All right, you're going to give something away, right?
Yeah, I'm going to give some stuff, but I also just want to say, Leonard, thank you. I know, and then Leonard's been here, so you'll know, early to be here to help set stuff up. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And coming along. It's always a pleasure to speak to you and talk Star Wars or anything else from your history of working on all the pieces you have. So I really appreciate you coming by and sharing this.
Yes, the chat.
Congratulations on the beautiful piece.
In the chat, basically, you've earned the title Obi-Wan Kenobi, so there you go. You were on it.
There you go.
It's official.
All right, so we're going to do some more giveaways. So we're going to put that up. This is what we got. Oh, sorry. So we're going to do another $40 USD merchandise voucher for our merch store. So if you've been listening to Ian all day, that sounds like you need to join the beanie crew over here.
Tag me.
Tag them. Tag Ian.
But
if you're
until
gonna get
then,
the
enjoy a
beanie.
sweater or a t-shirt.
mug
or
or
a
a
mug.
t-shirt. the hoodies and
Get what you want. Get what you want.
Yeah, get what you want. I'm not trying to put
You got
any
$40 United States
twists
dollar
in your
here
arm
to
here.
play with. So we got a winner already, and our winner is Crystal Rose.
All right.
Well done, Crystal Rose.
Crystal Rose. You
Well done.
are
Crystal Rose, ladies and
a
gentlemen.
winner. Let's do another one. Let's do another one of those.
Take it away.
All right. Here we
Give away,
go.
give away, give
We
away
got a
now.
Only
winner.
one
Let me
line,
get
because otherwise
this.
we get our YouTube canceled. We got to pay the fee.
All right, and I'm going to
I
put
was
this
there
in the
with you.
chat once again. Who our winner is?
Our
for
best Red Hot
another
Chili Peppers here at 4 p.m. West Coast time.
$40 USD voucher for our merch store. Craig Stowell. Craig
right.
Stowell. There you go.
Congratulations.
Craig comes clutch. Craigie
for
G.
sure. Yes. Okay, I got something else though to give away.
a
I'm
helmet?
going to take it down for a second though, because I got to pull this one down, pull that one up. It's really a production.
we did the
going on
helmet
over here in
already.
Vader-
Yep.
Yeah,
in
I
the
forgot
Vader
about that.
corner
All right,
over
fair
here.
enough. It's been a long day here
The
inside
Vader
the Galactic
Lounge.
Empire.
Let me grab the next one here. Let me grab that. I like that. I like to talk through everything I'm doing for you. Like
I did
like
the
you
same
guys,
thing.
Like it doesn't matter.
Like, I
It
was
really-
like-
it really doesn't matter.
I was like, what setup is this? I'm the guy who set it up. That's the setup I'm working with.
I'm like, just do it. Just do it.
Oh, thank
Okay.
you. Look at that.
All right. So Kyle, go ahead. You can share my screen now.
All right, here it comes.
There
Whoa,
you
the
go.
big one.
Okay. So
The big one.
here's another one. A 1-year subscription to Maxon One. So this, of course, gets you all Maxon products, which, of course, you got ZBrush, Cinema 4D, Redshift, Forager, Red Giant. So this is going to be for 1 year of Maxon One. It's a great value. So our winner for our 1-year subscription to Maxon One is Jan Parker.
Jan Parker.
Jan
All
Parker.
right.
Jan Parker.
Jan Parker.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. There you go. All right.
Right.
So that's it. I do not have any other giveaways. I'm all out.
Let me just say this then.
yeah,
What
talk to
what
me,
a
Goose.
day! What a day! I can see even our resident dog is looking at me saying, "Hey, that was a heck of a show."
Mm-hmm.
Want to thank everybody. Paul Gabriel, one standout for you.
It was tough. I really, honestly, seeing what Leonard's finally, because I've seen the piece as he's been making it, seeing it in person and seeing
Okay.
what he's done is a standout for me. And then I think the detailing of the toys we're putting in toys these days is just ridiculous. As a toy maker myself,
Okay,
I
fair
really
enough.
love that too.
We're with you,
And you know what,
Ian and I.
I'm sorry, but I like what Sam. Every presentation had something that was just fun to
100%,
pull from
yeah.
it.
Philip, we did a micro
Sam.
summit.
Yes,
Yeah.
it really did. Yeah.
Let's go over to Ian Robinson.
No,
Standout for
yeah.
you today. Obviously, as an ex-machinist, you're going to have to say something to do with this. This is,
No, actually,
you can
this.
touch it, maybe.
No, seriously.
Don't touch
I'm boop. There you go. I touched it. Sorry, Leonard. No, I mean everybody brought their A game with presentations, and but what really stood out is just seeing how things start off as ideas and then what spawns to being a total creation, whether it be a Giants replica prop right in front of us to a toy, or even what Sam brought to the table when he was talking about, you know, his journey into becoming, you know, what is now considered the standard for prop design in Star Wars. So it's overall just been an amazing to see it, witness it, absorb it, and even be a part of it. So everybody just did a great job, and this is fantastic. Seeing this in person, though, this paint job, Leonard,
this
is money.
This is actually exquisite. Like Paul said, I was enamored by sort of the place I have as a toy sculptor as well, with the detail from Hasbro. But this, to me, is completely on another level of construction and just a lot of work. So I think that on behalf of Paul Gabry, myself, Ian Robinson, say thank you so much. I want to thank everybody at home for watching. Thanks for tuning in for what was the marathon. I felt like I went to my aunt's house and watched Ben-Hur.
5 hours.
And Moses and the Ten Commandments. So I'm going to send us off, and that's it for all of us here on the Maxon ZBrush team and the Maxon team, globally speaking. Wave goodbye, wave goodbye, wave goodbye. I'm Louis Tucci. We'll see you
Bye.
next time. Have a nice day.
Happy ZBrushing.
And may the 4th be with you.